Qin Feng looked at Lin Zheng, who was clearly terrified to say the least. Lin Zheng, save the explanations. The Xian family has already told me everything. Weren't you hoping that I would die? Qin Feng spoke. Lin Zheng trembled while his eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and a slight trace of fear. He was unable to fool Qin Feng with his words. Qin Feng continued. Lin Zheng, you know what? There is a saying that says those who kill would eventually end up being killed by others. Lin Zheng finally felt the cold shiver that began to rise from his heart. Are you going to kill me? He trembled while he asked. That's right. Qin Feng was calm and blatant about his urge to kill. Qin Feng had not had free time to lay his hands on Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was the person that Qin Feng wanted to seek revenge from. The reason behind his intention to demolish the Z organization was to prevent others from being persecuted by the evil organization, and also to redeem justice for the past life that he had suffered. Lin Zheng was the main reason and the cause of the loss of his ability. If it were not for Lin Zheng's desire to change Lin Kai, Qin Feng would not have been captured for the experiment. Qin Feng believed that he was right in wanting to kill Lin Zheng. All of a sudden, Lin Zheng started raging and began to express his anger. Qin Feng, are you trying to declare war with me? What makes you think that you can kill me? I am holding the position of a mayor, and you will face persecution from the aptitude user court for disregarding the others and putting the colony at danger by declaring war with me in public. Lin Zheng had been scrupulous all these while. Hence, he had been rather mild in dealing with Qin Feng, which resulted in him not having the power needed to defeat him. However, Qin Feng was the total opposite. If you really want to try and put me to shame in such a way, Mayor Lin, let me ask you, what about those collaborations with dark organizations, coalition with illegal laboratories, jeopardizing the safety of the colony, destroying the space stabilizing device, allowing criminal activities within the colony to carry out murder, robbery, and with that, should I continue? Lin Zheng was stunned. You know? Qin Feng sneered. Mayor Lin, isn't it true that both of us have been mortal enemies since a long time ago? Lin Zheng was shocked, and his pupils contracted. Qin Feng was right. Both of them had been mortal enemies ever since the events revolving around Jiang Xiaoyang and Lin Kai. Lin Zheng felt regret for not killing Qin Feng when he saw him in the Musi Mountains. However, it was all too late. Qin Feng, things might not go according to your way. Do not underestimate others. Lin Zheng immediately activated his internal strength and pounced toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not dodge the attack. He raised his hand and let out a punch. Bam! Both of their fists collided. Although both of them were ancient warriors, Qin Feng noticed that the punch from Lin Zheng was flabby and weak, as if he did not give out much internal strength, and neither did the impact last long enough. In the next moment, Lin Zheng shifted his direction and rammed onto the French-style window with full force. Crash! The French-style window shattered into pieces while Lin Zheng took a leap from the window on the 8th floor. He was escaping. Lin Zheng, an honorable E-tier aptitude user, the deputy mayor of Chongbei Colony, had chosen to escape. Two of Lin Zheng's henchmen were shocked with their eyes wide open as they stood beside the shattered window, while their bodies shivered as the howling wind blew onto their faces. They were fearful of Qin Feng's wild and domineering presence. No one expected things to turn out like this. Does he really think that he can escape? Qin Feng spoke calmly. And then, he continued his pursuit. Lights from the outside had brightly lit up the surrounding area. Qin Feng had a clear sight of Lin Zheng, who was 10 meters ahead of him. Fire beam. Lin Zheng took a straight blow of the light beam. Boom. The force of the ability exploded on the back of Lin Zheng, and his internal strength was unable to withstand the massive force from the explosion. The 4th floor of the Eagle Clubhouse was being bombarded into ruins. Arg! Screams were heard as they echoed in the night sky. Lin Zheng looked as if he was hit by a bomb. He was pushed forward by a greater force from behind, and he vomited blood as soon as his legs landed onto the ground. Lin Zheng's internal strength became unstable as the attack from an E-tier aptitude user had greatly injured him. Run, I must run away. Lin Zheng pushed on and rushed into the dark again. Lin Zheng felt the sorrow in him, and he was aware that victory belonged to the winner and the loser would have to accept the defeat. His choice of escape had proven that Qin Feng's accusation was the truth, and we would never have a chance to change his fate. He might even be treated as a criminal and be hunted by the bounty hunter network. However, Lin Zheng did not have a choice. He did not want to die, and he could only escape. Unfortunately, it was a sad truth that Lin Zheng could never escape. Qin Feng was closing in from behind, and the gap between them was constantly reducing. Qin Feng was not the same anymore. Being an E-tier himself, after absorbing all of the internal strength of the E-tier ancient warriors from the slaughter that had taken place at the Exine family, Qin Feng was having a tremendous spike in his internal strength, and it was rapidly growing. He had never been this powerful before. Despite not pursuing with full force, Lin Zheng was still within his sight, soon screaming, and the chaotic environment of the Eagle Clubhouse began to fade from their senses. The pursuit continued into an empty alley. It was similar to the location where Qin Feng battled against Jiang Shaoyang. Let's end it all now. All of a sudden, Qin Feng uttered, and it seemed to be the end of the game of cat and mouse. Lin Zheng was shocked. He began to run even faster. It was at that moment, a beautiful girl wearing a dress appeared before him. She was holding onto a gun that was massive in size, and she was aiming at Lin Zheng. How could she be so fast? When did she appear? Lin Zheng was taken aback. In the next moment, he had a ruthless idea. Since he was unable to go up against Qin Feng, would it be possible for him to take down the girl that was with Qin Feng? If he were to capture the girl, he might even stand a chance to threaten Qin Feng. However, before he could firm up his idea, a giant web was launched right in front of him. Lin Zheng was immediately trapped within a white spider web that immobilized his limbs, and the force of sprinting forward had even pushed himself into more layers of webs. His body was closely bound by the sticky web. Lin Zheng then realized what it was. Steel Limb Broodmother's spider web. It was common for everyone to admire and discuss hunting down any king-tier ultra beast, as it would often come with perks that were unimaginable. Although the spider webs might not be deadly enough to kill, it would certainly be useful in such crucial moments. It would only require one hit to break down the defenses of an E-tier aptitude user and result in a complete takedown of the enemies. It was like a hidden base that the enemies would never know about, and it was also effective in restraining the enemies. Lin Zheng was now feeling hopeless. Qin Feng's ability to react so quickly did not surprise Lin Zheng. He knew that it was coming. Within the next moment, Qin Feng had already pounced toward Lin Zheng at light speed while raising his fist and throwing out his ruthless punches. Thump, 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 thump. The punches landed on all four of Lin Zheng's limbs. Arg! Lin Zheng screamed. However, with Qin Feng's insane attacking speed, it was impossible for Lin Zheng to tear down the spider web. Qin Feng maintained a cool and cruel expression as he raised his hand again and threw out another deadly hit on Lin Zheng's stomach. Asteroid assimilation. The massive internal strength that was like a river flowed in reverse, and every bit of Lin Zheng's strength was being sucked away by Qin Feng. Lin Zheng's face turned pale white as all of his internal strength was being drained away. He had even lost both of the life-sustaining and skeletal support ability in him. Qin Feng, I regret that I did not kill you when I first saw you. Lin Zheng clenched his teeth in anger. Qin Feng remained silent and raised his hand. Another ray of black light appeared and landed on Lin Zheng. Despite losing all of his internal strength, Lin Zheng was able to clearly witness Qin Feng's ability. Dark abilities. Qin Feng was surprisingly a dual ability user. With such natural-born ability, it explained the reason behind his achievements, and also his capability to go up against the dark-robed Ripper when he was at the Musi Mountains. Qin Feng had hid his talent well. Lin Zheng seemed to have found out the answer for his defeat. It seemed like Qin Feng wanted to fulfill Lin Zheng's wishes before his death. He answered, That's right. It is the dark ability. My ability has already been awakened since the day I took the awakening potion injection, and I had kept it as a secret from you. Or else, you might have killed me on that very same day. The fear within Lin Zheng was clearly shown on his face. Is there anything that you don't know? Lin Zheng did not expect every single secret that he had kept from Zheng Yang had been discovered by Qin Feng. Is there? Qin Feng smiled calmly. The only thing that I do not know is how you got connected with the Z organization, and perhaps you even have their contact number? Lin Zheng could feel that his body had already deteriorated into a terrible state, and he could not sustain his life for much longer. However, he did not want to give Qin Feng his answer. Why would I tell you? I am sure you will. Qin Feng had expected such a reaction from Lin Zheng. which was why he had chosen to inflict serious damage onto him. Else, he could have killed Lin Zheng with a single hit when he was still at the Eagle Clubhouse. Qin Feng held back his deadly attack as he knew that there was still something that he wanted to find out from Lin Zheng. Now that Lin Zheng had been badly injured and was in great torment, his conscious energy began to fall apart. Bai Li got closer and commanded, while her silver eyes dazzled under the moonlight, as if they were glaring stars from the sky. "Look at me," Bai Li yelled at Lin Zheng, who was also an E-tier aptitude user, and he was shocked by her aggressive move. His consciousness became blurred and unstable. "How did you get to know the people from the Z organization?" Bai Li sounded the total opposite from her usual polite self as she gradually became serious and focused. From her past memories, she knew that she was brought out from the Z organization and her mother died within the laboratory. "It was one of the managers who had approached me for a trade, where I secretly provided them ease of access to allow my son to become an ability user. Also, they had a recommendation letter from a top-tier personnel in Xinyang City. It was merely an investment." "Whose recommendation?" Qin Feng was eager to find out. However, Lin Zheng still had on a dazed expression. "Whose recommendation?" Bai Li repeated the same sentence. "Liang Can." It was out of Qin Feng's expectation, however, it was still relatable. Liang Can. This person was crucial to the entire case. "Who else do you know from the Z organization?" Qin Feng asked, while Bai Li repeated the question. Lin Zheng struggled to resist the control from Bai Li. However, his effort was in vain, and he answered, "Nobody else." Bai Li increased the control exerted on Lin Zheng to ensure that he was not lying. As Lin Zheng lost control over his conscious energy, he finally revealed every hidden truth in him. "After kidnapping the newly awakened ability users, I was afraid that Zheng Yang might be able to gather information that could potentially discover my involvement in the case. Therefore, I sent my people to destroy the laboratory. However, they went missing and the laboratory was destroyed by other people. The information provided was interconnected with Qin Feng's findings." Qin Feng paused for a short moment and continued to ask, "Did Liang Can meet with you? Or did he just provide a recommendation letter? Was he involved?" "No," Lin Zheng answered. "That's enough." Qin Feng waved his hand and instructed Bai Li to withdraw her conscious energy. It seemed that it was all that Lin Zheng knew. Lin Zheng began to feel puzzled as soon as Bai Li withdrew her conscious energy. However, before he could ask questions, his eyes were filled with darkness. Crunch. Qin Feng crushed Lin Zheng's skull with his palm. Lin Zheng was dead, with his eyes wide opened. He had encountered the same fate as Jiang Xiaoyang at the dark and narrow alley. It seems that Lin Zheng was an investor in this conspiracy. Liang Can was the middleman, and actions were taken at the laboratory of the Z organization. It was the same as what happened in Fu City. Qin Feng now knew that he had to be more cautious as he noticed that the case had become more and more complicated. He did not know whether his investigation would alert any hidden predator that might devour him to death. With that in mind, Qin Feng decided to first set aside the investigation on Liang Can. "I shall look for him again once I have returned from Sea City." Qin Feng could finally let go of this case that had been bothering him all this while. He raised his hand and casted out a blazing dark red flame. In the next moment, Lin Zheng's body was immediately engulfed in flames. Soon, all that was left were only ashes and his runic inner armor. However, the armor was already destroyed and deformed by Qin Feng's heavy attacks. On the other hand, the highly priced E-tier purple rune equipment that was on his body remained unscathed. Qin Feng managed to obtain Lin Zheng's spatial rune equipment. Although Lin Zheng might not be the most powerful opponent that Qin Feng had ever killed, he was undoubtedly the wealthiest opponent among all. "We shall take care of these when we get back." Qin Feng gave his order to Bai Li to bring them back to the Eagle Clubhouse. Everyone had left the Eagle Clubhouse as they were terrified by Qin Feng's fire beam that had destroyed the entire fourth floor. Even a single hit from an E-tier aptitude user would be a disastrous thing for any ordinary civilian. It was a difficult task to put out the flames that were left behind by Qin Feng. Hence, every customer was terrified by it and ran away. Without anyone taking charge of the Eagle Clubhouse, the rescue effort was also delayed. Qin Feng did not have the intention to take care of the mess. He led Bai Li into the hover car and drove away from the main entrance. Only then, Lin Zheng's henchmen who were secretly observing him exhaled and felt relieved. They were fortunate that Qin Feng did not annihilate the entire Eagle Clubhouse. However, what happened to Mayor Lin? Try to call him. I can't get him. Could he be? What should we do now? If something bad has happened to Mayor Lin, there might be another round of restructuring in Qingbei. At that moment, everyone remained silent and gathered their own thoughts, as if each of them had formed their own assumptions. However, fear was still within them. While the hover car was still traveling back to the central part of the colony, news about the chaotic scene caused by Qin Feng had spread across the colony rapidly, and before arriving at Qinghu Garden, Qin Feng's communicator rang. It was Zhengyang. Qin Feng, I received news that you had a quarrel with Lin Zheng. Are you okay? Zhengyang spoke in a deep voice as he asked anxiously. Knowing that Qin Feng should definitely be able to take care of his own safety, it was Qin Feng's ability that Zhengyang had felt restless about. However, Zhengyang managed to calm himself down and suppress his worries. Actually, Zhengyang was already prepared for the worst. Zhengyang was different from Lin Zheng. He had his connections and contacts within Xinjiang City. Every top-tier elder from the Xian family had been defeated during the chaos that Qin Feng had inflicted on the family, and the aftermath caused by the chaos had destroyed the entire Xian family. Nobody could stop Qin Feng now. Mayor Lin had, unfortunately, teamed up with the Black Organization and was a threat to the safety of this colony. During our confrontation, he fled like a coward to avoid facing the consequences of his actions, and thus, I struck him down. Qin Feng said calmly. Although he had expected such an outcome, Zhengyang still felt a sense of dismay upon hearing Qin Feng's words. After all, it was only 30 minutes ago that he caught wind of Qin Feng's clash with Lin Zheng at the Eagle Clubhouse. It did not cross his mind that Lin Zheng would meet his demise in just half an hour's time. The chaos he had expected was nowhere to be found. And to think that he predicted that their fight would last till sunset. Qin Feng having walked out alive, let alone a mere 30 minutes after the fight had started, and emerging victorious, was completely left out of the initial equation. And to think that an E-tier aptitude user would die so easily, like a match burning out, without even a sound. It was only at this moment that Zhengyang finally realized how terrifying Qin Feng was. At the same time, there were thousands of question marks floating around in Zhengyang's mind. That's right. Lin Zheng has committed too many sins to be let off so easily. Here on my side too, I have received a great deal of information about that crook. That man, if he were to be allowed to go on living, he would become an existential threat to our colony. You have done well, Mayor Qin. Zhengyang had unconsciously changed the way he referred to Qin Feng after the whole incident. Before this, his actions would only be ruled by emotions, which he severely lacked control over. He only thought that Qin Feng was just another lucky punk who had bluffed his way up the system. And now, all those doubtful thoughts had completely faded away. I was merely executing my duty. Qin Feng took credit without showing the slightest hint of embarrassment. Protecting the colony was not on Qin Feng's mind when he went into battle. No, it was only the people closest to him, people who he loved that he wanted to protect. Don't be so courteous, Mayor Zheng, Qin Feng replied. The sound of people shuffling about could be heard on Zhengyang's end, reflecting how busy his side currently was. While Lin Zheng's death did not affect those on the bottom of the totem pole at his colony, the same could not be said for their higher-ups. The entire upper echelon was, in short, under a massive reshuffling process. Mayor Qin, I'll deal with the situation here. You don't need to worry about things on this end. Though, about your reward for this round, Zhengyang hesitated on whether or not he should continue, which he did, but in a hushed voice. With Lin Zheng down, the movement of rewards will inevitably become an extremely cumbersome task. How about I exchange this time's reward with Fengli Colony shares that I have bought? Of course, that alone will not suffice to compensate for what you have done. For that, I'll reimburse you with Changbei Colony's commercial street. How about that? To discuss such matters over the communicator was rather outrageous. Hearing Zheng Yang's proposition, Qin Feng's brows knitted. Still, the corners of his mouth were curled upward. Zheng Yang was a clever man. Too clever, perhaps. He was, in essence, buttering Qin Feng up. Zheng Yang's investment in Fengli Colony was worth at least 1 billion yuan, and he let this go so effortlessly. Lin Zheng indeed possessed a massive amount of funds, but it would take a while before anyone could lay their hands on the money. With that in mind, To hand over Fengli Colony's shares to Qin Feng at this specific moment was an extremely generous act. Zhengyang knew that since Fengli Colony was under Qin Feng's control, the man would undoubtedly hope to consolidate his power over the territory in a monopolizing fashion. Moreover, fearing that Qin Feng would misunderstand that Zhengyang was barring him out of Qingbei's matters, he gladly offered a handful of commercial streets as a gift, an extravagant one at that. Well then, it'll only be disrespectful of me to turn down such a generous offer. Qin Feng responded. Mayor Zheng burst out laughing. You have my gratitude, Mayor Qin. You're welcome. The two showered each other with compliments. As Zhengyang still needed to tend to urgent matters, it was not too long before their conversation came to an abrupt end. Qin Feng smiled. From now on, Fengli Colony would be his and his alone. Bailey, pack up your clothes. We'll be moving out tomorrow. Bailey looked at Qin Feng doubtfully. Why is that? With the smile still on his face, he pinched hard on Bailey's pudgy little cheek. A grand villa's waiting for us there. It's got a garden, a yard, and a swing. Oh yeah, it looks just like that princess's mansion in that film I watched with you. Bailey's eyes glimmered. Okay, she replied while nodding enthusiastically. That night, Qin Feng resumed the lotus position to gather up his body's internal strength. The 5 E-tier ancient warriors merely provided more layers to Qin Feng's sea of clouds. After unleashing absorption, Qin Feng only managed to add 2 additional layers to his collection. It became obvious that an ancient warrior's internal strength paled significantly in comparison to Qin Feng's. As of now, he was already at 13 layers. I think I'll have to stop once I reach E-tier. I'm gonna have to go through so many more battles, or find some sort of divine item before I'm satisfied. Qin Feng thought to himself. Though, it did not affect him that much. After washing up, he proceeded to have a good night's sleep. It was a night without words. On the second day, Bailey woke up early to pack up her clothes. The hangers which held her clothes were even removed from the rack. Her favorite bedsheet, her favorite curtains, and that tiny, intricately woven bag, they were all packed up neatly, ready to be taken away. Okay, that's enough. No biggie, we'll buy new things after settling down. No need for you to bring the entire place along. Qin Feng stopped Bailey from gathering even more of her favorite items, which seemed never-ending. Then, in a semi-dragging/lifting motion, he brought her out of the door. Shortly after, the luxurious hover limo left Qingbei Colony for its destination, Fengli Colony. A new sight seemed to accompany each passing day at Fengli Colony. It was now halfway through its construction process, but the exclusive areas reserved for its mayor had already long been completed. It was after yesterday's incident did Qin Feng decide to move here. Unlike other colonies, Fengli's spatial stabilizing device was not located above its central square, and so, the heart of the colony was slightly offset in comparison to other places. The center of Fengli Colony was surprisingly sparsely populated, meaning that this place was not going to be the most prosperous region anytime in the future. And yet, this place symbolized the extreme wealth disparity within the colony. Zima Mountains. Right now, its original form was no longer visible. The stumpy mountains had been completely remodeled by the constructions that went up around it. Smack on top of the mother mountain was a gorgeous-looking villa. Qin Feng's vehicle drove up the road that wound around the mountain. There were terrace houses at the foot of the mountain, and halfway up, one could find individual villas with their own gardens. Of course, these all could not compete with the one found at the summit of the mountain. One could rightfully call this a manor. A pearl-white half-open arch greeted Qin Feng, and leading up to the main building was a road laid with smooth, shining bricks that stretched 100 meters out. On both sides of this road were a number of different trees and flowers. Going down the road, one could observe a beautiful fountain, as if it was carved by God's own hands. The building stood like a palace with a citadel that reached up toward the heavens. How about it? You like it? Bailey was curious about everything. Naturally, after seeing the grand structure, she was extremely satisfied. This house is so big. I think it's even bigger than the Xian families. Qin Feng smiled. To be honest, one only needs a bed to sleep at night. Though, with this large house, we'd be able to hide our deepest secrets without being exposed. What secrets do you have? Bailey faced Qin Feng with a curious look on her face. Qin Feng only responded with a smile. He pulled Bailey's hand and led her up the citadel. Standing there, They were able to get a bird's-eye view of the entire Fengli colony. Though, the closest thing to them was Qin Feng's back garden. It was only 100 meters wide and large trees were planted around it to make a wall-like structure. It seemed like it would be able to provide good shade against the stinging sunlight. However, through the canopy, one could vaguely make out a transparent isolation chamber. Encased within it was nothing but pure black. During the construction of this colony, I got them to build a manor up here on the Mother Mountain. They even bore a whole 60 meters, or halfway down the entire mound itself. It's all isolation chambers in there, filled to the brim with infected soil as well as mutated plants, waiting to be decontaminated. Qin Feng wore an ecstatic look on his face. The soil in there is entirely dark soil, the perfect substance to make a garden with. It's going to be the best place yet for me to meditate in. Although he already possessed the Gem of Darkness, Qin Feng still had a load of runes before him to master. To do that, he needed a suitable environment which this place offered. What was more was that there were 10 layers of varying dark herbs beneath the surface waiting for him to use. Qin Feng had specially ordered for Xingfu to construct this unique structure. While dark ability users were few and far between, that did not mean that the same applied for its items. The gunpowder that gunners relied on could be used by anyone regardless of their type or build. Since dark ability attacks were typically stealth-based, gunpowder was extremely useful when facing against creatures with low vitality but high attack power. The same went for certain jellyfishes from marine biomes. And since Xingfu thought that Qin Feng was planning to invent items that were unique to Fengli Colony, he wholeheartedly agreed to the mayor's plans without second thoughts. Yeah, I have a feeling that this will turn into our very own herb garden in the future. We should turn the front garden into something like this too. That consciousness tree from Chungbei Colony looks promising. Bailey started pitching in her ideas. An uncomfortable feeling rose up in Qin Feng's chest once Bailey started babbling about her grand plans. He hastily led her away from coming up with any more mischievous ideas. We'll cultivate it here if we bump into it next time. You know, you gotta have a sufficient amount of heaven and earth spirit aura here to be able to pull such a plan off. Since the climate here is completely different, we're better off not doing anything drastic. The most important issue was that the whole conscious fruits being stolen incident had yet to clear up. For Bailey to bring the tree here out of the blue would only raise more suspicion about her and disrupt the peace they were going to enjoy here. Only after a half-day's worth of lecturing did Bailey give up on her master plan. Still, it led to a new idea sprouting in Bailey's mind. She started wondering what new doodads she could bring home. Ignoring her, Qin Feng looked one more time at the colony below him. Only half a month and the construction progress was already going on so smoothly that the first ring wall had already been erected. Of course, as the colony continued to develop, the second, third, fourth, fifth, or even the sixth wall would follow, spreading out like a ripple across a water surface. Though, for now, this wall was more than enough for him. I want all of the higher-ups to gather around. Our meeting's going to start soon. Mayor Zheng will also be attending. Qin Feng issued his orders. Upon hearing his words, everyone in Fengli Colony started moving around busily, like well-oiled cogs in a machine. Zhengyang had been so busy the previous day that he stayed up all night dealing with urgent matters. However, ancient warriors generally possessed great endurance, and staying up one night was not even worth mentioning. These people could stay up for 3 days and 3 nights, relying on their internal strength alone. At 1 p.m. in the afternoon, the man arrived at Fengli Colony. In the past 2 weeks, Zhengyang was unable to get the chance to catch a glimpse of the colony's development progress. And now, his chance had finally come. Looking at the colony, it was entirely made up of newly finished buildings which seemed to have sprung up overnight like mushrooms after a downpour. With Qin Feng here, this colony's potential is near limitless, Zhengyang exclaimed. Trailing behind Zhengyang were 2 F-tier aptitude users. They appeared to be quite competent, but both of them felt envious at the grand sight of the new colony nonetheless. If only they had a say in the establishment of this colony. However, knowing Qin Feng's capability, which was precisely what it took to raise this new colony, they could not help but sigh out in helplessness. Still, it was hard to deny the dissatisfaction they felt in their hearts. Mayor, are you going to just leave the colony in Qin Feng's hands like that? This place was something that you painstakingly exchanged for with tons of gold and silver after all. Don't you think that it was just dumb luck back then? To be chosen by the mayor to soothe the tension between other E-tier aptitude users and all. That's right. I don't think he deserves that much credit. The other F-tier aptitude user added. Zheng Yang halted in his tracks and looked over to his subordinates. With a hushed voice, he replied, "Since he took down Lin Zheng yesterday, essentially cutting off the serpent's head, does that mean that I should give him half of Qingbei?" The two of them were left speechless. When doing your tasks, you should not expect rewards when you did not put in an equal amount of effort. If not for Qin Feng, I wouldn't be able to gain control over the colony so effortlessly, not in a million years. For this, I am indebted to him. When we meet the actual man himself, I do not want to hear such words coming out of your mouths. Do you understand? Yes, sir. It was our fault, Mayor. Our mouths are sealed, sir. In actuality, even if they uttered such things, it would all be irrelevant. Upon reaching Fengli Colony, the man waiting at the gates to welcome them was naturally Zheng Yang's old subordinate, Xue Xingfu. Seeing the man's rounded body, it naturally implied that life was rather enjoyable here at this colony. Mayor, Xue Xingfu looked nervously at Zheng Yang. There were hints of embarrassment and guilt painted on his face. Of course, he had already caught wind that Zheng Yang was here to talk with Qin Feng about the shares he owned in Fengli Colony. Old boy Xue, you'll be staying here from now on. Don't sweat it. It was me who had wronged you back in Qingbei. Zheng Yang assured Xue Xingfu while patting his shoulder. Mayor, if you'd like to use our land in the future, please do not hesitate to ask me about it. Xue Xingfu felt a heavy load slide off his shoulders, and at the same time, he felt a sense of gratitude toward his old boss. It did not take long for them to get a conversation going as they walked up the skyscraper, heading toward the grand conference room. Qin Feng stepped forward to welcome his guest. Mayor Zheng, I welcome you to our humble colony. Haha, what's that? I have yet to express my gratitude for your actions, Mayor Qin. After going through the formalities, both of them finally took their seats. Zheng Yang's seat was placed on one end of a long table with Qin Feng on the other end. Both of Zheng Yang's subordinates sat on the other side of the table, beside the mayor himself. On Qin Feng's end, there were a great deal of people, both seated at the table as well as around his seat. There were more people than Zheng Yang originally imagined there to be. Silently, he started sizing up his counterpart. Zheng Yang grew more and more surprised as he did so. Seated on Qin Feng's right was, as he had expected, Bai Li. On his left was a young man who appeared bone-thin. Something seemed off about him, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly which part of him was weird. Still, based on his aura alone, Zheng Yang could make out that he was a solid E-tier user. It was Lin Wui. Fengli Colony was only about as large as Han Town, which was by no means a big city. Despite this, they already had 3 E-tier aptitude users roaming around. Moving along, there were Qin Feng's subordinates, Xue Xingfu, and Lin Durong. Zheng Yang was already well acquainted with these men. Even for those who he was not familiar with, he made sure to gather data about them to study on. Lu Xue, Wang Chun, He Ling, Zhao Xiang and the rest were all those who Qin Feng personally rescued from Han Town. These were all F-tier users. There were some who appeared as complete strangers to Zheng Yang. For example, there was Lu Hong, the former slave owner outside Sea City. Ever since he provided Qin Feng with slaves, he was appointed as the minister of the propaganda department, whose job was to recruit fighting troops for the colony and to increase their population, all of which he had done well. Hence the reason why there was a recent spike in his popularity. And then there was Zhou Hao. He was the only G-tier user on the scene, but surprisingly, no one looked down on him. Standing on his shoulder was a palm-sized golden ant. It had wings which appeared disproportionate to the rest of its body to the point where people doubted its ability to fly. This F-tier golden ant queen was in the process of recovering from its wounds, so its wings were still far from its usual size. It appeared to be trembling in fear, as if trying to minimize its presence in the room. Before entering the room, both of Zheng Yang's subordinates still had the same dissatisfied look on their faces. However, upon seeing the higher-ups of the colony, they were so intimidated that they uttered not a single word more. The talks that day ended smoothly. Zheng Yang transferred 40% of his own shares to Qin Feng, which could be said to have been done under the table. Apart from that, Qin Feng was also rewarded with two of the most prosperous streets in Qingbei Colony. That included the high-end street, where Qin Feng bought clothes for Bai Li. The second street was located near the central square, where Wanzhong's store was set up. It went without saying that these shops could not be sold off. All commercial real estate within the colony was under the mayor's legal ownership. However, the annual rent for these assets was at the very least over 100 million yuan. As for how much money was made after Lin Zheng's downfall, Qin Feng did not bother asking. There was no need to. No doubt, Zheng Yang was a genius. After the world had ended, such talks had the same effects as mere verbal agreements. The only added benefit for meeting face-to-face was that they could calculate dividends and make slight alterations much more easily. Though, in most cases, such a contract was like a house of cards. It could break down without a moment's notice. In the event that Qin Feng died in his sleep, the shops would remain standing and no one would be left to enjoy spending this cash. And in the event that Qin Feng advances into D tier, Zheng Yang would not pull back the 40% of his shares, even if he had 80 additional pairs of balls. Their headlock was a win-win for everyone. After the talks had officially ended, it was Qin Feng's turn to personally send Zheng Yang off. However, their conference did not end there. They still had more calculations to do. That included the distribution of shares to everyone present in the conference room. It was given that these shares would never remain static and unchanged. Should Qin Feng's feats grow ever larger in the future, so would his subordinates. Thus, those who followed in Qin Feng's footsteps would see the assets in their hands grow ever larger. Still, there was nothing to lose even if one lagged behind. It was just that the shares would soon saturate the market, and when sold, the seller would only be left with his salary in the end. To avoid such a fate, these people would have to work extremely hard, and whether or not they were blessed with certain talents to make it out on top was also a significant factor. The large amount of materials Mayor Qin had previously invested should be counted as capital and be transferred into the warehouses. That should be merged with Mayor Zheng's gift of his shares. Mayor Qin's additional 2 billion yuan injection has expanded our assets by quite a significant margin. At the end of the calculations, Qin Feng alone owned 87% of Fengli Colony's shares, while Bai Li and Lin Wui owned 3% of the shares each since their arrival at the colony. That was in spite of zero obligations they had toward the colony. As the earliest investor, Xue Xingfu's allocation had been reduced from 10% to a mere 2%. However, when considered as a whole, there was an overall increase in assets, so there was nothing he could complain about. Each of the remaining F-tier aptitude users were given 0.5% ownership of the colony each. That leaves the final 1% that would act as a reserve. We'll be meeting again 3 months later. From now on, expect changes every yearly quarter. It is fine for you to strive for the better, but I still hope that each one of you will continue working together in peace. I expect from you a functioning team, not a brawl. Do you understand me? The initial smiles on their faces faded away in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had given his warning. If one of them died, the share in which they held would not fall into the hands of another instantly. However, there was no doubt that it would be redistributed to someone else in the next roundtable discussion. This was also why relationships within a colony were so complex. Qin Feng's growth would soon turn out to be beyond their expectations. It was still too early for them to be turning on each other now. Qin Feng did not want to see his underlings go through such a process. All of them responded positively to his warning, indicating that none of them had treacherous intentions, at least superficially speaking. It was only after everyone had left did Qin Feng walk out with Zhou Hao. Xiao Huang's recovering pretty well, it seems. Of course, I've been bringing it to the copper mine at Green Hill, and she's chomped away most of the cave at this point. It'll not be long before she makes a full recovery. Zhou Hao responded. Unfortunately, Zhou Hao did not have the ability to produce and own top-notch items. That said, there were so many valuable resources scattered around in the wilderness, and Zhou Hao was an extremely diligent person. But you shouldn't rely too much on it. You'd be better off limiting your visits to the mine. After all, this ant's already at F5 tier while your ability remains stagnant below it. That, I understand. But still, there ain't many ways to go around the problem. An idea popped into Qin Feng's mind. I remember this consciousness-based trick from a beastmaster. It's called counter-supplementing. Contracting through one's consciousness. One would be able to transfer powers within an ultra beast to strengthen oneself. After stumbling into Xiaohuang, Zhou had read extensively on all things Beastmaster related, and it was safe to say that this was no easy job. The greater the beast's potential, the greater the danger the Beastmaster was exposed to. In the event that the fragile contract between man and beast breaks down, the first person to die would be none other than the Beastmaster himself. But that wouldn't be too kind on Xiaohuang, would it? Zhou stole glances at Bai Li. He knew that she had already reached E-tier, so he whispered into Qin Feng's ears. Please don't tell me you're going to use the same trick on Bai Li. Qin Feng could not help but laugh at the idea of sucking away Bai Li's powers. She isn't really suited for that kind of a role, he replied. The thing was, he did not need to rely on such a method to grow his powers. Qin Feng was already satisfied at the rate of his growth. Though, should the day come where the rate of his growth became insufficient, Qin Feng could engage in real battles to strengthen himself. After all, he was far from lacking in the energy department. It was Zhou who severely lacked energy, but on the battlefield, he remained quite the competent fighter. Zhou, why don't you think about it this way? While the Yellow Ant Queen certainly possesses a formidable combat capability, don't forget that it's also a queen whose job is to produce offspring. The energy that overflows when it grows will not be utilized to upgrade its own ability, but to produce massive batches of larvae. When that day comes, what would you do? Eat ant eggs every day as population control. Qin Feng's words resonated with Zhou's concerns. Speaking of that, I've noticed that Xiaohuang has been acting up for the past couple of days. It seems like it's going to molt into an even larger body. You're lucky to own a house that big. If not, you'd face the trouble finding a suitable place to house her. It was obvious that Xiaohuang's maternal instincts to create a new burrow in order to spawn more of her kind had kicked in. Thinking back to the anthill from before, Zhou was reluctant to let her have it her way. That is why Xiaohuang's purpose isn't for you to command her on the battlefield. Instead, she's going to help you grow your strength. Tell me, if that isn't the case, then what else can be the reason for Qi Long to be so envious of you? It is only because of Bai Li's ability that he refrained from messing with you. My advice to you is to hurry up and get stronger, get it? Yeah, I understand now. Zhou nodded. He planned to head back and practice his skills, but right before leaving, he could not stop himself from teasing Qin Feng. Bai Li's ability makes her very powerful too. Still, I see that you don't let her in on your fights that often. Perhaps her function isn't to fight, but to be your lover? Oh, piss off. Ha. Well, guess I'll leave first. Seems like Lin Wui is waiting for his turn to speak with you. Zhou gestured toward the person who was standing not far behind Qin Feng. Lin Wui waited for Zhou to leave before walking toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I really have to thank you this time. Especially after you have allocated the shares to me. Qin Feng's actions gave him a rare sense of belonging. Lin Wui was euphoric after gaining his much-awaited freedom. However, his reintegration into society had been a rocky journey, and he was clueless in the beginning. As mutants were different from ordinary ancient warriors, they could not grow stronger by relying on the cultivation method. Instead, they had to go through changes in their genome in order to get stronger or had experiments done onto them, just like back in the research facility. And since there was no need for Lin Wui to cultivate his strength, he was so bored that his nuts had started hurting. The reason I'm allocating the shares to you is so that you can tear your mind out on making it grow larger. If you're truly bored, then I suggest you go out there and make some dough. So what if you can enhance your ability right now? You'd still be able to upgrade yourself by buying some more runic equipment, don't you think? Well, that's certainly true. Lin Wui nodded in agreement. However, a new idea surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. If that's the case, you should come with me to Sea City in 2 weeks' time. Profits are guaranteed, I should add. Lin Wui smiled cunningly. Of course, I'd like to meet the beauties at Sea City while we're at it. You guys, how could one blame these young men who were full of vigor for thinking about girls? TL note, this is a literal translation. I could technically use bored out of his mind, but the original translation sounds funny as hell. With this thought still on Qin Feng's mind, he turned over to Bai Li, who was soaking in boredom. She made a tiny yawn, like a little puppy but cuter. Haha, I see. At this point, I'm just being a third wheel here. Think I'll go home and surf the bounty hunter network. Lin Wui smiled as he left. Seeing Lin Wui walk off into the distance, Qin Feng made sure the man was out of sight before going over to Bai Li's side. Though, before he had the chance to say anything, his communicator broke the silence as it started ringing. It was the last person Qin Feng would expect a call from at this moment. Yang Sanhu, the general of the Wilderness Rangers. General Yang. Qin Feng greeted the man as soon as his battle-weary face entered the screen. As expected, Yang Sanhu was out in the wilderness. From his screen, Qin Feng observed a thick jungle with granite structures in the background. Mayor Qin. Yang Sanhu responded with a friendly smile. You know me. I never go to church for no particular reason. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Qin Feng was puzzled. Just what incident did Yang Sanhu bump into that he needed help from him? Still, Qin Feng's senses returned to him at lightning speed. Yang Sanhu's wilderness rangers were expediting out in the wild in search of crucial resources. Perhaps they had stumbled upon something impressive? I've sent you a map. Maybe you'd know once you see it. Yang Sanhu was a forthright person and disliked pointless small talk. It did not take long for Qin Feng to receive a short clip on his communicator. Playing the clip, he discovered that it was footage of a small spring with its water flowing out from deep inside the face of a mountain cliff. This spring was by no means large. It was at most 2 meters in diameter and looked like a small pond you would find anywhere in the jungle. However, the thing that caught Qin Feng's attention were the plants that grew around it. E-tier hollow bamboo grass. On the surface, it looked just like a bamboo plant, but in fact, it was a special type of grass that grew to a height of about 1 meter tall. It possessed the purest form of energy in their dimension and could turn into internal strength once ingested as food. It goes without saying that this type of plant would fetch an extremely high price in the market. One shoot alone could sell for up to 3 million yuan, and his entire screen was filled with countless of these shoots. From what he saw, Qin Feng approximated that there were at least 50 of them, meaning that profits might be upwards to hundreds of millions. Qin Feng's mind was still on these bamboo grass shoots, but instead of watching the footage till the end, he quickly returned to the call with Yang Sanhu. I've watched the video. So, what's the difficulty you're facing? For there to be so many of these precious plants in one place, there must be a guardian beast watching over nearby, right? Qin Feng teased. You've got it right, Mayor. We're really in deep SHD now. Yang Sanhu responded smoothly. We've found this treasure here, and yet there is a formidable ultra beast that stands in our way. It's a beast general tier-scaled tiger, in case you're wondering. This is a type of ultra beast akin to a tiger, but covered in a layer of tough scales. It was a ferocious fighter that had breached the E-tier threshold. Only a handful of well-known gunners had lived to tell the tale after taking down such beasts. Human wave tactics against such a creature was an effort in futility. They had tried luring the beast out from the cover of the jungle foliage in order to increase their likelihood of success, all of which were executed under Yang Sanhu's command. It, however, only ended up with the team which was sent to retrieve these shoots being torn to shreds by the scaled tiger. Not only did their operation fail, they even lost a number of good men who were all gobbled up by the darned beast. From then on, Yang Sanhu refrained from taking any more unnecessary risks. There were some things which we found back then, but gave up because we couldn't defeat the guardian beasts. But this time, I don't want to give up something that's right in front of our eyes. After all, we have you on our side this time round, don't we? Yang Sanhu continued. Mayor Qin, be rest assured, I will be more than willing to split the profits in half with you should you come to aid us in our fight. I'll coordinate our attacks with you, and you can keep its carcass after that if you want. To Yang Sanhu, his half was already more than what he asked for. To rake in 80 million in just a single expedition, he would be an overnight billionaire. This was what a true E-tier aptitude user should be earning. Qin Feng's income could be stacked up into a skyscraper, which was downright against God's teachings. And yet, Qin Feng's heart was pumping at the thought of raking in so much cash. Hearing Yin Sanhu's words, his mind was fixated on the things which he apparently gave up on. Though he did not ask about those things. For now, his plan was to cooperate with the general first, to flex his might in front of Yang Sanhu, and the rest should soon follow smoothly. Now, was that not logical? To be honest, Qin Feng knew far more about such discoveries than the general himself. However, he was unable to participate in expeditions that went to places too far away since the world had officially ended. Also, for something so far away, It must have been a significant issue for them to contact Qin Feng. They needed someone with the ability to go with them. Coincidentally, now was the perfect time to master one's ability. Of course, are you guys still there? Yeah, we're still here. Then sit tight. I'm coming for you. I'll give you whatever you ask for. Your help is much appreciated, Mayor Qin. We're cooperating after all. Stop being so courteous, General. The two of them discussed further about their plans, and Yang Sanhu provided a specific location for Qin Feng to head toward. Naturally, Qin Feng planned to have Bai Li tagging along in his journey to the general's current position. If one wanted to grow stronger, then his footsteps must never stop. Bai Li, release the tank. We're heading out into the wilderness. Okay. Bai Li released a lengthened version of a battle tank immediately, onto which the both of them climbed. This may take quite a while. You should go catch some shut-eye at the back. It's no problem. I'll stay up with you. Bai Li was holding a communicator in her hands. She scrolled up and down the screen, fulfilling her crucial duty of filling up the virtual shopping cart. The new address for her shipment had now changed to Fengli Colony. Qin Feng caressed Bai Li's petite face before setting the destination for the battle tank's autopilot system. After he was done with that, he retrieved his own communicator from his pocket. On his end, he watched the entire video that Yang Sanhu had sent him. It was footage taken by a drone in the sky. Entering the lens was the small spring, followed by the hollow bamboo grass. Qin Feng zoomed in on the area closest to the spring. For so many hollow bamboo shoots to grow in a single place, this area must contain a great deal of energy. This should also mean that there are lots of naturally occurring energy gems here. Naturally occurring energy stones were not the type that modern human beings compressed energy out of. These were instead formed from the energy cores of dead ultra beasts which were left untouched by other beasts and were either buried deep underground or left baking under the hot wasteland sun. Because of weathering effects, they would turn into a rock-like entity. The energy contained within these stones could continue flowing never-endingly. It could change the surrounding environment as a result and was a suitable item for cultivation. The energy that humans use today was that which had been artificially compressed. It had even been acknowledged as a pseudo-currency that replaced either gold or silver after the apocalypse. After the process of compression, a 1 centimeter cube would form, and the current market exchange rate was one of these cubes to 10,000 yuan in cash. However, these were exclusively used by high-tier aptitude users, and for transactions under 1 trillion yuan, the communicator alone was more than enough. If there are indeed naturally occurring energy stones here, then we'd really strike it rich. Qin Feng thought to himself. His heart was now a field of flames thinking about all the money. Though, I haven't heard of anyone in Qingbei Colony becoming a billionaire overnight before my rebirth. Perhaps Yang Sanhu missed it, or maybe it's because he didn't have the ability to achieve such a feat then. Qin Feng felt that his theory offered the most plausible answer to his question. I wonder just how big the naturally occurring energy stone is underneath that pool of water. If it isn't too large, maybe I should place it within the manor's garden to cultivate the plants. Qin Feng stopped himself from expecting too much before seeing anything firsthand. There was still the possibility of becoming rich overnight, though. As Qin Feng had set up dark runes around the tank's exterior, the rest of their journey toward Yin Sanhu's coordinates was completely unobstructed, allowing him to continue basking in his thoughts. It was nearly 20 hours of traveling in darkness later that a glow could be seen rising up from the horizon. Qin Feng had finally arrived at the location sent by Yang Sanhu. Poof! A smoke bomb was shot into the sky, leaving a dark trail that contrasted against the bright white sky. This was a warning. Out in the wilderness, black was a color that did not attract the ultra beast's attention, meaning it was suitable to be used as a signal to indicate immediate danger for other human beings. If the person were to not respond immediately, they would soon be met with direct gunfire. Such situations were far from being a rare occurrence. Qin Feng already knew that he was within the wilderness ranger's defensive perimeter, and so, he got down from the vehicle and ordered for Bai Li to tuck it away. As the hover tank descended toward the ground, it quickly became apparent that it would be an extremely difficult task to travel over such a terrain. Of course, that applied only to a normal human being. For Bai Li and Qin Feng, it was the same as walking over a smooth surface. Qin Feng felt someone's consciousness making contact with his own before disappearing quickly, like it had run away out of fear. It did not take long before a large search party appeared in front of them. These men were all wearing full combat fatigues, each with a G-tier runic equipment. They were covered from head to toe in green camouflage, and the weapons they were toting appeared to all be of the same model. The Wilderness Rangers. You've arrived, Mayor Qin. The team moved forward to welcome Qin Feng respectfully. Too respectfully, in fact, as they had developed an inexplicable fear toward the man. If it were yesterday, no one would even know who this Qin Feng character was. All it took was one day for a great deal of them to know of his exploits. It went to the point where the other 4 great colonies had all turned their attention toward Fengli Colony, which had the potential to develop into the strongest colony in the near future. In Xinjiang City, uttering Qin Feng's name was like some sort of a taboo. This was because the people of Xinjiang City feared that the man would someday unleash great havoc upon their city. These were all, in fact, mere speculations, and Qin Feng, being in the eye of the storm, was the least affected by these nonsensical claims. Even till now, nobody had come spying on Qin Feng for intel gathering. If not for Yang Sanhu's request for help, Qin Feng would not even consider leaving the colony. You're pretty fast, aren't you, Mayor Qin? Apologies for inconveniencing you with this matter. Yang Sanhu hurriedly stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Feng. It's my pleasure. I can't leave an army waiting for me now, can I? Finally, a glimmer of hope appeared in Yang Sanhu's eyes, reflecting his growing confidence in Qin Feng. If they were to travel in a straight line, it would not take too long at all to reach their destination. However, being in the wilderness, the terrain and the dense jungle foliage were obstacles that prevented Yang Sanhu from bringing with him too many men. Since they had to take detours around various natural obstacles, their trek would take at least 2 days. Somehow, Qin Feng was able to complete the journey within a single day. To achieve such a feat, his speed must have been incredible. Mayor Qin, you must be dead tired from traveling all the way here. How about you catch some rest? Qin Feng adamantly shook his head. Right now, he could not wait to see what the scene looked like firsthand. No need for that. I rested well in my vehicle the night before. Now that my bones have all loosened up, time for some exercise. Do you need me to gather more men? Yang Sanhu was still quite nervous about the operation. After all, the power of a human paled so much in comparison to an ultra-beast's. Even if Qin Feng had achieved groundbreaking improvements, even if he had brought down the Exine family, it might still be insufficient to take the life of an ultra-beast. However, Yang Sanhu wanted to try his luck, especially after hearing that Qin Feng had defeated the Exine family's contract ultra-beast. That won't be necessary. Bringing me alone will be enough. Qin Feng was not particularly bothered by Yang Sanhu's doubtfulness. After all, this feeling would soon disappear after seeing Qin Feng in action. Very well. Now, follow me, Mayor Qin. Yang Sanhu took the lead and ventured forth into the foliage. It's quite far away. Would you mind if I use my ancient warrior abilities? Qin Feng nodded. Go ahead. Yang Sanhu unleashed his internal strength, which flowed throughout his body. The next step he took was so powerful that the earth cracked open. And so, the speed at which the team was traveling increased by a significant margin. Yang Sanhu's strengthened body allowed him to move forward through the dense jungle swiftly. Disorienting steps. Qin Feng's speed, too, increased drastically. However, the manner in which he gained speed was not through his legs moving faster, but rather through constantly shifting his position. Unleashing his internal strength completely, Qin Feng's speed matched that of the generals. Bali did not possess such tricks. However, being a Beast King tier entity herself, she was able to float effortlessly behind the duo, propelling herself forward by kicking the ground, where an immense amount of internal strength would shoot out. It took them nearly 10 minutes of traveling before reaching an even denser part of the jungle. This is it. The territory of that scaled tiger, Yang Sanhu announced to the team. His steps had grown noticeably more cautious as he shuffled between the trees. The scaled tiger was the overlord here. Anything that dared enter its hunting grounds would automatically become its prey regardless of its species. Qin Feng spread his consciousness throughout the jungle. There were quite a few ultra beasts roaming around the place, but none of them were as strong as the scaled tiger. Of course, this meant that they did not pose too much of a threat to the Wilderness Rangers too. I've found it, Qin Feng said as he lifted his leg. The scaled tiger was still having its breakfast. It was an F-tier black bear. In the eyes of the scaled tiger, however, this was nothing but an appetizer. Perhaps in its previous hunts, there had been no other ultra beast that challenged its position in this part of the jungle. What the scaled tiger did not expect was for human beings to make their appearance in its territory. Human skin was easy to tear through, and their flesh was tender. It was indeed a delicacy in comparison to its usual prey. The scaled tiger licked its scale-covered face and slowly got up from its half-eaten meal. An additional side dish of human flesh sounded delicious. Roar! The tiger had its eyes locked onto Qin Feng. In the next moment, it sprung forth like a compressed spring, pouncing toward him. Qin Feng, on the other hand, did not even flinch. Channeling internal strength into his fists, he raised his arm at the incoming predator. Boom! The sound of an explosion filled the air. Qin Feng's fist created an afterimage from the sheer force of his punch, which then expanded to 10 times its original size and swept toward the scaled tiger like a typhoon. The scaled tiger hesitated while attacking, as if sensing some great danger heading its way. With its claws retracted, a similar explosion, but of a metallic green color, filled the air. Boom! As the two clashed, a series of eardrum-bursting explosions rang out. Yang Sanhu, who arrived one step too late to the fight, observed the fight unfold between man and beast. In the end, it was the scaled tiger that scurried away from the battlefield. Qin Feng gave chase to the escapee. Out of panic, the scaled tiger dodged from tree to tree. Roar! The scaled tiger roared wildly as the scales on its body grew denser by the second. Coming from an otherworldly plane, this beast general had a powerful energy core that was of the metal attribute. As the number of scales increased, the body of the scaled tiger, too, grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, the scaled tiger grew to a height of a 2-story building, which was about 5 meters tall. With such a thick layer of armored scales, internal strength would no longer be able to penetrate the layer and inflict injuries on the tiger. Its combat capability surged with its sudden growth in size too. Standing underneath its hulking body, Qin Feng looked like a harmless ant waiting to be torn apart. Roar! It opened its gigantic maw. Then, the scaled tiger charged toward Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng did not stand there stubbornly. Nimbly, he dodged to the side, away from the beast's attack. Phantom motion steps. Qin Feng turned into an afterimage and disappeared from where he stood. The scaled tiger's tail passed straight through the illusion and slammed into a giant tree that stretched 20 meters into the canopy. Crack! The tree was bent in half at the trunk, which was its thickest part. Slowly, it came crashing down toward the jungle floor. In the blink of an eye, dust and leaves filled the air, blinding everyone on the scene. The scaled tiger charged mindlessly in every direction, hoping to mow down Qin Feng in its path. Qin Feng knew well that internal strength was completely useless against such an opponent. Fire Dragon attack. Qin Feng's consciousness surged madly. In the world of consciousness, a fire dragon spiraled into the skies above the diamond planet, crossing dimensions into Qin Feng's reality. In the next moment, a massive dragon materialized out of thin air, wrapping itself around Qin Feng's body. Pointing its head toward the heavens, it shot up vertically. Due to the extreme temperature radiating from ground zero, the surrounding greenery burst into flames. Within a split second, the jungle was turned into what could only be described as a sea of flames. Go! Qin Feng called out as he pointed toward the scaled tiger. The fire dragon responded with a deafening shriek as it swooped down toward its target. The scaled tiger's hulking frame made itself an easy target for the fire dragon, which unendingly spewed forth jets of flames at the scaly beast. While the scaled tiger was able to tank its attack, the sheer force from the fire blast pushed it nearly 20 meters back from where it originally stood. Its claws, which dug into the ground as it was forcefully pushed backward, created deep, visible trenches in the jungle floor. The trees around it had been burnt to the point where they had become pure black charcoal, creating a wide, dark streak that divided the jungle canopy into two. Roar! The two beasts clashed once more, their ear-splitting roars shaking the earth. Tall trees that stood around these ferocious monsters fell one by one, sending gray ashes that littered the jungle floor into the air. Yang Sanhu, who was taken aback by the scaled tiger's intimidating presence, was unable to participate in the battle. This Yang Sanhu was at a loss for words. In his previous battles with the scaled tiger, never once had he seen it balloon up into such a size. Its combat power now was multitudes more than what he detected in their previous fights. And yet, its previous form was more than enough to send him and his team running for their lives. In its current form, the scaled tiger only needed to swipe once with its massive dagger-like claws at Yang Sanhu to take his life. However, despite it being such a ferocious E-tier beast general, Qin Feng was still able to maintain the upper hand in battle and even managed to make it back away in fear. Qin Feng's combat power must have been sky-high, more than that of the scaled tiger, in order to do such a thing. Yang Sanhu was in awe. A prophetic child. Is Qin Feng what they call a prophetic child? Thinking about Qin Feng's age and his current might on the battlefield, it was truly shocking to the core. Any regular E-tier aptitude user challenging a beast general all by himself was basically signing his own death warrant. To take down such a monster, one needed at least 100 well-coordinated men to strike at it simultaneously. Of course, for elite soldiers who were more or less on par with regular E-tier aptitude users, a platoon-sized team could quite possibly bring down the same monster. But right now, Qin Feng was fighting alone and was still able to crush his opponent. A heat wave swept once more across the jungle floor, forcing Yang Sanhu to fall back 100 meters or so. On the battlefield, the area where Qin Feng and the scaled tiger were fighting was now burned completely white-hot. I'd like to see how long you can last. Qin Feng muttered to himself. On the other side, the fire dragon shrieked like a banshee as it dug its claws into the scaled tiger's body. Roar! The scaled tiger went berserk. It tossed around wildly in an attempt to get away from the fire dragon's death grip. At this moment, its scales started glowing ruby red. From afar, it looked just like metal that had been removed from a fiery furnace, glowing red-hot. As the scaled tiger roared the second time, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to strike down on his foe. Raising his hand, he yelled out, "Fire beam!" A precise ray of fire shot into the scaled tiger's open maw, cooking it from inside out. Boom! A dull explosion filled the humid jungle air. The body of the scaled tiger, which writhed around in pain, struggled until it was completely motionless on the ground. The earth, which shook as it struggled, had also finally come to a rest. Return. The massive fire dragon that was circling in the sky above transformed into a line of flaming runes. Like a flowing red stream, it returned to Qin Feng's body through the area between his brows. The surrounding ground was still burning, but the dying flames, too, formed into fire-red runes and slowly evaporated into the air. The only thing left on the battlefield was a layer of ash that caked the ground. Realizing that the battle had ended, Yang Sanhu came running toward Qin Feng's position. At ground zero, the colossal scaled tiger lay dead on the ground. Its body was still covered in a heavy layer of armor-like scales. Holding the verdant emperor saber in his hands, Qin Feng smashed down on these metallic scales, which clanged as it fell off the tiger's body. Seconds later, these scales faded away into nothingness. These were all made up by energy, manipulated by the tiger's own runes. Once the energy was lost, its protective outer layer would soon follow. It did not take long for the beast general to be left completely exposed on the ground. The mouth-watering smell of cooked meat soon filled their senses. Under continuous fiery attacks, the metallic scale layer that was supposed to protect the beast had turned into a makeshift oven that baked the tiger alive. The temperature within must have been incredibly high, as even its skull had burst open, which presumably was the final blow that took its life. The scaled tiger was now edible as was. "Whoa, that smells delish." Bailey walked over with glowing eyes. "Mayor Qin, you truly are a godsend," Yang Sanhu said excitedly. To kill off the beast general in such an effortless manner. To Yang Sanhu, this beast general was no joke, as it had already killed off 20-odd men from his team. It was nothing. "I'll take whatever I need from its body. You should have its meat, General." "Haha, that's all that I could ever ask for," Yang Sanhu responded. "Give me a sec, I'll clean it right up." Qin Feng skillfully removed the remaining scales using the blade of his saber. These were undoubtedly going to fetch a high price if sold at the market. The Ultra Beast's energy core was around the size of a human fist and was found in its cranium. Carefully lifting the core out of its head, Qin Feng tucked it away safely alongside the beast's scales. After that, there was the scaled tiger's claws as well as its tail to be removed. As a whole, Qin Feng estimated that these items could get him 10 to 20 million yuan. While it was certainly a great amount for a single person, if it were the team effort of, say, 100 men, it would be a measly amount for any E-tier user when divided up. And so, it took an awful lot of time for an E-tier user to advance into D-tier. After dealing with all the sellable items, Qin Feng proceeded to carve up the scaled tiger. He made sure to slice a piece of meat for Bai Li to enjoy first before fixing breakfast for their team. Now that the scaled tiger problem was resolved, Yang Sanhu could not wait to bring Qin Feng and Bai Li over to the spot where the hollow bamboo grass grew. It was located at the foot of a mountain where only a fraction of sunlight broke through the dense forest canopy. A large boulder had formed into the face of a cliff from which cool mountain water flowed out into the little pool where the bamboo grass grew. If not for the scaled tiger guarding this area, this spot would have turned into a top-tier breeding ground for aquatic creatures. Of course, if that were to happen, the hollow bamboo grass would have to be sacrificed to make way for these creatures. While the scaled tiger was a true carnivore, it would still consume the hollow bamboo grass from time to time. Though, the beast general probably disliked its taste, as only a tiny portion of these bamboo grass was eaten. This led to the hollow bamboo grass being preserved for Qin Feng and Co to harvest. Mayor Qin, the grand total comes up to 56 stalks. Praise the Lord. Yang Sanhu was euphoric. The wilderness rangers had truly struck gold this time. Right. I'll deal with my portion on my own. I'm planning to transport it back to Fengli Colony. Sure thing. Would you like me to get someone to help you? It's not a problem. I'm fine on my own. Yang Sanhu no longer kept up the courteous act. He hurried over and slashed down his half of the hollow bamboo grass. Qin Feng remained silent as he did his job. Using the verdant emperor saber, he separated the stalks from the soil. A large number of them still had bits of dirt attached to their roots, but he stored them into his spatial runic equipment regardless. After completing their bountiful harvest, Yang Sanhu and Qin Feng set forth on their return journey. Throughout their time spent around that area, never once did Yang Sanhu pay attention to the pool of water. This half-month's worth of trekking and fighting finally paid off, haha. Yang Sanhu said with a beaming smile on his face. Their cooperation this time had seen Qin Feng unleash his full potential on the battlefield, hence Yang Sanhu treated him warmly. At the same time, the general started pondering upon something after seeing Qin Feng in action. Mayor Qin, do you have anything you'd be busy with lately? Not much, really. Though, I will be going to Sea City to attend one of Wanzhong's auctions. Qin Feng replied. Yang Sanhu shifted in his seat. Mayor Qin, you know that I've been roaming in the wilderness for many years, so I know a bunch of good places that I was unable to reach due to my own shortcomings. Would you like to accompany me to these places? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for the general to say this. I'd love to, but still, how would the loot be divided? Yang Sanhu's brows became knitted once he heard Qin Feng's question, but in the end, he sighed in defeat. I won't be able to reach these places without Mayor Qin, so I'm thinking of an 8:2 distribution. Of course, I'll be taking the smaller portion. This proposition, considering how many men were under Yang Sanhu's command, was not bad at all. Deal. Yang Sanhu raised his cup happily and downed a shot with Qin Feng. The wilderness rangers, too, were celebrating. Although they were clueless as to how Qin Feng was able to take down the seemingly undefeatable scaled tiger, their doubt faded away upon hearing Yang Sanhu's promise of a sizable reward for each of them. The rangers went on to host a noisy feast, even though it was only noontime when the general returned. After the meal, Yang Sanhu suggested that Qin Feng get some rest. The general did not know the extent to which Qin Feng had mastered his absorption skill. He thought that Qin Feng must have expanded a lot of energy during the fight, and the most important thing after using up so much consciousness was to get some quality rest. At least, that was what applied to him. Qin Feng did not refute the general's advice and agreed to unwind for the rest of the day. As night fell, the wilderness rangers remained vigilant, constantly on the lookout for any ultra beast that may come sneaking into their campsite. Even so, Qin Feng and Bai Li slipped quietly between the sentries on duty and left the camp undetected. With Bai Li's spatial manipulation, their journey, which would originally take 10 minutes to complete, took merely 3 minutes. Under the pitch-dark sky, Qin Feng stood beside the small pool of water. His vision was, however, unaffected by the darkness of night. Instead, his vision was as clear as day owing to his unique ability. Qin Feng's consciousness was at its peak after all. Reaching his hands into the cool spring water, he let loose his consciousness, scanning through the entire body of liquid. The bottom of the pool was perfectly flat, and there were visible traces of human activity from the past. It was obvious that this was not Yang Sanhu's doing, though it was his loss for not noticing this pool. Qin Feng raised his cupped hands and sipped a mouthful of this spring water. It tasted naturally sweet, like nectar. As they say, only those who are capable can get good stuff in life. Qin Feng's consciousness erupted as a slight smile broke across his face. In Qin Feng's eyes, his surroundings had started turning transparent and were going through energization. The way he looked at things changed the moment he gulped down the spring water. The ground surface appeared to be in a completely different state. Even the creatures that were burrowed underground had become visible. While the body of water was devoid of anything special, apart from the water flowing into the pool from above, there was another stream flowing into the pool underneath the water's surface. Following it upstream, this water flowed in a winding fashion, and further away, there appeared to be water that dripped down from a source intermittently. Seeing through the granite, Qin Feng noticed glowing white balls that were of varying sizes. They shone brightly, and warm energy constantly radiated from their cores. Some threads of energy seemed to have flowed into the aforementioned stream and hence ended up in the pool of water. Qin Feng's previous guess was proven wrong. Before this, he thought that there were certain things underneath the pool, but that obviously was wrong, and instead, this thing was located on the opposite side of the cliff, within a large cave opening. It was at least 50 meters away from this pool and would be impossible to find using even the most high-tech search instruments. Apart from that, there was no gunner or ability user in the wilderness rangers that had a consciousness strong enough to locate the source of this energy. Qin Feng had found this thing before anyone could. Bailey, in this direction, there's a cavern. I need you to bring us there. With Bailey around, Qin Feng could appear almost anywhere. With the point of a finger, Bailey could already feel what he was talking about and subsequently shifted their position over to the specified cavern. Immediately after their teleportation, even the faint moonlight that was shining above the jungle was nowhere to be seen. They were in a pitch-black underground structure, and the sound of water flowing could be heard somewhere nearby. Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness. Even in such a place, Qin Feng's surroundings were like from before, as clear as day. They were standing in the middle of what was once a gigantic underground river that had now dried up into a stream that did not even reach the width of a human palm. This, however, was not the most eye-catching thing. This was also another place, an equally gigantic cemetery. Of course, it was not a cemetery for humans, but instead, a cemetery for fishes. As his surroundings entered into Qin Feng's view, he quickly analyzed it with his consciousness. His pupils constricted. With large strides, he walked quickly over to the side of the cavern, paying no attention to the bumpy surface underneath his feet. There appeared to be a large crack on the rocky wall, but it was not a result of some natural phenomenon. Bailey, come take a look at this. Bailey skipped over, dodging the fishy fossils that stood in her way. Hubby, this is a spatial rift that appeared a long time ago. Though, no worries, it'll close up soon. Bailey answered a question that was never asked. Qin Feng picked up a small shell off the ground, and lo and behold, it was an ultra beast. Silver pearl. Qin Feng's eyes glimmered. It was an E-tier ultra beast commonly found in large oceans, but was harmless for the most part. Apart from its extremely hard outer shell, it did not and could not attack humans. What it could do, however, was produce energy pearls, and each one could be sold for up to 30,000 yuan. It was like picking money up from the curbside. At least, that was what Qin Feng thought when he picked up the ultra beast. The rift opened up within a mountain, letting loose countless marine creatures into this place. As the water gradually dried up, however, these creatures, having lost their means to survive, perished alongside the underground river. The details on how they came about were irrelevant to Qin Feng. The only thing in his mind right now was profit. Using his consciousness, Qin Feng levitated every item within the cavern that was radiating energy into the air. Rise! In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with countless little things. A majority of them were white rock-like things which were presumably fossilized energy stones. However, they were surprisingly small, only around the size of a thumbnail. Such a naturally occurring energy stone did not contain a lot of energy, but it could be sold for a lot more in comparison to an energy crystal. At the very least, they were around 30,000 to 50,000 each. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 of them. Millions in profit. Rise once more. Qin Feng's consciousness grabbed at whatever it could detect. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. It went to the point where he could no longer contain his excitement. There were some that had energy restraints in their transformation process into energy stones, but they were good to Qin Feng nonetheless. What's this? A fish tooth? It's an E-tier material? Whoa, look at the size of this fish scale. So many shells. It's such a shame that they're dead. Qin Feng kept searching through the items. His loot littered the cavern floor, and they were all pretty neat stuff. Qin Feng's eyes stopped at a massive skeleton on the ground in front of him. It was glowing white amidst the darkness. The skeleton was distinct from other fossils in that it was completely intact, whereas the others had already powderized a long time ago. In fact, it was even exuding a strong aura. D-tier. Qin Feng was able to make out its potential within a second. He checked his surroundings briefly. Underneath the fish skeleton, there were palm-sized scales all over the floor, some of which were in contact with the tiny stream. And around said area, the water contained so much energy that it was frightening. Turns out, this was where the energy which fueled the hollow bamboo shoot's growth originated from. Qin Feng picked the fish scale off the floor. The moment he made physical contact with the piece of scale, he could feel the overwhelming amount of energy that was contained within. King tier. This must have been a massive beast king. Theoretically speaking, even if it were an aquatic creature, a beast king could survive for extended periods of time away from water. What was more, these granite walls should pose little to no resistance to its ability to pass through. However, Qin Feng soon found the reason for this beast king's demise. Backing away, he discovered that what laid in front of him was just the tail end of the creature's entire body. The frontmost section of the skeleton appeared to have been crushed by something immensely powerful. It must have been sliced in half by the spatial rift. As if she could read Qin Feng's mind, Bai Li's suggestion mirrored what he deduced had happened to this unfortunate beast king. I understand now. It was exactly like what had happened in the Zima Mountains. A great number of zombies were unable to return to their realm as they too were sliced in half at the waist as the spatial rift closed shut. Perhaps the Beast King was slightly more intelligent. It must have sensed that something was wrong with the spatial rift and attempted to crawl back where it came from, but that was precisely when disaster struck, leaving its severed tail here in this granite prison. And after eons had come to pass, it was Qin Feng's destiny to reap the precious resource, left behind at the Beast King's expense. Qin Feng immediately ordered for Bai Li to tuck away the goods, freeing his hands so he could scan the cavern one more time. There seemed to be nothing else here that could top the value of his previous find. But that was enough. Qin Feng's thirst for profit had, for now, been satisfied. It was a great harvest today. At Qin Feng's current level, he would still have to practice extreme caution when facing off with an E-tier Beast King. If his enemy was D-tier and above, a fight would be completely out of the question. This was where the fish skeleton came into play. It was an integral part that would enable him to defeat much stronger opponents in the future. After leaving the cavern, Qin Feng peered downstream of the pool. There was a tiny stream around which plants grew thick and succulent, as if injected with tons of steroids. They were a stark contrast from the surrounding jungle plants, most of which had been harvested, presumably by the wilderness rangers. There did not seem to be a whole lot more for Qin Feng to scavenge. Thus he brought Bai Li back to Yangsanhu and his troops' campsite. On the second day, Qin Feng woke up in his usual manner, as if nothing had happened the night before. The wilderness rangers were, of course, completely oblivious to the fact that they had missed out on the chance to strike it rich. Qin Feng received an invitation to Yang Sanhu's command center. Not long after, they were already deep into a conversation in a hover tank that was moving swiftly across the jungle floor. Because you said you were going over to see City, I've made some alterations to the direction which we're going to travel in. It'll be easier for you to reach there. Yang Sanhu produced a map from his pocket, on which there were some markings on certain points. On this point nearest to us, I bumped into a large bush of man-eating vines, but the place seems to be chock full of valuable resources. Though, because of the vine's existence, it has become something like a hunting park where humans are the prey. I've even received reports of an F-tier yellow wasp king roaming around the area. If not for those darn man-eating vines, I would have rushed toward that point. It was not that Yang Sanhu did not try using glider wings or flying devices in an attempt to get past the predators. Sending a lone E-tier aptitude user to face an F-tier beast king was almost impossible to pull off successfully, especially after considering the fact that these man-eating vines could throw their opponents off with psychedelic poisoning. He had no choice but to give up the fight. And here, I suspect that this mountain was teleported here from another plane through a spatial rift. It's very likely that you're going to find rare metal deposits as part of its makeup. Unfortunately, there lives a group of otherworldly entities on this mountain, the rock-skinned people to be exact. There's a herd of silver-horned buffaloes here. As you probably know, they're covered in a layer of precious gems, which could all be sold for 3 to 4 million on the market. However, I'm scared of provoking them. My men and I would all surely be crushed if they start stampeding. Yang Sanhu introduced the first 3 points, all of which covered relatively large portions of the jungle. Danger lurked around every corner in the wilderness. Yang Sanhu might appear to be quite the joker the way he spoke, but every year, he would patrol around this jungle, on the lookout for any changes that might turn out to be an existential threat to Qingbei Colony. Qingbei Colony's location overlapped with Qingyang cities and could be considered as cannon fodder for the main city should all hell break loose. Hence, the danger they faced was greater than any place else. I don't think these will all be a problem for me. Very well, we'll head straight for the first one. My men will follow behind to clean up the battlefield. Roger that. It turned out to be a win-win situation for the both of them. 8 days later, Qin Feng and the rest of their team were now deep in the wild heartlands. Where he stood, it was a great distance away from Qingbei Colony. In fact, they would bump into a new micro-colony if they were to travel forward for 3 days' time. Of course, the micro-colony and its people were clueless that the silver-horned buffaloes were roaming so close to their settlement only 3 months ago. They would stay that way forever too. Under the setting sun, the sound of metal slicing through flesh echoed through the orange sky. Qin Feng was covered in blood from head to toe. The massive buffaloes already had him encircled and were currently charging toward him. However, no matter how many times they tried, they just could not get him pinned between their pointy horns. Disorienting steps. Qin Feng dodged the combined attacks of the buffalo herd. The verdant emperor saber he was clutching was continually waved around in the air. A blade of flame rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, yet another silver-horned buffalo fell to Qin Feng's attack. Facing Qin Feng's relentless attacks, the buffalo herd was being whittled down fast. In order to avoid damaging the precious gems on their body, Qin Feng refrained from summoning the fire dragon to battle. Instead, the only thing that he was using during the fight was the verdant emperor saber. The star-steel amalgamation paid off in this fight. It increased the sharpness of the saber's blade quite significantly, allowing Qin Feng to slice through the E-tier ultra beasts effortlessly like a hot knife through butter. At this point, Qin Feng had already gone numb from all the killing. This feeling reminded him of the time before his rebirth. He lashed out ruthlessly in the middle of the herd, like an unsinkable boat or an invincible piece of rock. As night fell, Qin Feng's combat power only grew stronger. Dark Shroud, lending the night sky's color, dark runes materialized around these silver-horned buffaloes, turning the entire battlefield into a slaughterhouse. Thud! One of the bulls was decapitated in an instant. Its lumbering body jerked once before smashing into the ground dead. Qin Feng waved the verdant emperor saber, but instead of striking at his enemies, he sliced down through empty air. Around him, only the slain carcasses of the buffaloes remained. Yang Sanhu emerged from the shadows. Mayor Qin, are you all right? Yang Sanhu was well known for being a meathead, but seeing Qin Feng covered entirely in blood, he unexpectedly felt his knees buckle. Emerging fresh out from the massacre, Qin Feng was still emanating a murderous aura which would make even the manliest of all men feel fear. No problem. I'm going to clean myself up. Send your men to clear this place. Qin Feng spoke while walking toward a nearby river. Huh. Manipulating the cool river water, Qin Feng washed off the buffalo blood that had caked up all over his skin before slowly loosening up. With 7 or 8 days of continuous slaughter, this was definitely the first time he had exerted so much combat power after his rebirth. Though, this kind of fighting only served to increase Qin Feng's fleshly strength and nothing else. I still need quite a lot more strength. Thank God for Sea City's upcoming auction. Qin Feng thought to himself. His fighting spirit was burning stronger than ever. Tweaking his internal strength, the water that clung onto his body turned into steam and evaporated off. Then, Qin Feng made his way back to the Wilderness Rangers' temporary campsite. For fear of attracting other predators to their camp, these men quickly let the blood out of these buffaloes and carved them up in a timely fashion. It did not take them too long before the processing of these 300 silver-horned buffaloes reached its end phase, which was dealt with by a beloved F-tier water attributability user. After a night of sorting, everything was divided up equally, and Qin Feng was given 80% of his promised share. For the items that were too large for him to carry alone, like buffalo meat, he had the Rangers help ship them back to Fengli Colony. Mayor Qin, what a shame you have to go. Here's to hoping that we'll be able to go out like this sometime in the future. Yang Sanhu was visibly reluctant to send Qin Feng off. After all, throughout the time Qin Feng worked alongside the Wilderness Rangers, they had surprisingly suffered 0 casualties, which was definitely a rare sight to behold. The hardest pill to swallow was the fact that virtually all kills were carried out by Qin Feng alone. While a large portion of the loot was reserved for Qin Feng, the Wilderness Rangers were still able to rake in 300 million in total, which was the same amount as what they had earned in their previous year. Though, after dividing the total sum up, the amount each ranger got was rather insignificant. Still, Qin Feng's performance on the field earned the respect of these Wilderness Rangers. I can guarantee that there will be more opportunities to join forces in the future. Are you really not going to attend the auction at Sea City? Qin Feng asked the general. Yang Sanhu had amassed quite a number of precious items this time round. With capital in his hands, the general indeed wanted to attend the auction together with Qin Feng. After a second of hesitation, Yang Sanhu shook his head. Forget it. I still have a lot of mouths to feed. I'll have to pass this time. Yang Sanhu replied with a disappointed look on his face. Qin Feng patted his shoulder, but said nothing more. Some people might not even have stumbled upon such an opportunity even after working their butts off for their entire life. All right, you don't need to send me off. See you around. Yep, careful of your surroundings. Yang Sanhu stared blankly at Qin Feng's hover tank as it floated into the sky. Something was not right. It was as if he had missed out on something big. Though, he had no explanation for why he felt that way. He could only shake his head helplessly and sigh at himself for making things up in his mind. His sixth sense was right, though. He had indeed missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but was completely in the dark about it. Now, there was less than 10 days' time before the end of the month approaches. 3 days later, there was nothing in Sea City that suggested that winter had arrived. Because of their close proximity to the sea, the winds that blew from offshore meant that the climate here was like spring all year round, something which was welcomed by many. Sunshine here shone brighter than anywhere else. The only downside was that there were always ultra beasts emerging from the depths of the ocean floor. Without a doubt, this was the most prosperous city among the 3 largest surviving cities. As Qin Feng's lengthened hover tank entered the main freeway, more and more hover tanks entered into view. Ordinary pedestrians would glance at the traffic from time to time, but one could notice from their eyes that they had become long accustomed to such a sight. This was because the number of people entering the city had spiked significantly as of late. People from the big 3 cities, the leaders of different colonies, as well as E-tier aptitude users, here to attend the auction added up to at least 100 men. Naturally, such a sight would develop into an attention magnet. Today was, in fact, the first day of the auction hosted by Wanzhong organization. This event was, however, exclusively attended by G-tier and F-tier aptitude users. Qin Feng assigned Xue Xingfu the task of dealing with large-scale deals, reflecting his trust in the man's ability when it came to business negotiations. Appearing in the most luxurious hotel lobby within Sea City was Qin Feng and Bai Li. Moments later, they had captured the attention of the honored guests gathered there for the day. A number of them had even started speculating about who they were. Handsome, masculine and brimming with power. Such bedazzling eyes. They made one want to gaze into them forever, but they also appeared slightly defensive. Sir, this is your room card. Do keep it safe with you. We have an all-day buffet you can enjoy free of charge, or if you'd like, you can order anything on the menu which would be delivered straight to your doorstep. Your stay will be completely paid for by the Wanzhong organization, including any additional entertainment services. The girl working the front desk smiled sweetly at Qin Feng and placed the room card between a fancy greeting card. There was already a series of communicator numbers scribbled down on the back of this card for Qin Feng's use. Thank you, Qin Feng said as he passed the card over to Bai Li for safekeeping. Hubby, I saw a beach back there. I can finally put to use my new swimsuit. Let's go sunbathing after this, okay? Qin Feng smiled back at her. Sure thing. Change into your swimsuit before we do that. Unbeknownst to Bai Li, there was a certain someone looking at her as she pranced around Qin Feng playfully. Looking at their backs as the couple walked up the stairs to their room, the front desk girl could not help but feel a little envious of Bai Li. Golden sand as fine as powder, paired with crystal clear seawater. The beach was packed with pretty young ladies, all wearing showy bikinis which definitely made the already beautiful view even more mesmerizing. As soon as they entered their room, Bai Li changed into a snow-white bikini before Qin Feng could count to 3. She was wearing the skimpy type of bikini that showed off her perfect, hourglass figure. Her voluptuous chest was further given more emphasis by her microscopic top, enough to send blood gushing out of many young men's noses. As if that was not enchanting enough, she wrapped herself with a semi-transparent golden dress-like veil that shimmered under the sunlight. Shining a golden color under the sun, she appeared almost like an angel's halo on the beach. She was just so eye-catching. This magical-looking veil was, to the trained eye, obviously made out of a yellow queen ant's wings. If Zhou Hao were to know about this, he would undoubtedly start foaming at the mouth. That was, after all, his lovely Xiao Huang's wings. Qin Feng did not spare Bai Li's veil too much attention. He had known her long enough that her actions did not surprise him. What caught his attention, however, was how seductive she appeared in that outfit. He, on the other hand, was miles below what Bai Li looked like. Qin Feng threw on an inconspicuous pair of blue shorts, and after slipping on a pair of flip-flops, he headed out with Bai Li to the center of Sea City. It looked almost like the apocalypse was non-existent. Everything seemed as peaceful as it gets. Lying there leisurely on the deck chair, Qin Feng blocked out the blinding sunlight with a pair of sunglasses. The past few days of non-stop fighting which filled his bones with the stench of death had seemingly all been washed away by the blue skies and white clouds. Qin Feng, it really is you. Huh? A voice came from nearby. Qin Feng instinctively looked over to find a familiar face staring back at him. He was Tan Yu of the Zhongqing organization. Tan Yu, so you've come today. Qin Feng did not find his presence here surprising. For such a grand event, a number of other large organizations would also be participating too. I've heard that you did well in Han Town, and you're an E-tier user now. There was an inquisitive look in Tan Yu's eyes. After all, when they met a month ago, Qin Feng was just another uncertified F-tier user. It was unheard of for someone to grow so much within such a short time frame. Yeah, the commander of Fu City really saved my ass that time. That's great, isn't it? Tan Yu chose his words carefully when speaking with Qin Feng. However, there was still a sense of admiration in his voice. Perhaps he detected a bit of boredom in Qin Feng, who had been lying there quietly on his deck chair. Would you like me to get you some girls? If you'd like, I can even find you a girl who's never been touched before. I have my connections here in Sea City after all. What would he do with the girl? A voice came asking from behind. Tan Yu turned around to see Bai Li's figure, almost blinded in the process by her shiny veil. Bai Li's face was unforgettable, even for those who had never seen her before. Tan Yu, of course, recognized her immediately. Seeing her extravagant swimsuit, he could not help but think that Qin Feng was spoiling his little girlfriend rotten. His mouth twitched awkwardly after being caught red-handed by Bai Li. Hurriedly, he waved his hand in the air. It's nothing. I swear it's nothing. Bai Li glared at Tan Yu. Damn. She would be the most enchanting girl in the world at times, and some days she would be sharper than a knife. Hubby, let's go play beach volleyball together. Bai Li dragged Qin Feng away from Tan Yu as she pointed toward a group of people behind her. They invited us to a game. Qin Feng's face darkened after seeing who she was pointing to. The three men looked almost in their 20s. All three of them had hazel-colored tan skin and their muscles were well-proportioned, as if they had been working out to chisel out their bodies, and they were also extraordinarily handsome. Upon closer inspection, their eyebrows were arched and well-trimmed. It was true that Sea City was a city that was full of beautiful chicks, and there were also rich women amongst the female aptitude users. It was just unexpected that these men would try to hit on Bai Li, perhaps for her money. Qin Feng abruptly stood up at once and accepted the invitation for the match. Fine, let's play then. The men saw that Qin Feng was dressed in plain, ordinary clothes, but the communicator he held in his hand looked expensive. On the contrary, Bai Li's dress was glimmering and flashing with expensive taste, which shouted, "I'm a rich chick." The difference between the two was too immense. The three men stared at each other. All of them were thinking that Qin Feng was Bai Li's boy toy. The three immediately formed into a unified line, showing hostility toward Qin Feng. Naturally, Bai Li wanted to team up with Qin Feng, but Tan Yu, who was watching by the side, was also dragged into the match. This meant that the three hunks would form the other team. All of them looked very confident. Not too bad this way. That female aptitude user will soon witness our gallant and impressive skills. Try to spike more accurately with more force, and try to aim at that pretty boy's face. His presence here is rubbing me the wrong way. Don't worry, I'll surely give him a taste of my fiery spike right on the face. The three hunks quietly planned their mischief. Little did they know that everything they said was all heard by Qin Feng. The volleyball was first passed to Bai Li to let her serve. She knew how to control her swing well. The ball was served and the match had started. One of the hunks on the opposite side of the court kneeled as he received the serve. He easily hit the ball and let it steadily rise upward. In the next moment, another handsome hunk was already leaping up high before the net, and he spiked the ball with all his might. He was aiming toward the seemingly idling Qin Feng. The hunk on the other side of the court smiled, as though he was watching a good show. It was as if he was already imagining the scene where Qin Feng's nose was bleeding from being hit by the volleyball. And even if Qin Feng tried to block the spike, the tremendous force would cause the volleyball to rebound and fly away. And then Qin Feng would have to pick up the ball from a distance. Bam! To their surprise, Qin Feng cupped both of his palms and gently dragged up both arms. The ball was well received, and it flew straight up into the air. Qin Feng jumped up high and spiked the ball with a powerful swing. The volleyball flew over the net, and it was heading toward the hunk who spiked the ball before. That person did not even expect the ball to fly so fast, and it was already too late to block the spike. Bam! The sound the ball made when it landed on the hunk was a tad bit too loud. He was knocked backward by the force and his but crashed onto the sand. The ball rebounded and shot up into the sky. The two other hunks had their sights locked onto the ball. One of them dashed for it, and he hit the ball to bring it back into the court. The hunk who fell to the ground only felt a slight pain on his forehead. To his surprise, it was not much of a problem, so he joined the match again. The corners of Tan Yu's lips twitched. He could see that a visible bruise was starting to quickly form on the hunk's forehead. Bai Li laughed as the ball was passed to their side. Bam! Qin Feng flicked his wrist as he went for a murderous spike. The boy toy on the opposite court received the spike, and his arm was immediately swollen from the forceful impact. Bam! Qin Feng had his hands over the net, ready to block the spike. The ball hit his arm and bounced back, hitting the boy toy right in the eye socket. Bam! 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 After playing for half an hour, the players from the opposite side of the court were exhausted even though they had worked out and trained their stamina. On the contrary, Bai Li's team seemed to have not played enough and wanted more. All right, no more playing. You guys are impossible to beat. The three of them understood the basics of volleyball matches. Volleyball scores aren't based on how chiseled your muscles are. Look, we actually scored more than you guys. Bai Li sighed as she gave the three hunks a look of pity. Qin Feng let out a hearty laugh. He took out a stack of cash as he walked over to them. Go see a doctor later. Or else, I'm afraid all of you wouldn't be able to seduce any sugar mummies in the future, said Qin Feng as he wrapped his arms around Bai Li's waist, and they walked away. Tan Yu almost cried laughing as he watched this scene happen. This showed that Qin Feng was actually quite jealous. The three hunks had not understood what Qin Feng meant. They turned to each other and jumped in horror. Why is your face disfigured? Are you talking about yourself? Your face looks miserable. FCK? We've been played. Wait, how did that guy make money out of thin air? He didn't even put his hands inside his pockets. No, it can't be. He was using his spatial rune equipment. All three of them swallowed hard on their saliva. In other words, that guy earlier was actually an aptitude user? At that moment, they suddenly felt a chill gliding down their backs, and they started to have cold sweat even though it was a hot summer day. They had miraculously escaped from death's grip. After all, Qin Feng was actually a courteous person, otherwise he would have gifted them each a taste of his sword. After dining on the delicacies while enjoying the picturesque scenery, Qin Feng brought Bai Li to visit all of the fun places in Sea City. When compared to Fu City, this city was clearly more luxurious and comfortable. Xue Xingfu and his people had arrived several days prior to join the auction. He had also sent a report to Qin Feng regarding their harvest. Xue Xingfu really was a capable merchant. After just a few days of rotation between buying and selling, they had successfully acquired goods worth 1.5 billion with their original capital of just 1 billion in just the blink of an eye. Moreover, Xue Xingfu would think of suitable ways to sell off the goods to get the capital back. If it were not for the small market that posed as a restriction to him, Xingfu would have definitely gone on with an even larger capital. On the third day of the official launch of the auction by Wanzhong organization, the true highlight of the auction had finally begun. Qin Feng brought Bai Li along as they met up with Xue Xingfu, who had also brought someone else, Lin Wui, at the top floor parlor of Sea City's most luxurious hotel. That was right. This auction was held on the topmost floor of this hotel. That was because there were not many people attending this auction. At the front of the luxurious hall, a polite and well-mannered lady had a constant smile on her face as she welcomed the attendees that were moving about in front of her. There were old and young attendees, but without a doubt, they all sported a badge on their chests. E-tier. All of them were aptitude users. They were all either leaders of large colonies or members of noble families within the city. The appearance of Qin Feng and his group immediately drew the attention of the crowd. After all, they were all youthful-looking, not to mention Bai Li, who was not only just young, but was also very powerful. Some of the people were already crowding around nearby to find out who Qin Feng was. Before Qin Feng could even stand still, he heard a familiar voice coming from the crowd. Qin Feng. General Han. Qin Feng spotted Han Jian. This time, he was sent as a representative for Chungbei Colony. Qin Feng, you're here too. Another familiar face appeared. This time, it was Qi Long. Amongst the E-tier users, Qin Feng only knew these two people, but soon Han Jian introduced him to the senior visitors of Chungbei Colony. Qi Long too introduced his side to Qin Feng, and they greeted each other. They were saying things like, in facing battles in the future, at least they would not be strangers, and that it would be more convenient for them to form an allyship. Qin Feng chuckled after hearing those words around him. Battles? Allyship? He was afraid that after this very night, there would be nothing but hatred between them. At that moment, another group of people had appeared at the entrance. The group was dressed oddly. All of them were rather on the wild and rough side, where the women were dressed in revealing, attention-grabbing outfits that roused the crowd's interest. Their bodies also exuded a venomous, viper-like aura. Look, members from the Dark Coalition. They've arrived. All the people around them felt their bodies tense up. Of the three cities, Qingyang City, Fu City, and Sea City, that existed, other than Qingyang City that was founded about 200 years ago, the other two cities were relatively new. Therefore, these three cities were collectively known as the three cities along the sun. The areas of the three cities were not small. They were actually really huge, and there were many small colonies, towns, and villages all around them. Naturally, the wilderness was where the Dark Organization would reside. They were the cancer cells that would forever remain and could not be removed. Only at this time of the year would people be able to see them. Of course, at this moment, there was nothing they could do. There were more than 30 E-tier users from the Dark Organization that had arrived, and the meeting room was starting to fill up. When the main entrance was closed, the auction had finally begun. Welcome to this auction held by the Wanzhong Organization. Thank you all for coming this time. Firstly, we'll start off the auction with the first item, the shell of an E3, Tier 2 Horned Turtle Beast General. The starting bid will be 3 million. Each consecutive bid must not be less than 100,000. The starting bid was merely just the price of a cabbage. Although everyone present at the auction was of E-tier, they were still far weaker than any E-tier beasts of the same level. Hence, they would not miss the opportunity to acquire fine beast materials like this. For $1 million, $5 million. In the blink of an eye, the beast material was sold for $12 million, which was $2 million more than the current market price. Only then did the crowd start to calm down, so they could make a more cautious move. 12 million going once, 12 million going twice, 12 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations, sir. This item is now yours. Now here's the second item. Each time the items were brought out one after another, the crowd started to fight over it. There were aptitude cores, ability cores, divine treasures, spiritual herbs, and pills, all of which made the crowd empty out their pockets. Qin Feng showed no signs of being wowed or moved. To him, these items were completely useless. On the contrary, Han Jin and Qi Long were both by his side, constantly placing their bids for almost every item they saw, only to end up with less ideal outcomes as they had not acquired any item that they wanted. The auction quickly proceeded to its climax. The following item is a product of supernatural creation. These few words caught the sudden attention of the crowd. To understand this, any sort of thing imaginable could be found from the cracks found on spatial rifts. Sometimes, super advanced technological items could also be found from some of these cracks. Otherwise, weapons such as energy blasters and exterminator blasters would not exist. These supernatural creations were the fusion of supernatural abilities and science, yet they were more superior than supernatural abilities. This all made sense when the auctioneer displayed the next item. On the display stand, the item appeared to be a silver magical cube. This silver magical cube was only the size of a fist and was not very large. This is a wondrous supernatural creation. Its power is astronomical, and I prefer to call it the magical tesseract. The auctioneer then took out a G-tier lance and placed it on top of the stand. He clicked the center of the tesseract. In the next moment, the tesseract cracked open, emitting blinding lights and sucking the lance in. This magical tesseract can be linked to the power of your consciousness. Once the lance is inside, you can modify the lance's structure at will, and you can even disassemble it and make changes to it in any way that you desire. The auctioneer triggered his consciousness and clicked the cube. The cube converged into a ball of silvery light. When it reappeared, the lance had been transformed into 2 daggers. Of course, this isn't its strongest ability. Its strongest ability is to increase its user's power. To further explain this, craftsmen are hard to find these days, and a master craftsman's time is precious. Their customers usually have to wait for 10 days, a month, or even 3 months to upgrade their equipment. Moreover, they can't strengthen their combat powers right away once they've received their precious equipment, which is a bummer. And with this item, all of your dreams will come true. While talking, the auctioneer took out a piece of F-tier material. The magical tesseract projected a silvery glow and absorbed both the dagger and F-tier material. When the dagger reappeared, it had been upgraded into an F-tier rune equipment. The crowd clamored in excitement. Their eyes began to sparkle with interest. The magical capabilities of the tesseract had definitely drawn their attention, and they were all assessing how it would benefit them in the long run once they got their hands on it. With the tesseract, it would be possible for them to create items in bulk, hence saving time and money. Besides, the item was also useful if they decide to specialize in selling rune equipment in the future. Having this magical tesseract was equivalent to having the abilities of a master craftsman specialized in making runic equipment. Many people began to get restless. They were itching to get their hands on the tesseract. Lin Wui, I'll let you shout out the price later. Qin Feng's lips moved slightly and transmitted the message telepathically to Lin Wui through his internal force. Wait, what? Lin Wui was unlike the other people that were eagerly staring at the item. He was directly promoted to E-tier and was unaware of the hardships of those who had struggled during their training. To them, any item that could be used to improve their powers were extremely rare and valuable. When Lin Wui saw the price of these items, it made his jaw drop, and he was tongue-tied. Qin Feng used his internal force to contain his words and transmitted them to Lin Wui's ears. Lin Wui nodded while listening to each word. The auctioneer was excited to sell off the item as he prepared for the bid. People below the stage were rubbing their fists as they wished to own this treasure. Soon, these people were interrupted. It was Lin Wui. Hold on for just a moment. This item is indeed magical. and I'm afraid its price might be over the roof. Each time I bid for something, I will always ask for more clarification about the item. So, I would like to know, since there is an apparent difference in quality between the lance and the two daggers, does that mean the Tesseract will consume some of the user's energy during the transformation? Moreover, the consumption was not small. The auctioneer's eyebrows were knitted, but he quickly regained his calm composure. Yes, there will be an energy consumption, but the items I transformed were ordinary beast materials, so it's normal if the consumption is heavy. Lin Wui nodded and replied, so it makes sense, but I still have a question. Could you pass the dagger to me and let me perform some inspection? The auctioneer's expression changed this time. He hesitated for a moment, which made the crowd below feel uneasy. They were growing more and more suspicious. What's the matter? Is there some flaw that you're not willing to show us? Lin Wui continued. The auctioneer took a deep breath before he replied. Not really. Rather, this is considered a plus point for the Tesseract. The Tesseract can produce rune equipment which automatically engraves a conscious bond, or better known as the spirit bond. This makes the rune equipment better suited to the user. This feature was indeed very good, but the people who were ready to empty out their pockets for the Tesseract were immediately taken aback. This item was not of their interest. After buying it, they wanted to make themselves a master craftsman, but using the Tesseract would imprint a consciousness bond. Not only that, there was an even bigger downside when you think about it. For example, if the Tesseract were used to split items, would it not be impossible to sell off the split items? Another thing was that some weapons might be useful in certain situations, but if the user wanted to change his battle tactics, he would require a different kind of weapon. Hence, he would have to use a lot of money to create a new weapon, and the old weapon could not be sold to other people, which means that the user would be trapped with no other choice. E-tier purple rune equipment was easily priced around 20 to 30 million yuan. For E-tier aptitude users, they would require a lot of time and effort to save up this much money. Thus, the crowd's enthusiasm started to die down once they got to know the price of the supernatural equipment. That really is a plus point. All right, I've no more questions then. Lin Wui casually sat down. He pretended to look as if he really was curious about the magical Tesseract. At this moment, the enthusiasm of the other bidders had died down. The auctioneer sighed quietly when he saw the apathetic crowd, thinking that he had just lost his salary commission. But they knew the shortcomings of this magical Tesseract, and they were already prepared for it if it could not be sold at a high price. The bid for the magical Tesseract will now begin. The starting bid is 100 million. Each consecutive bid must not be less than 1 million. Let's begin. The crowd was silent for almost 3 seconds before someone finally held up a bidding sign. Just think of it as a way to save on the production costs later on. All right. This mister has bid 101 million for the item. Amidst the crowd, some people began to raise up their bidding signs until the price had gone up to 112 million. 112 million going once. At this moment, Qin Feng finally made his move. 120 million. The price was suddenly raised by 8 million, which clearly showed Qin Feng's eagerness to get his hands on the item. The man paused for a moment before he spoke again. 121 million. 130 million. 131 million. If you bid again, I don't want the item anymore. The man finally said. He was also afraid that Qin Feng was either a fake bidder or the original seller of the item. After all, Qin Feng was quite young. It was not like an E-tier aptitude user could immediately become rich once they had reached E-tier. 132 million. Qin Feng smirked at him. The man glared at Qin Feng, but he could not take back what he had just said, so he had to give up bidding. The auctioneer immediately announced, 132 million going once, 132 million going twice, 132 million going thrice sold. Although the final price was not that high, the item was still sold in the end. The auctioneer felt as though a giant boulder had been lifted up from his back. His eyes twinkled, and he smiled as he went on with the next auction. Little did he know that in some other timeline, the same magical Tesseract was sold at a jaw-dropping price of 2 billion. It was only because of Qin Feng's intervention that the magical Tesseract had finally fallen into his own hands. I do feel slightly apologetic to Kong Bo. Maybe next time when we get to meet, I'll let him use the Tesseract for a bit. Qin Feng smirked. Kong Bo was the ancient warrior that had unfolded the many uses of the magical tesseract in his past life. The martial art style that he used was of dark weaponry, but he could not use the tesseract in any way that he desired. It was even afraid to fight against ability users. Due to ability users having control over their consciousness, they could change the path of dark weapons at any time. As a result, when he had heard about this magical tesseract, he immediately bought it from the buyer who had spent $2 billion on the item from the auction. That marked the start of his journey in becoming the famous 1,000 flying dagger machine. In the present, Kong Bo was an A-tier ancient warrior. Qin Feng bought the tesseract this time around, but he was not going to resell it. For other people, reselling it would leave them with a small amount of production fee. But to Qin Feng, who would reach A-tier in the future, that would cost him a lot of money and a whole lot of trouble. The auction continued on. With the appearance of the magical tesseract, more items followed after. The E-tier Beast King materials began to make their appearance. Qin Feng began to show off his astounding wealth. E5, Tier Beast King Flaming Lion Horn. The price will start at 80 million. The crowd under the stage began raising up their bidding signs. 230 million going once, 230 million going twice, 230 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. This Beast King material belongs to you. The following item is the crystal core of a giant mammoth. 680 million thrice. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. 520 million thrice. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng made a series of moves and got a hold on most of the Beast King materials. He had completely finished spending every single penny of the original 6 billion yuan that he had brought to this event. Moreover, he was paying on the spot for the items, which proved that his wealth was not just an act. He did not fight for the excellent grade materials. Otherwise, he might have implicitly offended most of the crowd. Despite this, some of them had their gazes fixed on Qin Feng. These people, without a doubt, were all from the Dark Organization. Part of the reason they attended the event was to participate in the auction, and the other part of it was to find out the cash cows amongst the attendees. Qin Feng was clearly the big fat cash cow they were looking for. So young, yet so rich. He really is tempting. Slaughtering him might be one of our biggest harvests. His date is an eye candy too, with such an enticing body. I wonder if she's stronger than she looks. The members of the Dark Organization were secretly discussing their plans. The auctioneer on the stage used his voice to rouse and draw the attention of the crowd toward him again. The following item will be the last item for today's auction. Then, he took out a silverstone disc. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on the disc. Even Bai Li, who was not bothered about the entire event, had her gaze set on the stone disc. There were silver runes that were visible to the naked eye floating above the stone disc. They were spatial runes. But this certainly was not a spatial runic equipment. Otherwise, this auction would be considered too extravagant. I'm afraid many of you have already guessed what this item is. That's right, this thing is a stable spatial passage. There are various waymarks sealed within this stone disc which are connected to the space that is rich in resources and energy, but to enter therein, you have to be at least E-tier. We will show you the recorded footage in just a minute. A video taken by an unmanned aerial drone was played on the big screen in front. The crowd could instantly see that it was flying past a piece of land with lush greeneries which resembled a forest. After the drone had flown for about 10 minutes, they could now see a coastline. As the drone levitated higher, the waymark of the spatial passage could be seen. It was actually an island. On the island, there were many exotic beasts, some of which were strange birds, primitive dinosaurs, and others. In such an isolated island, once the exotic beasts were exterminated and plants were artificially transplanted on the cleared land, it would become a secret space even more advanced than the spring hunting ground. The audience was marveled and their breaths quickened. What was more, this island looked like it had quite a bunch of spirit herbs that were worth absolutely extraordinary in value. This time, we'll be auctioning off 10 entry tickets to this spatial passage. And these tickets are spatial runic equipment with a waymark that allows the user to return to Sea City. We will be auctioning 10 of these tickets, and the price of the second ticket will start off at the price the first ticket was sold at. Now, for the first ticket, we will start at 10 million. The crowd immediately went wild when they heard this. An opportunity like this was way too hard to come by. All of them tried to fight for it in hopes of getting themselves a chance. In just the blink of an eye, the price of the first ticket had skyrocketed to 80 million. In the end, the bid for this ticket stopped at 100 million as the crowd was unsure if they could earn this amount of money back. But of course, if a lot of them had the Sea City waymark, it was for them to decide the time they wanted to return, and some of them were even planning to reside on the island. Qin Feng was the only person that remained calm, and he was silently observing the crowd's excitement over the tickets. The second ticket was sold for 120 million. As time went by, the third ticket, the fourth ticket, and in the end, all of the tickets were sold out. Qin Feng had not made a single move since the beginning when the tickets were auctioned off. You don't look like you care much. Aren't you interested at all? Who knows? There's no telling what kind of chance this island will provide us. Qi Long gave the crowd an envied look. He did not have the wealth to compete with those big shots. Don't worry, the best has yet to come. Qin Feng smiled imperiously. His gaze fell upon the group of people from the dark organization that was keeping a low profile. These people were exchanging glances with one another. Their eyes were filled with mischief. Without a doubt, these people were up to no good. Qi Long seemed to have noticed it as well, and he could not help but furrowed his eyebrows. With Wanzong's strength, these people are no match. Qin Feng, however, did not care much. These people would not belong to a dark organization if they were afraid of stirring up trouble. Moreover, based on Qin Feng's experience before his rebirth, it told him that something was bound to happen on this day. If there's nothing to worry about, we should stay for one more night before our departure. Qi Long and Han Jian hesitated when they heard those words. Han Jian did not leave empty-handed this time. As he had a lot of cash with him, he thought it would be safer to return to his place as soon as possible so that there would be less trouble. Besides, some of the items were bought for other people from his colony. After he had seen Qin Feng's calm and composed demeanor, he suddenly felt a sense of trust toward him. Since Qin Feng has come this far, he must have met quite a lot of people that aided him in his journey. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained so much power and strength at such a young age. Or at the very least, he must be quite a lucky person. Han Jian was also one of the people that had witnessed Qin Feng's growth. At this point, he had decided to stay for the night. At that time, the auction had successfully wrapped up for the day. All of the guests had left, some of which left Sea City right away, some stayed behind, and some of them had disappeared without leaving a trace. Qin Feng went back to his room to rest, and he had instructed Lin Wui to keep an eye out at all times. Perhaps there might be some movements during the night. As for Han Jian and Qi Long, Qin Feng did not mention anything to them. After all, he could not tell if these two would become his enemies once they had entered the secret realm. These energy cores are for you. Qin Feng gave the energy cores that he had acquired to Bai Li. Now that you've reached E tier, advancing to the next tier will be much more difficult, so these cores might not be enough. But Beast Kings are very strong, yet rare, so they're not that easy to kill. We'll see what else we can get this time. Bai Li nodded. If I get to advance to the next tier, which is the D tier that you guys have mentioned before, I'll probably become a Beast Emperor. A Beast Emperor. Hearing these two words, Qin Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He did not expect Bai Li to be this powerful and strong. But the tougher the better. After all, Xiao Bai was Qin Feng's right-hand woman. All right, then, how many energy cores do you think you would require? Maybe 10 times more of what you've given me, Bai Li replied. Qin Feng was at a loss for words. It seemed that his income rate was not enough to feed Xiao Bai. How about we take it one step at a time? We might find more later. Bai Li nodded in contentment. For the time being, this was enough for her. After chatting with Bai Li, Qin Feng took out all of the materials acquired from the auction, including the magical tesseract. Quick, let's have a look. Fact was, the magical tesseract had another weakness. If the user wanted to upgrade items, they could only do it tier by tier, not taking a big leap in tiers. If they did, the runic equipment might get destroyed in the process. But this weakness did not have much impact on the value of the item itself. That was why Qin Feng did not let Lin Wui talk about it during the auction before. Now, Qin Feng had total understanding toward this item, which saved him a whole lot of trouble to figure out. Since this was his first time using it, Qin Feng took out an equipment to try it out, but it was not his Verdant Emperor Saber. It was the F5 Scarlet Fire Claw. This was the ability rune equipment that Ding Yin had once given to him. Try it out with this. Qin Feng placed the scarlet fire claw on the table, allowing the magical tesseract to merge with it. Qin Feng, too, incorporated his consciousness into the tesseract. The insides of the scarlet fire claw were now fully visible to him, presenting him with numerous energy nodes that surrounded the energy core of the claw, allowing him to release some of the powers contained inside. However, Qin Feng thought that the other parts of the claw were distinctly rougher in quality. Of course, this did not affect the power of the scarlet fire claw. Qin Feng took out a beast general tier flame material, which he did not acquire from the auction. He got this material from Professor Wang's spatial runic equipment during his adventure at the Z Organization's lab in Fu City. My main defense doesn't rely on any runic equipment, so there's no point in making it this big. I want it to be more active. I want the runes to be stronger and more powerful. By manipulating it with the power of his consciousness, the claw's materials were swapped, and the excess materials had disappeared after being swallowed by the tesseract. New materials filled in the empty spaces of the claw, and in just moments, the scarlet fire claw had become an E5 tier equipment. Of course, there were no markings or indications on the claw. After all, the E5 indication was engraved by the equipment manufacturer. Afterwards, Qin Feng added in other flame materials that he had acquired from the auction, such as the horn of the Flame Lion King and a fire energy crystal core. As the item was directly altered by the magical tesseract, the ability rune equipment did not emit a purple halo, but there was no doubt that it was already a Beast King tier silver rune equipment. The magical tesseract spat out the upgraded scarlet fire claw. With this claw, his abilities would also be greatly enhanced. Then, Qin Feng also altered his combat suit. This was the reason why he had acquired so many Beast King materials from the auction earlier. It was an overall upgrade. In the end, he finally altered the equipment which he had since the very beginning, the Verdant Emperor Saber. The Verdant Emperor Saber merged with the tesseract, and under the control of his consciousness, different colors settled on the blade, which was dazzling to the eyes. The next material was Star Steel. Star Steel would forever be a material that would never let him down. Of course, some of the materials of the saber were of dark nature, namely the material acquired from the defeated Giant Rat King. It was one of the materials used to create the Verdant Emperor Saber. In just the blink of an eye, the Verdant Emperor Saber had become an E-tier rune equipment. Moreover, the absence of silver light made the saber even more unique and mystical. Let's see if the Verdant Emperor Saber can take it one step further. Qin Feng added in the bones and scales of the giant fish that he had found in the cave 10 days ago. It was worth noting that the giant beast was a D-tier Beast King. Even if the magical tesseract could remove the chaffs within the material, these materials were very huge in size. After incorporating them, it would greatly increase the size of the Verdant Emperor Saber. The saber was rapidly growing in mass. The entire Verdant Emperor Saber had grown into almost 2/3 of Qin Feng's size, which was roughly 165 centimeters long. It had a 25 centimeters handle and a 140 centimeters blade. The widest section of the blade was 22 centimeters, which was slightly tapered downward with a thickness of 1.5 centimeters. By just looking at it, one could tell the heaviness of the blade. The Verdant Emperor Saber was still ink blue, and the blade part was all black. Some fish scale patterns had appeared on the surface of the blade. Qin Feng was already very satisfied with its outcome. As Qin Feng gave his consciousness a slight push, the Verdant Emperor Saber emerged with a silver light emanating from the magical tesseract. Qin Feng reached out and grasped the handle of the Verdant Emperor Saber. The first thing that was quite evident to him was its hefty weight. The blade was extremely heavy. Of course, Qin Feng preferred this weight in his hands. With his current physical strength, wielding a light sword was no different from wielding a feather. Of course, with the high-grade materials, the sequence they were added into the tesseract would make the equipment unusable by people with low strength, as wielding such equipment would exhaust a lot of strength. This was also a benefit of the magical tesseract, but for most people, it was already difficult enough to find a few exotic beast materials of the same tier, let alone high-grade materials. However, it was not a problem for Qin Feng at all. His internal strength was several times more than that of an average person, and he had amazing combat power and strength. He also had a powerful conscious energy. Through the spirit bond, this saber would become part of his body, allowing him to use it like his arm. And that was the power of spirit bonds. Qin Feng was very happy. As he had been using his consciousness to enhance his rune equipment, time had passed by unnoticed. Qin Feng looked at his communicator and saw that it was already 12 a.m. Bailey had her head buried deep in her comforter. She was sleeping sweetly with her mouth agape. Qin Feng lifted up the comforter and leaned over to give Bailey a kiss on the lips. His lips curled into a smile. And at this moment, he felt an ancient warrior's aura coming from the basement below. The intimidating pressure of an E-tier aptitude user swept through the entire hotel. Whoosh! The long whistle of a shot cannonball pierced through the air. Without even a second thought given, Qin Feng carried Bailey and jumped out of the window. Boom! The cannonball exploded upon impact when it hit the entrance of the building. In the next moment, the entire building shook and came crumbling down. Debris, smoke, and wails filled the night, turning the place into a living hell. What's going on? Bailey instantly woke up and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng. She looked around for clues. Qin Feng's consciousness brought his body into action. After he had jumped out of the hotel, he landed on top of another building. At that moment, many people were rushing out of the hotel, and aptitude users leaped and climbed onto the walls. They were afraid the building was going to collapse on them, and these E-tier aptitude users would not risk dying like this. Shall Bai get dressed? Oh. For convenience sake, Bailey had on her swimsuit paired with the wings of the Golden Ant Queen. Qin Feng had no choice but to drape the comforter in his hands over Bailey's body to avoid having her greatest assets being seen by others. Soon, Lin Wui came out of the hotel with his floral shorts. He jumped onto a building and scanned around with his consciousness. He then found Qin Feng and Bailey. Qilong and Han Jian had also left the hotel. Although they were both ancient warriors, they were not as skilled as Qin Feng and Lin Wui, but they could still climb on the walls. Qin Feng infused his sound into his internal energy, which allowed the two men to hear him, and they climbed up the building. The once luxurious hotel had turned into battle ruins in just seconds. The silhouettes of the people within the building were faintly visible. They had no idea how the fights were going on inside. It was obvious that Qilong and Han Jian had not slept yet. They were still in combat clothing, and their bodies were strapped with all of their rune equipment. They were shocked when they saw that fights were going on inside the building. Qin Feng, you were right. Qilong said. What are we going to do now? Are we going to join the fight too? Of course not. The current situation was very chaotic, and it was not wise to join in now. They decided to wait it out and join in once things had died down. So all they had to do was just quietly wait. What was more, Qin Feng knew the fate of these people. Since all 10 tickets were sold, the spatial waymarks were yet taken by the buyers. They were all locked up inside the hotel's treasure vault, which possessed an extremely high level of security and defense, but it was still quickly breached. In the dark, the members of the Dark Organization had made their move, and the people defending the vault were unable to resist their attacks. Since everything was quite hectic and they were all in a confused state, everything was in a disarray. In the end, the members of the Dark Organization had broken into the secret security vault. You've all underestimated the power of the Wanzhong organization. A roar was heard, and it was from a tall figure. He surged through the crowd menacingly. Qin Feng and the rest were standing on the roof, waiting. They were also startled when they saw that person. That's Tyrant. He's the head of the 3 cities, and an E7-tier ancient warrior. Han Jian had participated in Wanzhong's auction annually, so it was natural for him to recognize some of the upper ranks of the Wanzhong organization. Then, a delicate laughter came from Dark. Mr. Tai, is that really necessary? Now that the spatial waymarks are just in consignment here, they are not something that belongs to your auction house. So why do you even bother to guard them so strictly? What good can it bring you? How about you let me get what I want, and I will also let you get what you want. There was a hint of seduction from the voice, but no one dared to take that woman lightly. Stay alert. That is the she-wolf. She's good at assassination and poisoning. Many people have died in her hands. She must know her poisons well. Qilong said. She-wolf usually operated around Fu City, hence he was familiar with her. Poison. Lin Wui was slightly interested and watched on. The battlefield had slowly broken up since its initial disarray. 3 or 5 of the Dark Organization members had surrounded Tyrant, and the others were trying to surround the guards as they broke into the secret security vault. Unfortunately, The spatial waymarks were nowhere to be found. The items have been moved. Go after them. Scan for spatial traces. Over there. Since things like spatial waymarks carried spatial runes, they would clash with other rune equipment, making it almost impossible to merge with the rest of the items. This also resulted in them being easily found due to the spatial fluctuation. Some hover cars in particular had this function. Go after it. After Qin Feng had seen the members of the Dark Organization boarding their hover cars to pursue them like madmen, Qin Feng took the others downstairs. Then he took out a luxurious, extended hover car which allowed the 5 of them to fit inside. He was thankful to Qi Long, or else his hover car would not be this spacious. They are chasing after that craft. Qi Long observed through the hover car's surveillance equipment, and he locked onto the vehicle. The Dark Organization was in pursuit of the transporting vehicle. A gunner was standing on the roof of the hover car as he mounted on a weapon. Whoosh! The sound of gunfire pierced through the air once again. Only this time, the other hover car from afar was not going to idle around and get hit by the projectile. Repel. In the next second, the cannonball that was shot out was intercepted in midair by another gunner. The gunners activated their consciousness and competed against one another. In the end, the cannonball exploded in the air. This caused the other vehicles that were pursuing from behind to be drowned in the projectile's fire and debris. However, these obviously would not stop them from continuing their pursuit. Instead, it fired them up and the battle became increasingly fierce, shattering the silence of the night throughout Sea City. The hover cars raced up and down the streets, which alerted everyone that something serious was happening. A few hover cars came forward to aid the transporting vehicle, but they were all quickly taken care of by the Dark Organization. There were even quite a few hover cars that were similar to Qin Feng's, all of whom had not gotten the tickets and wanted to come over for a piece of the action. The excitement seemed to be bubbling up. Beep, 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 stop them all. The patrol generals of Sea City were enraged and went on the move. There were actually people fighting in the city, which was disrespectful towards Sea City. By this time, the hover car's violent charge forward had already broken through the boundaries of Sea City's outer wall. The first car's driver, who frantically tried to escape, found himself facing a storm-like assault. Due to the condition of the road, many of the hover cars found themselves unable to scatter, and as a result they were all speeding up and rushing toward him. Sea City's people had never seen so many high-end hover tanks and cars rushing forward like that at extreme speeds, chasing after one another and ramming into each other. Those who were to lose their hover cars would be the equivalent of losing in this tussle. Boom. Honk, honk, honk. Swoosh. Shells were thrown, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hover cars were eliminated. Even for Han Jian and Qi Long, this kind of battle gave them a sense of fear. It looked like the situation had affected them as well. However, the ones who could not stand this the most were not them. The hover car that was giving off waves of spatial fluctuation was given hot pursuit. The powerful gunner could not bear to be besieged by everyone's assault and overclocked his consciousness. In the next moment, several shells crashed onto the car. Boom. The hover car's protective shield was raised in an effort to defend itself, but it was shattered in the blink of an eye. The artillery fire was overwhelming and forced the one in the car to eject himself. However, he was still totally surrounded. Since you want it so much, go get it yourself. The person suddenly threw the spatial waymark stone disc into the air. Those people who got off their hover cars rushed toward the disc and started fighting over it. Then, a huge burst of internal force instantly destroyed the disc. Bang! The stone plate shattered and scattered silver runes all around in a flash. The space where it broke trembled violently before a swirling vortex was formed that became gradually bigger and bigger as it twisted into a dark spatial passage that was 10 meters in diameter. Beep beep. Everyone's communicators began to vibrate wildly. A huge spatial passage had appeared. The surrounding people did not give it much thought and jumped right into the passage. Qin Feng did not bother getting down from his car, putting the pedal to the metal. He swiftly charged straight into the rift. That's it. We're in. Han Jian did not expect things to go that smoothly. Qin Feng did not respond. It was very suspicious indeed that everything had gone smoothly. In fact, he believed that there was a conspiracy behind it all. A conspiracy that had not begun yet. He did not have anything to say either. All that mattered was the island, and it was indeed a very good island. Getting in is easy, but going out is going to be difficult. Have you thought about how we're going to get out if we don't have Sea City's waymark? Qin Feng muttered. Han Jian and Qi Long's expressions fell, and they both looked behind them. With Qin Feng taking the lead, several other hover cars followed behind them, with more coming over from the other side. The spatial rift should last for a while, right? Han Jian said nervously. As soon as the sentence ended, the spatial rift began to shrink and quickly blink out of existence. All the aptitude users that made it through the rift widened their eyes. For a moment, they felt very lost, but very quickly they narrowed their vision onto a few particular people. There was no doubt that these people had spatial waymarks with them. The people who spent 1 billion to buy their return tickets. Everyone, we've all come to this island together to look for treasures, not seek a way back, isn't that right? Now that nobody currently has anything, in order for there to not be conflict, why don't we agree to share the waymark runes with everyone? Those who were able to reach this point were no fools. After realizing that they were in danger, they did not hesitate to say that they would share their runes. Yeah, if everyone has runes, then going back would not be a problem. This island is dangerous. We won't know what's going to happen, and we don't want any infighting. United under this voice, everyone agreed to not do anything brash. After all, so long as they could find spatial materials, they could make a waymark in return. Just how rare were spatial materials, though? If there were none, they would have to dismantle their spatial runic equipment for some. While nobody had done anything yet, that thought soured some people's expressions. However, this was not the time to tear into one another. People followed the suggestion and quickly memorized the spatial runes that could be made into waymarks. Those people that did not have as good of a memory simply recorded them down with their communicators. The people who originally had their return tickets breathed a sigh of relief and silently thanked the person who made the suggestion to share. After recording what they needed, some people began to split off from the group. People of the respective cities formed teams with one another. Qi Long decided to turn down the people from Fu City, and he joined up with Qin Feng. He knew that Qin Feng was tough after all. Qin Feng surveyed their surrounding environment and realized that they had appeared near the edge of a sandy beach. His face hardened. "We'll go this way," Qin Feng said quietly. Han Jian was a little confused. "It looks pretty safe. Why don't we set up camp for the night and set out at dawn? Otherwise, who knows what kind of danger we would encounter?" Qin Feng gave a firm shake of his head. "Trust me. Let's go." Han Jian could only nod and follow the rest deeper into the island. They could rest in the jungle later. He did not have much experience in combat, but he was not too tired. Then again, fighting in the dark would have a chance of him missing his shots, wasting his babies. That was why he wanted to wait until daytime. 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was just starting to turn bright. A cry pierced the air, startling the E-tier aptitude users wide awake. Qin Feng flipped himself up. Everyone was also starting to rise from their sleeping bags. "What's going on?" Han Jian wondered out loud. Qi Long moved quickly, hopping up a nearby tree with a sniper rifle in hand, and he used the scope to peer into the distance. He soon saw a sight that sent chills down his spine. Coming on ashore were a pack of vicious-looking sea beasts. These ultra beasts resembled crocodiles, but they were about 5 meters long. Each of them were gargantuan in size and were rolling around on the sand, stirring up a whole load of noise, like they were having fun in a playground. Those E-tier aptitude users were no more than just mice invading their home, or they were free breakfast that had suddenly appeared. The pack of vicious ultra beasts began to rush in their direction. "Dracocrocs," Qi Long quickly rolled down with a tremble in his voice. Any ultra beast that bore the moniker similar to Drake or Dragon were not to be trifled with. Dracocrocs? Aren't they born as beast soldiers that grow up to become E-tier pack hunter ultra beasts? Lin Wui had been out of touch with the outside world for 5 years, but there were things he would never forget from his secondary school education. He was terrified when he heard the news. He had the strength that was the equivalent of a beast general, but even against this pack he would surely lose his life. Qin Feng's eyes glinted. These Dracocrocs had become his current target. "Get ready for a fight." Qin Feng pulled out the verdant Emperor saber from his spatial runic equipment and equipped the scarlet fire claw on his left hand. The pair of rune equipment that he now held made Qin Feng look quite valiant. Han Jian had seen Qin Feng's equipment before, but now, seeing the man wield said equipment left him momentarily awestruck. Still, This situation did not allow him time to appreciate how cool Qin Feng looked. Several teams were originally stationed on the beach, and as a result of the Dracocrocs coming ashore, a battle had begun. The Dracocrocs were startled by the teams and decided to give chase. The distance of 100 meters was just a few hops for the Ultra Beasts. This entire island really was part of their backyard. An ancient warrior was sprinting like a madman with 7 or 8 Dracocrocs behind him. His face had a look of desperation, and he was frantically using up his internal force to run faster and faster. He soon saw Qin Feng and the rest. SHD. Qi Long swore under his breath, aiming his sniper rifle at the ancient warrior. His action indicated that if the ancient warrior were to get any closer, he would open fire and put him down. However, being an aptitude user himself, Qi Long would not have killed him just like that, and the ancient warrior knew that. That was why he unscrupulously started running in their direction. "We need to move, quick," Han Jin exclaimed. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood his ground, waiting for the Dracocrocs to approach. People from the Dark Organization? They really aren't scared of death. Qin Feng stared at the ancient warrior, who was full of surprises. The ancient warrior saw that Qin Feng was not moving and thought that he was actually going to save him. It was a shame that Qin Feng did not repay evil with goodwill. Fire beam. Qin Feng raised his left hand, and a line of flames burst out from his palm. Previously, Qin Feng's fire beam had been roughly a thin ray of light. Now it was as thick as his forearm and looked absolutely terrifying. Such a large burst of flame was something the ancient warrior could not evade. Martial art, metal arms. The man's arms were then covered with internal force, making the exposed skin much thicker. The fire beam impacted against the man, but the ancient warrior still wanted to charge forward. He was hoping that he would be able to plow through the attack after the fire beam had struck. Unfortunately, he was going to be very disappointed. Boom. Chomp. The Dracocroc coming from behind the ancient warrior bit down on its target. Arg. The ancient warrior let out a scream. He was an E-tier aptitude user, so he would not be easily killed. He let out a huge burst of internal force before slamming a fist into the Dracocroc's gums. The other Dracocrocs did not step forward to fight for the food, but instead looked toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not wait for his opponents to approach, brandishing the verdant Emperor saber in his hand and rushing forward. Burning sword glare. A burning blade burst forth. Everything within 10 meters was completely shrouded in flames. One of the Dracocrocs was suddenly cut down by the blade, its skin splitting open. Roar. The remaining Dracocrocs all rushed toward Qin Feng. Blooming flame. The burning glare burst forth once again. With a swing that powerful, the Dracocrocs were flung aside. As the verdant Emperor saber danced through the air, it left an inky trail as its scale-like patterns glinted off its blade before finding its mark and severely cutting into one of the Dracocroc's neck. Plop. One of the heads fell and rolled on the sand. That one was definitely dead. More began to approach and surround Qin Feng. Impacting flame. A huge gout of flame was slammed into the ground, tossing the surrounding Dracocrocs away. The huge verdant Emperor saber swung away, hacking and slashing at whatever got too close. Every time it swung, it left a massive gash in the attacking Dracocrocs. It was like cutting through tofu. This was the power of a strengthened Emperor-class D-tier weapon. Qin Feng was covered in blood, but his movements became faster and faster. At this time, Han Jin, who had been hiding before, felt his fighting spirit get ignited by Qin Feng's actions. Bring it on. A weapon also appeared in Han Jin's hands. Who would have known that the meek Han Jin's preferred weapon would be a morning star? With a swing of the massive weapon, it crushed a Dracocroc's head. All right. Qi Long stowed his sniper rifle and brought out a pair of pistols. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets shrouded in cold aura flew forward and froze the limbs of the Dracocrocs they hit in the blink of an eye, halting their movements. With the added cooperation of these two people, Qin Feng's slaughtering became even more effortless. In mere moments, the Dracocrocs dropped to the ground one after another. Boom. Not far away, the Dracocroc that bit down on the Dark Organization aptitude user suddenly exploded into smithereens. Bloodthirst. The man's hand was quickly dunked into a puddle of blood, absorbing it to repair his wounds. However, his eyes quickly became overwhelmed with bloodlust. Such practices, when used frequently, would make the user violent and irritable to a point where they go into a killing frenzy. It was a move practiced by the Dark Organization and had heavy side effects. An evil cultivation method. Regardless, whatever method in this kind of situation was a good method. This Dark Organization member was very lucky. The teeth marks that had been left on the abdomen had begun to seal up just as he began to crawl out of the dead beast's mouth. Then, he was greeted by a large blade to his head. Flash. The man was almost sliced in half, his head dropping to the ground. Qin Feng had no intention of letting the man go. Roar. The Dracocrocs further away seemed to have smelled the blood on Qin Feng as they rushed toward him. Move. Qin Feng started dragging the Dark Organization member's body along, quickly stripping it of rune equipment and spatial equipment. As for the Dracocrocs, while the Beast Soldier level Ultra Beasts did not necessarily have a good energy core, their skin was quite valuable, but they had no time to harvest it. After taking down a Dracocroc, Han Jian still wanted to continue fighting, but the moment he saw the Dracocrocs running in from the distance, all courage immediately fled his body, and he started to turn and run. Huff huff. After letting out a deep breath, internal force spread to everyone nearby, and everyone's speed increased drastically. However, things were about to get worse. Watch out, Qin Feng warned sternly before letting out another gout of flame from his left hand. Hellfire carpet. The flames instantly enveloped a bunch of plants. Chirp, chirp, chirp. These plants let out a piercing telekinetic scream and even began to bleed what looked like human blood from the gaps in their barks. Blood birches. Several trees were linked together to block the path in front of them, and behind them, more Dracocros began to appear. Die! Qin Feng turned to face the approaching Ultra Beasts, raising his left hand into the sky. In a flash, fire runes appeared in his hand, shooting out into the sky before turning into a monstrous dragon. Fire Dragon. A powerful flaming dragon had been summoned. Go! The flaming dragon roared and barreled toward the incoming Dracocrocs. With such a powerful dragon, even the Dracocrocs would be scattered by the assault, being tossed around left and right. All of the Dracocrocs that were attacking Qin Feng had the tables turned on them. All of you will fall to me. Qin Feng was like an unstoppable god of fire that had descended to smite his foes. These Dracocrocs were only just beast soldiers, much weaker than beast generals. Qin Feng's fire dragon style would be able to slay even beast generals. These were just beast soldiers after all. The Dracocrocs were like a bunch of clay chicken, small fries. Qin Feng was getting more and more ruthless the more he killed, and his body was constantly absorbing the energy that was brought on by the deaths of the Dracocrocs. Due to the continuous slaughter, Qin Feng's body finally advanced once more. E1 tier. He was no longer the same as having just stepped into E tier. His powerful body was once again strengthened, doubling his previous power. Now, with enhanced sword swings, he slashed at one of the huge Dracocrocs and split it in half. The battle had been decided the moment it began. With Qin Feng taking the front, the others began to move forward to help out. Everything was getting more coordinated. Lin Wui's toxin burst forward, paralyzing a Dracocroc before it was taken down by Qin Feng's attack. Han Jian fought back the ones that tried to flank Qin Feng, but since they had been injured before he was able to bring down two of them, the one that was having the most fun was probably Qilong. Boom. A resonating sniper rifle rang out, and a fist-sized hole appeared on the brow of a Dracocroc. With a bullet drilled this deep into its head, it was not going to get up anytime soon. Bang, bang, bang. After firing 4 shots in a row, the Dracocrocs fell to the ground one by one. There was a thin layer of sweat on Qilong's forehead, but he could not have been more excited. They actually managed to take down all 20 of the Dracocrocs that were attacking them in one fell swoop. Gather the spoils and prepare to leave. Qin Feng took a deep breath to recollect his consciousness and recall his runes. Roger that. Lin Wui pulled out his weapon and quickly went to work on one of the bodies, cutting away the leathery hide of the huge beast. Han Jian and Qilong did not refute. They even took the initiative to further speed up the process. Everyone had unanimously decided that Qin Feng was the leader. They went deeper toward the center of the island. That way the Dracocrocs would not be able to catch up to them for quite a while, and it gave them time to harvest their spoils. Soon, 24 Ultra Beast leathers were obtained. They had also learned that a Dracocroc's teeth were not very sharp. What was amazing was their bite force and the bones in their lower jaw, which were extremely durable. After cutting away the materials, they looked over to the direction of the blood birches. Under Qin Feng's hellfire carpet, the barks of the trees had been scorched black. While they were not in good health, they were obviously still alive. Qin Feng did not hesitate to rush ahead and slash at the trees. This caused them to let out another blood-curdling scream, but it was pretty much helpless. There was something in the cores of the trees that was red in color and looked like some kind of paste. It seemed to be like some kind of a natural healing medicine. He moved like a lumberjack as he took the front. The verdant emperor saber slashed horizontally at every blood birch in the way, with Lin Wui picking up the spoils one after the other without needing additional instructions. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through the blood birch blockade. They only stopped when they passed by a meandering stream. After a series of thrilling escapes and battles, everyone felt exhausted. Qin Feng gave the order for everyone to clean up, using his consciousness to manipulate the water to wash the blood and stink off his body so ultra beasts would not get attracted so easily. Damn it, why are there Dracocrocs here? They didn't say anything about this during the auction, Han Jian said through gritted teeth. Maybe it's because of that they would let people come explore this place after meeting such powerful ultra beasts who'd want to set up a base camp here. Qilong let out a sigh. At this time, Lin Wui handed the materials he had gathered to Qin Feng. Han Jian and Qilong noticed this and realized that the spoils had not been distributed yet. Qin Feng, we're all here together, acted together, and are currently considered as a team. Although I'm older than you, I'm kind of ashamed of my strength. You should be the leader. A team needed a good leader, otherwise it would be all over the place. I don't mind, Qilong quickly said. It seemed like Lin Wui and Bai Li also shared Qilong's sentiment. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Instead he asked, how will you two split the loot? Qilong hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure and said, if the battles to come are like the one we just went through, and Qin Feng acts as the main force, then I'll take 10%. If it were not for Qin Feng in the previous battle, they would not even be alive. Han Jian did not have a problem with that, and just nodded his head. How about this? Everyone will get allocated a piece. Since Bai Li didn't do anything, then she won't get anything. Outstanding performance in combat means outstanding rewards. What do you all think? Qin Feng suggested. Sure. Han Jian nodded in agreement. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to not less miss by take something at the very least? Qilong had seen Bai Li in action before. After hearing that the other party was not going to receive anything made him nervous, a little bit afraid at the thought of Bai Li being unhappy. Bai Li curled her lips at the sight, apparently not interested in beast soldier materials. Then, you can consider what I get as part of hers. It's up to her whenever the situation gets critical. Bai Li's evolution method was different from everyone else's. Participating in combat did not give her a lot of benefits, and Qin Feng could use the exercise. Han Jian did not know about Bai Li's strength, and merely thought that Qin Feng was much too fond of his little girlfriend. The loot was allocated, with Han Jian, Qilong, and Lin Wui taking 2.5 worth of Dracocroc materials. As for the Dark Organization member that Qin Feng killed, nobody asked for any spoils from that. Qin Feng killed the guy, and he also fended off the first wave of the Dracocrocs. It was more or less unavoidable. While they were dividing their spoils, a huge boa with mottled skin quietly slithered out from the river. This snake reared up behind Bai Li, as if it was going to swallow her whole. The thing was so quiet that nobody had noticed. Qin Feng raised a brow and lifted his sword. Plop! The giant snake's head dropped onto the ground. It was only an F8 tier ultra beast, but still, it meant that the island was absolutely unsafe. Watching the blood of the mottled boa stain the small creek, everyone knew that this would attract even more horrible creatures. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and looked around before saying, we'll head north. Everyone quickly evacuated the area. After they had just left the area, a pack of Dracocrocs began to occupy it and glare in the direction where Qin Feng and the others went with bloodthirsty eyes before rushing forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Weird noises began to emerge from the jungle, as if there were hunters in the dark just waiting for the right moment to reveal their fangs. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng's group was caught up by the Dracocrocs, and there was another bloody battle. This time, they had reached a distance from the coast. Everyone who came here ended up getting scattered. In this case, the situation looks pretty bad. Those who had their return waymarks would have headed back already. Han Jin frowned, apparently very worried about the current situation. Don't worry about it. It was not a big deal considering they had managed to get spatial rune equipment from the person that got killed. It could be dismantled and then repurposed into a return waymark, and if that did not work, they had Bai Li. Qin Feng was in fact more confident than they were. Qi Long flipped down from the treetops. There was an air of excitement around him. I did an infrared scan of the place. I think I saw some Dracocroc eggs, but there's a Dracocroc beast general there. The size of that thing is terrifying. Dracocroc beast soldiers were only about 5 meters long. Dracocroc generals were far bigger than that. However, if a Dracocroc egg hatches, a contract could be made on the spot, making them extremely valuable. Let's go and see. The group carefully approached the Dracocroc's position and quickly discovered the massive creature. Even if it was just a beast general, the sheer size and natural strength it had made it a grade above other beast generals. There were a total of 4 eggs, but the beast general was inseparable from them. Not only that, there were 3 other Dracocrocs just around the corner. If they were to engage in combat, they would definitely be caught. The Dracocrocs also had natural enemies, which were a type of E-tier ultra beasts called wing-gale gulls. If there were no way to get rid of these natural enemies, the Dracocrocs would just smash their own eggs. 1. Qin Feng and the rest were not exactly natural enemies, but it was impossible to guarantee that these Dracocrocs would choose death of their offsprings over dishonor when they engage in combat. Thinking about this, Qin Feng said, I'll go bind them up, the rest of you go nab the eggs. Han Jin did not even have time to ask how Qin Feng was going to do that when he saw him stow away the verdant Emperor's saber and pull out a large silver pistol. He then shrouded his entire body in dark runes, hiding in the shadows before approaching the 4 Dracocrocs. Bang! The pistol made a low bark and a giant web spread out over the giant beast general, wrapping around it. It was the web from the Steel Limb Broodmother. A beast king's webbing would be able to hold even an E-tier beast general. The 4 ultra beasts were now entangled, and without wasting time, Qin Feng swapped back to the verdant Emperor's saber and rushed toward the biggest Dracocroc. Get out of here! Qin Feng pushed forward a strong burst of internal force, fiercely striking the beast general. Boom! The huge force pushed the beast general 3 meters away from its nest. For the creature, 3 meters would have been nothing, but it would no longer be able to get 3 meters within its nest. Once more, asteroid assimilation. Repulsion. Concentrating on asteroid assimilation, Qin Feng's physical strength became 10 times stronger and a greater repulsive force was sent out from the saber in his hand, which sent the Dracocroc general another 5 meters away. Roar! The Dracocroc, enraged by Qin Feng's actions, opened its mouth wide and rushed forward to swallow him whole. Qin Feng was able to read his opponent very well as he managed to use his phantom steps to form a string of afterimages and quickly disappear from the beast's line of sight. The Dracocroc general made the ground rumble as it spun its body around. Using its perception, it sensed Qin Feng's aura behind it. Blooming flame. The saber flashed, and the Dracocroc's tail was suddenly cut so deep that it hit the bone. If it were not for the Dracocroc general's quick reaction, it would have lost its tail there and then. Roo! The Dracocroc let out a distressed cry that conveyed its sense of fear, and at the same time, it carried with it the tone of unrepressed rage. It dug its claws into the ground, leaving cracks wherever it stomped as it flipped itself forward, rolling then slamming into and snapping a tree in half. It was sheer brutality and devastation incarnate. With such a powerful force, it was rolling right toward him. Impacting flame. Qin Feng pointed his left hand at the rampaging ultra beast and spewed out flames. The shockwave did not rush out to meet the Dracocroc. However, it formed into a force that propelled him out of the way. This sent him about 20 meters away. Qin Feng fleeing and the Dracocroc giving chase had them move up to 100 meters away from the nest in the blink of an eye. This distance was not very far in the eyes of most aptitude users, but this was a life or death situation that would have sent chills down people's backs. Qin Feng was like a small boat in a storm waiting to be overturned at any moment. Move, move. Finally, the others began to act. Lin Wui looked to the other struggling Dracocrocs and released his sharp claws. Colorful nails punctured the Dracocroc's skin, and a powerful venom began to seep into their bodies. Without any resistance, the Dracocrocs went still and died. Han Jin and Qilong quickly grabbed the 4-meter-tall eggs and placed them into their space before running away. As if sensing something, the Dracocroc general turned its head toward the direction of its nest, letting out a roar before it started to rush back. Trying to run away? I don't think so. Qin Feng swung the verdant Emperor Saber, directly engaging the Dracocroc in close-quarters combat. His current strength would certainly allow him to do so. Previously, he was holding back because the precious eggs might have gotten damaged. The powerful blade slashed into the Dracocroc's body, and once again blood drenched Qin Feng's body. Die! Qin Feng gave another swing of his blade. Pop! He cleaved the beast's head right off. The Dracocroc general has been slain. At this moment, there was a sudden noise coming from the distance. Bang! A purple crystal bullet whizzed through the undergrowth directly toward Qin Feng. His consciousness allowed him to remain vigilant as he managed to dodge in the nick of time, barely escaping a possibly fatal blow with his lightning-fast speed. BZZT. BZZT. The bullet that sank into the body of the Dracocroc began to glow with a violet light, turning into a flicker of electricity. A sneak attack. This sound seemed to have come from a distance around 500 meters away, otherwise Qin Feng's consciousness would have detected it. It would have been impossible for Qin Feng to miss anything within 300 meters. Upon hearing gunshots, Qilong felt his heart skip a beat. After spreading out his consciousness, he found out that it came from an enemy. Someone's trying to double-cross us. The nerve! He pulled out an even bigger sniper rifle and aimed it at where he found the enemy before firing. With his consciousness locking onto the person, the bullet swerved past plants and dipped between gaps as it flew forward. Boom! The other retaliated by blocking with their own bullet. Since neither could see their target directly, both began to let out a series of bombardments. The two's battle was carried out in the air. The method of how gunners fought was a dazzling display. Qin Feng disappeared from where he was, moving in the shadows and rapidly approaching. In a split second, he appeared within the range of the other gunner. Just where he stood, a black shadow leaped toward it, skillfully swinging a pair of daggers in an unpredictable fashion. One strong and wide slash, and another deadly and instant stab. These daggers were way too fast. Qin Feng could not avoid them and had to use another trick. Dark Shroud. His dark ability surrounded the area, and within the pitch-black darkness, even one's consciousness would not be able to sense anything. This made the assassin hesitate for a moment, and it allowed Qin Feng to avoid getting slashed as a dagger chopped off a part of his fringe. He responded with a kick. Crack! The person attacking him was sent flying, and Qin Feng instantly recognized who it was. That's a pretty dumb survival method if you ask me. That's like throwing your baby to the wolves and hoping you don't get eaten. She-wolf. It actually was her. She was an expert assassin with that speed that was displayed. If Qin Feng had been careless, it probably would have been the end of him. He did not hesitate and raised his left hand. The King-tier fire crystal core exploded into a bright light. Fire beam. A blast of flame as thick as his arm shot out toward She-wolf. Although darkness clouded her vision and suppressed her perception, the experience from years of fighting in the dark allowed her to quickly avoid the attack. Her speed was indeed fast to have immediately avoided Qin Feng's attack. Boom. The fire beam immediately lit up the ground where it impacted. The shockwave still hit She-wolf and flung her away, forcing her to roll into the bushes, but it also released her from the effects of the dark runes. In just a few seconds, being so close to a life or death situation terrified She-wolf. She was good, the best there was, and nobody had ever evaded her daggers before. She had not expected to be embarrassed by other people like this today. At this time, the shrieks of bombshells came in from a distance. She-wolf's expression suddenly fell. The fire beam attack was actually aimed at her, but the impact exposed her surroundings, revealing the location of the gunner who was with her. She had to duck and hide, which drastically reduced her effectiveness, while the others started to fire wildly. Boom, boom, boom. Where she used to stand was bombarded by artillery. Even if one had rune equipment and internal resistance, it would still result in heavy losses. Motherf dash, She-wolf's face contorted with rage, and she quickly fled. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to wait for She-wolf to reappear before killing her, but he was stunned. He had not expected her to just run away like that. After all, he knew that there was one more teammate that had not run away yet. Then again, were there actually any reliable team members in the Dark Coalition? They were not all from a place of power. Thinking of this, Qin Feng decided to not pay attention to She-Wolf for now. So long as they were on the island, they would meet again. After walking a few steps away, he found an area that had the aftermath of Qi Long's bombardment. With such a confrontation, Lin Wui and Han Jian had arrived on the battlefield. She-Wolf, you BTCH. You're worthless. The gunner called out before starting to retreat. Unfortunately, he was not going anywhere. Qin Feng's verdant emperor saber emerged from the darkness, bringing with it a whooshing sound. You're dead. The gunner gathered his consciousness and rushed toward Qin Feng. At such a close distance, he could not have avoided the attack, swapping to a pistol for a more archaic, but also the most powerful attack. It was just that this attack had strong side effects and should only be used in times of great danger. His consciousness sharpened into that of a small arrow before plunging into Qin Feng's brow. The gunner was certain that Qin Feng would suffer from vertigo and get a migraine, and if his consciousness were not strong enough, he might even be knocked unconscious. Qin Feng's expression did not change, and the sword had not even slowed down. The verdant Emperor Saber's blade came in horizontally, scaring the gunner. No, he wanted to dodge the attack, but his speed could not be compared with Qin Feng's. Before he could even use more life-saving methods, he was already dead. At this time, Han Jian and Lin Wui, who had arrived, saw that the battle was over and they felt relaxed. Just now, I heard that gunner call out to She-Wolf. Does that mean She-Wolf was here? Han Jian felt a little surprised. She-Wolf had an infamous reputation among the 3 cities along the sun because she had assassinated countless of wealthy merchants and aptitude users. She even had the nerve to go after leaders of small colonies. There was a 1 billion yuan bounty on her head listed on the bounty hunter network. But she ran off. At this time, they heard a distant scream. It sounded like it belonged to a woman. This made the 3's hearts skip a beat. Looking to the direction from where the noise came from, they realized that it was from the place where the Dracocroc general had fallen. Almost instantly, their minds understood the situation. Damn, is that woman trying to steal our loot? Lin Wui did not know how scary She-Wolf was, but thinking of what She-Wolf could have done made him seethe with rage. Is Ms. Bai in danger? Han Jian's heart was beating rapidly. A woman's scream could only be Bai Li's, but Bai Li's voice did not sound like that. However, their reaction speed was not as quick as Qin Feng's, who had already bolted off toward the scene. He naturally did not believe anything would have happened to Bai Li. Qin Feng and Qi Long reached the spot in the blink of an eye, and what they saw shocked them. She-Wolf had her limbs broken and was splayed out on the ground. Next to her was Bai Li, looking as harmless as usual. Obviously, She-Wolf only wanted to steal the loot of the Beast General. After all, it would not have taken a long time to take out the energy core. Using the gunner to lure Qin Feng and the rest away was a common way to do things. If Bai Li had not gotten bored and come over to dig out the crystal core, she would not have met She-Wolf. When these two met, it naturally would not be Bai Li who suffered. After arriving at the scene, he understood what had happened and quickly moved over to She-Wolf, not letting her speak, and immediately took action. Asteroid assimilation. In an instant, She-Wolf's internal force was absorbed. Then, with a punch, he crushed She-Wolf's throat. He could not risk her revealing Bai Li's spatial ability. With someone dying in such a brutal manner, the others stared at Bai Li in awe. Anyone who escaped Qin Feng would be killed by Bai Li in close-quarters combat. They could not fathom just how powerful she was. Clean this up and we'll distribute the loot later, Qin Feng said. The others nodded. They made a lot of noise during their battle, and that surely would attract more Ultra Beasts. The most difficult thing to deal with right now was the Dracocroc horde, and they definitely did not want to get surrounded. After packing up the loot, everyone retreated and avoided the incoming pack of Dracocrocs. Han Jian and Qi Long were filled with glee after they had found a safe place. They reaped in quite a lot today. Dracocroc general materials, 4 Dracocroc eggs, and 4 Dracocroc soldier materials. Qin Feng took out some other things. Among them were a pair of E-tier aptitude user rings. One of them belonged to She-Wolf, the infamous female assassin. He had even cut off her head and placed it on the ground nearby. This pretty head was worth a bounty of 1 billion yuan now. For a time, everyone was breathing heavily. Now, they had a moment to regain composure. Since I did not participate in the battle, I won't be taking She-Wolf's gear and bounty, Han Jian said. The others peered at Bai Li cautiously after Han Jian said so and nodded in agreement. All of them willingly gave up on sharing She-Wolf's spoils. She was instant-killed by Bai Li effortlessly. She was undoubtedly a fearsome character. Han Jian, Qi Long, and Ling Wui quickly recalled whether they had done anything that offended Bai Li. Nonetheless, the group was still delighted about obtaining the Dracocroc eggs. If everyone agrees, then the loot from She-Wolf will be given entirely to Bai Li. Qin Feng handed the items to Bai Li, but she loathed taking her head. Thus, Qin Feng stored it into his own spatial runic equipment. There are only 4 Dracocroc eggs, so each of you will get one. I will be taking the Beast General's loot and all the runic equipment of the gunner. Any objections? By right, they would only receive 10% from the loot based on their contributions in defeating the beast. The 10% of the materials from the Beast General combined with the runic equipment were still less valuable than the worth of a Dracocroc egg. Qin Feng was already being generous, so there was no reason for them to refuse. After they had reached an agreement, Qin Feng proceeded to unpack the runic equipment that belonged to the dead gunner. He asked Qi Long to pick the equipment that he preferred from among the guns and ammunition found in it. They were now trapped on the isolated island and had yet to find a way to leave. There was no other way to replenish their supplies, so this was the only way to make sure his allies had enough stock to deal with upcoming battles. With that said, he did not provide the supplies for free. It was put on tab and would be deducted from Qi Long's share of loot in subsequent battles. After completing the distribution, they left the place and found a water source to wash away the blood scent on their bodies. They then continued to explore the island. Undeniably, this deserted place was surprisingly vibrant. They could sense that the entire place was flooded with natural energy. Their internal power recovered, albeit slowly, through breathing alone. They found more spirit herbs ahead on their path. This journey was going to make them rich, if they ever make it out alive, that is. Other than Qin Feng's team, the more than 100 users that had arrived together with them were less fortunate. After all, not many were as capable as Qin Feng. They scrambled for their lives, frantically ambush after ambush. Despair consumed them as any moment might be their last. Luckily, when some of them fled to the center region of the island, Dracocrocs no longer chased after them for some unknown reason. The night arrived, and those who had battled the entire day finally found a moment of peace. The Dracocrocs had really retreated. Though Qin Feng and company did not know what was happening, they arrived at the same destination as everyone and saw other aptitude users there. But of course, the number of survivors was much fewer than before. Han Jian's face turned grim when he saw the others. He walked toward an E-tier aptitude user and asked in a low voice, "Where's Lu Ba?" The person was apparently saddened and answered regrettably, "Dead." Everyone went quiet after that. Han Jian said nothing more and returned to Qin Feng. These people here were veteran warriors. They had set up some basic defenses around the area and sprayed high-tier monster repellent to secure the makeshift base. Qin Feng also set up his own camp. Such preparations were standard for any E-tier user. "General Han, why the long face?" Qin Feng asked. Han Jian replied sorrowfully, "One of the users from Dongling has lost his life. His name is Lu Ba. Do you still remember him?" There was no way Qin Feng would forget. He was rather heroic going up against the Emperor Knight in the past. It's hard to imagine that he had died just like that. "I do. Dongling Colony is going to be in chaos soon. Lu Ba is quite influential there. Even someone as powerful as he has died just like that. This place is sick." Han Jian recalled what he had just gone through the whole day and could not help but trembled in fear. If not because he had chosen to follow Qin Feng, he might already be a dead man like Lu Ba. Right now, Han Jian's opinion toward Qin Feng had drastically changed. He initially thought that Qin Feng was just another brilliant, inexperienced youngster, but now he was wholeheartedly convinced. Other than admiration, he also held great gratitude toward the young man. The atmosphere surrounding the campsite was icy cold. "Do any of you know the owner of the spatial waymark?" It was basically a trap. "We have been misled into the nest of Dracocrocs. It's a miracle that we are even alive now. I don't recognize the owner of the spatial waymark, but I do remember the gunner from before. He is under Leitang." The crowd went silent. Leitang Organization. What are they plotting? From what I heard, Leitang Organization is currently in conflict with the top leaders of Sea City. Damn, why are we the ones suffering when they are the ones butting heads? Ho ho, I see a lot of people from Sea City here. Guess you guys didn't see this coming, did you? Suddenly, everyone was debating loudly. At the same time, many had their gazes fixed on one man, Tyrant. Those from the inner circle were usually the ones with the most information, though others here were also considered high-ranking officers in their respective colonies. A matter of such degree was beyond their grasp. Tyrant was the only one around here that might know the details. He was among those who tried to intercept men from the Dark Coalition before. However, feeling obligated to those that had bid for the 10 tickets, he followed the group into this island after his employer had left. To be honest, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even picking up the leftovers behind the main group would make this trip worthwhile. That was the real reason Tyrant followed them through the rift. I'm not sure. We, Wanzhong, have nothing to do with Leitang. Leitang was initially a part of the Dark Coalition when it first emerged. They ran entertainment businesses on the surface, but secretly supplied drugs under the table. Leitang was once a pest being hated by many colonies. Regardless, they managed to establish an organization in the end. Naturally, this was thanks to their formidable founder. In a doomed world like this, anyone could build a kingdom through sheer power. However, as soon as the founder fell out of favor, his or her kingdom would immediately crumble too. Though the public debate had stopped, people were still conversing secretly. This smells exactly like a conspiracy. The only thing is, who is the intended target? What purpose do they have? Han Jin pointed out. We all are. Didn't we jump into this trap voluntarily? Qi Long replied ironically. Many had paid for it with their lives hopping onto this one-way convoy to hell. Stop overthinking it. The most important thing now is to stay alive. Train while you can and sleep earlier tonight. We still have ample battles to do tomorrow. Qin Feng chipped in and stopped their fruitless quarrel. Actually, Qin Feng was the only one among them that knew the entire story. This spatial waymark had led them into a resourceful place. That part was unexpected. Equally unthinkable was that this place was also a nest that housed numerous Dracocrocs. Not only that, but there is also a Dracocroc beast king residing in one of the underground caverns. Since Leitang was too busy to clear out the island at the moment, the spatial waymark was neglected. In the end, a D-tier aptitude user from Leitang discovered the waymark and decided to put it into good use. His name was Lei Chun. He was not aiming to set up any particular individual, but to lure away most of the E-tier aptitude users out of Sea City. Right now, Sea City was greatly deprived of combatants thanks to him. Things went smoothly according to his plan, and the rest was history. In Qin Feng's past memory, Lei Chun would officially become the mayor of Sea City half a month later. As for the mayor before him, Qin Feng had no memory of that person at all. Nobody cared about the loser in this damning world. In this post-apocalyptic world, E-tiers would normally be leaders of small colonies, the so-called mayor. In turn, D-tiers would be elected as mayors of larger cities like Shenyang. C-tiers no longer cohered to a city, but would instead establish and lead one's own organization or association. There were, of course, different scales of an organization. The influence and magnitude of an organization were directly proportional to its leader's strength, scaling up from C-tier to A-tier. Leitang Organization, though only a small association, had a substantial network in the 3 cities. Organizations usually avoided unnecessary conflict between each other. These do not concern me. I only need to make sure I fully utilize this opportunity. Qin Feng blocked off the external voices and went into meditation. He had absorbed the internal power of She-Wolf and the gunner they had killed earlier. She-Wolf's internal power was especially compact, but still far from Qin Feng's level. Absorb. The internal power began to rush through his meridian and strengthened it. Surplus power was stored into his dantian and formed a new energy cloud. It had now reached 15 layers. Afterward, Qin Feng took out the Godwill Atlas and started to hone his consciousness. As compared to his internal force, this was obviously more difficult. The extermination of the gunner helped advance his consciousness slightly. Training on this island was 2 to 3 times faster than the normal rate. Others began to take notice of this as well. The chatting quieted down eventually as everyone started to turn their attention into meditation and consciousness training. Qin Feng opened his eyes around midnight. Bailey, let's go. Qin Feng woke Bailey up soundlessly. Bailey yawned and looked at Qin Feng half-consciously. Where are we headed to? Qin Feng smiled gently. Treasure, of course. Bailey was enthused. After they got changed, Qin Feng concealed them in dark runes and turned invisible as they camouflaged into the pitch-black surroundings. They weaved through other E-tier users' camps in the dark without startling anyone. Qin Feng asked Bailey to transport them only when they were far enough. Toward the east, to the edge of this island. The place they were currently at was not the exact center of the island. To reach the core, it was actually best to enter through the island's perimeter. They reached the east side of the island in no time, through Bailey's space-time ability. There was no beach around here, but a cliff. Down the cliff were caves of different sizes. Most of it looked gigantic. In there, Qin Feng said. Schwaff. They disappeared on the spot and reappeared inside one of the caves. The darkness did not remove Qin Feng's senses. He was able to distinctly see everything inside the cave. On the ground, there were trails of Dacrocrocs, while stinking poops were seen all over the corners. Qin Feng marched forward vigilantly. Snore. The loud noises of Dracocrocs sleeping reached them. Qin Feng focused his consciousness toward that direction. A group of Dracocrocs was seen sound asleep. Dark Shroud. A large cloud of dark runes spread out quietly. It brought those fast asleep Dracocrocs into deeper darkness. Dark Ray. A horrifying radiant light burst forth from Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng's fire laser had become thicker and manifested into a fire claw after he had attained E-tier. The dark laser was less fancy in that regard. Yet, it was no less powerful and shot out to half a meter within a second. The dark ray fell on one of the Dracocrocs. The monster aged rapidly at an observable speed after being hit by the ray. Its flesh underwent senescence and decayed away, leaving behind only white bones. If not because the scales had accumulated enough natural energy from the environment, no remains would have been left behind. In the dark, the rest of the Dracocrocs were moving about restlessly. They could sense that something horrible had just arrived. But their senses had been greatly jeopardized by the Dark Shroud. The dark ability is terrific. Even Qin Feng did not expect such an outcome. With that said, he was not all that surprised. The Hellstone had been endlessly releasing dark runes to supply Qin Feng's diamond planet all this while. The number of dark runes in it now was something to behold. He had no idea about its power because he had never put it into use. The hidden potential of his dark ability was finally unleashed today. Let me see how far this ability can go. Qin Feng expanded his consciousness. Under his control, the ray that was originally a line turned into an expansive band. He learned this trick from Deng Yan. Light of Death. The initial dark ray, though powerful, could only attack a single target. Right now, it could wrap every monster in it. The remaining 4 Dracocrocs were engulfed by the darkness, and they instantly turned lifeless. It feels as if something is being pulled away from the beasts. Qin Feng's consciousness astutely sensed that the dark ability had rapidly sucked out the Dracocroc's life energy. Not only that, but his absorption ability had assimilated with the death ray and pulled the beast's life force straight into Qin Feng's energy core. Qin Feng finally discovered the true essence of the absorption ability. It was not about absorbing after the target had been killed or weakened, but the root of this ability which was able to absorb all the time, provided that it was being used together with the dark ability. He only used 5 minutes to exterminate the 5 Dracocrocs without going through any battle. It was unimaginably easy. No wonder many have said that ability users could kill with gaze alone. All he had expended was his consciousness and runes. There was no movement, no action, and no contact. Qin Feng enjoyed the overwhelming power he owned. Let's move on, Qin Feng ordered. Bailey stayed close behind him. They marched on through the snaky path inside the cave and bumped into different Dracocroc herds every now and then. Undoubtedly, the energy on this island was richer than the outside world, about 2 times the usual level. Hence, in relative terms, it was 6 times more powerful than that found on Earth. Once the threat here had been cleared, training here for 1 year was equivalent to training for 6 years on Earth. Who would not want to come to such a resourceful training ground? Perhaps I can claim this island in the future. Bailey had noted down the waymark, but this island still belonged to Lei Tang at the moment. He might provoke Lei Tang if he were to come and go freely. Actually, soon his power would outgrow this island, and training here would not help him advance significantly. His intention was to let his underlings from Fengli benefit from it. Nonetheless, it was still too early to think about this right now. Finally, something different caught Qin Feng's attention. It was a human figure. More accurately, it was human skeletal remains. Qin Feng paced toward it hastily. The deceased was found in a corner. Burnt marks were seen on the skeleton. He or she must have been killed by a fire-type ability. However, his wear did not decay with time and was still glimmering vibrantly. The product of advanced civilization. Qin Feng was astonished by the clothing. Sadly, after all these years, the corpse had been utterly ruined in this Dracocroc's nest. Qin Feng could find limited clues from it. He flipped the skeleton and found an enlarged key hanging on a gray necklace. Intrigued, he picked it up and immediately realized what it was for. The key was a spatial button, a standardized spatial runic equipment owned by the advanced civilization. This was unlike the spatial equipment found on Earth. Due to limited raw materials, the spatial equipment on Earth usually came in different shapes and sizes. As for the advanced civilization, they had a strict standard over the production of the spatial button to ensure that it would not collapse from the inside. Qin Feng had encountered such an item in his past life only after he had reached C tier. In this life, he obtained it much earlier. Qin Feng pulled out the necklace. Then he infused his consciousness into it. The space in it housed several weapons, some life necessities, as well as notes. But naturally, those notes were not usable on Earth. There's 20 cubic meters space in here. He was surprised by the scale of the storage space. This spatial button alone would be worth 100 million. There must be more. We should keep going. Qin Feng walked on. Bailey was enthused too by the discovery. After following Qin Feng for so long, Bailey understood that fighting or killing was not necessarily the only way to become stronger. You could also buy it with money. In Bailey's distant memory, her mother seemed to live in a more barbaric era as she was constantly brawling and battling. They explored the cave as if they were treasure hunting. Along the way, Qin Feng swiftly killed any Dracocrocs that appeared in their path. That's dark glow herb. Qin Feng saw a faint light appear in the dark and exclaimed, "What's that?" "It looks pretty," Bailey asked excitedly. "Allow me." Qin Feng unsheathed his Verdant Emperor saber and cut through the air. The herb immediately sensed the danger and retaliated by turning its leaves into flying razors. However, any form of counterattacks was futile in the face of Qin Feng's great internal force. Schwaff! His saber sliced through the herbs, cutting them into half. Only the roots were left behind, and the glimmer of the herbs gradually faded away. Qin Feng stepped forward and picked up the leaves. Only the ball-shaped, dandelion seed-like part was useful. This is a valuable item. It provides the user night vision after consuming it. This is very useful for a lot of people. Qin Feng himself had displayed just how advantageous it would be to be able to see in the dark. He was not blinded by it, and had no fear even when there was no light. No beast could harm him in darkness. It was truly a precious ability every aptitude user dreamed of. A single dark glow could be sold for 2 million. Qin Feng harvested an entire patch with at least a few hundred effective parts. He was not going to let such easy money slip away. Let's continue. Qin Feng was electrified by what they had found so far. These hidden treasures were supposed to be discovered by the mayor of Sea City. In this life, it all belonged to him. They went deeper and found more herbs that grew only in a dark and humid location. He harvested all of them. Besides, they also bumped into several other corpses, but not every one of them had a spatial button with them. Their bodies had also been trampled into dust after all these years. Even so, Qin Feng still managed to collect 4 spatial buttons. Those were great acquisitions. They did not stop moving, and eventually, they came into contact with a tremendous aura. Qin Feng reflexively held his breath. It was an aura from a beast king. Snore. Its exhalation created a small gust inside the narrow cave. "Be careful not to expose your presence," Qin Feng whispered. Bailey nodded and retracted her aura. The meeting of 2 beast kings would only come down to one possibility: fight. Bailey usually did not expose her power, but it would not go unnoticed in front of another beast king. "I will approach alone. You hide in here and don't make any sound," Qin Feng said. "Okay." Bailey nodded. Qin Feng wrapped himself in total darkness and moved like a silhouette. He got to take a full view of the inside after passing through a stalactite cave. The area spanned as large as a football field. It might be larger since part of it was immersed under seawater. In the middle of this field, a giant creature lay there silently. As Qin Feng grew more powerful, the monster he encountered also got nastier. This was the largest beast he had met after rebirth. Its size even surpassed that of the steel-limbed broodmother. The beast was 30 meters long and 15 meters wide. This was an underestimation as the monster was currently curling up in a sleeping position. The Drakroc Beast King. Its paw was already larger than Qin Feng. That was truly a magnificent yet horrifying scene. A lot of shattered bones were found beside the beast. Those belonged to the sea creatures, judging by the shapes. Unfinished meals, bones, furs, and scales were piled up like a small landfill. Qin Feng also noticed a lot of human bones at the corners of the cave. His breath thickened. He was not daunted by the Beast King. He actually did not mind fighting it. However, his main goal was to accomplish this treasure hunting in silence. Qin Feng did not want others to be startled by the noise of him fighting the Beast King. Qin Feng, who was camouflaged in the dark, used the pulling force of asteroid assimilation to stick onto the wall. He slid down the cave quietly. He landed near a few bodies. High-tech guns were seen hanging around them. Qin Feng began plundering. One after another, spatial buttons fell into his hands. He even found several password-locked chests among the bodies. They were of medium size and were arranged in an orderly fashion beside one another. One of them was opened. Coming into his sight were compressed energy tokens that looked like crystalline coins. Power credit. Qin Feng did come across this currency before. The rift, despite devastating, had also provided humans with much novel knowledge and technology after the end times. That was how humans had learned compression technology. The energy cube created by humans was 1 cubic centimeter large and had no carvings on it. On the contrary, the tokens in front of him were simply a masterpiece. Undoubtedly, this was going to be worth a lot of money. He had never heard about Lei Chen obtaining something like this before he was reborn. After all Qin Feng heard were just rumors and blind guesses. Nobody other than Lei Chen would have known the true nature of the treasures he had found on this island. No one, that was, until Qin Feng barged in and hijacked his fortune. Qin Feng retrieved the boxes and stored them into his own spatial equipment. He put some into the newly acquired spatial button when his own was fully loaded. He was jubilant with the loot he had found. That should do it. Qin Feng decided to call it a day. It was 3 in the morning. Qin Feng decided that they should return to the camp now. They could always revisit the cave later, so there was no rush to bring everything out tonight. Qin Feng retreated out of the cave, and his consciousness found Bai Li immediately. She was busy harvesting herbs around the area. This was a truly rewarding trip for them. To many others, this was just an uneventful night. The next morning, aptitude users were woken up by chirping sounds and immediately went into defense mode. They knew another round of crisis had just begun. They might have worked together during the night, but that did not mean that they were comrades now. Everyone was being wary of each other. The situation was tense as fights might erupt at any time. Some groups began to plan their next move. I thought Drakacrocs hunt during the night. Why on earth did they disappear last night? Darn, does that mean we can't move around during the day? It's better to go out in the dark. Though it's more dangerous, at least it's better than being eaten alive by the crocs. I still think it's better to move during the day. Everyone needs rest. We have one less thing to worry about if we rest when those Drakacrocs are inactive. Last time, a few fearless users had gone out for an expedition during the night like Qin Feng. Though they did encounter other mutated beasts, they did not meet any Drakacrocs. Some had even returned to the beach they disembarked from. Nothing was seen there during the night. The giant claw marks of the Drakacrocs had also vanished, washed by the waves. No wonder they did not notice any beast tracks earlier. Should we move during the night as well? Han Jian was contemplating like the others and asked Qin Feng. Qin Feng threw the question back to him. Do you think we are afraid of the crocs? Han Jian was momentarily stunned. Qi Long, on the other hand, was beaming with confidence. Why should we be afraid? It's our chance to harvest the valuable herbs on this island. We will have less competition if other groups dare not move out during the day. The 5 of them departed from the makeshift campsite without delay. It was another day of exploration, looting, and constant battling. The island was rather huge. Once the group had scattered, they probably would not bump into anyone if they were to carefully avoid other aptitude users. After all, there were only less than 100 people inside the island now after the tragic incident yesterday. In the following days, Qin Feng fought alongside Han Jian, Qi Long, and Lin Wui during the day, while continuing his visit to the cave to loot for more treasures during the night. Qin Feng even collected the skins and bones left over. Such a peaceful routine was broken on the fourth day. That night, the atmosphere inside the campsite was unusually edgy. Qin Feng and company always returned the latest as they could last the longest in the wild. They immediately realized the alertness and suspicion among the users. "Let me go and ask," Han Jian said. Most aptitude users around Qingyang City knew him, so it was not difficult for him to get some information. "I will go too." Qilong walked into the crowd as well. He was an aptitude user from Fu City and actually knew more people than Han Jian. They returned not long after. Apparently, someone has discovered a passage that leads to the underground of this island. The energy in there is even richer. He also found a dark glow in there, but it had clearly been harvested. They are now speculating that someone among us went in first, but remained quiet about it. Qin Feng put on a poker face, while Bai Li played with the thing in her hand inattentively. He was determined not to reveal any signs of distress in front of them. These people did not have the slightest idea about the richness of the treasure hidden down there. Otherwise, they would have died out of jealousy. Is it reliable? Perhaps it's another trap set up by the Dark Coalition. Qin Feng diverted the blame toward the Dark Coalition. Han Jian shook his head. Unlikely. They found the place as a group and split up to explore the cave. When they met back at the rendezvous point, the dark glow was gone. The group suspected that the aptitude user had stolen it, so he ran away before the infighting escalated, and broke the news to others afterward. A typical selfish act. He would not allow his team members to earn the fortune if he did not get a piece of it. This message clearly benefited those who initially had no knowledge of such a hidden passage. Moreover, the aptitude user swore that he had not taken any dark glow. This only meant that someone had gotten in there earlier and already looted most of the treasure inside. That was the reason for the tension. They were currently suspecting everyone around them. Unbeknownst to them, they had guessed it right. That despicable thief was none other than Qin Feng. "Let's go and have a look tomorrow," Qin Feng ordered. "Sure," Qilong responded. "We are talking about dark glow. This plant usually grows in large patches. We are going to be very rich if we find any in there." Qin Feng's team was not the only one excited to try their luck. Those from the Dark Coalition that had infiltrated the group also felt that this might serve them a good opportunity to strike. No other place was more strategic than the narrow and dark underground cave for assassination. The next morning, every team woke up and rolled out much earlier than the past few days. They all headed to the same destination, the cliff on the east side of the island. Some teams had already begun the descent. There was still mistrust between different parties, so obviously, they were not going to cooperate. As if they had rehearsed this, the teams went in one after another. The first party that entered was led by Tyrant. He was the strongest aptitude user among them. Besides, he still garnered substantial respect from the rest due to his affiliation with Wanzhong. His team had 3 other members, one also from Wanzhong while the other 2 were his acquaintances from Sea City. They jumped down the cliff swiftly. After they were gone, another group appeared out of the woods and did the same. There was a wind-type ability user in this group. Nimbus. The dense cloud shrouded the 3 of them and carried them downward. This was when a horrible shriek came out from inside the cave. Along with the shriek was the growling of a beast. Following that was the sound of rocks falling. Tyrant was then seen dashing out from the caves in a panic. He infused his legs with internal power and sprinted on the sea surface. Behind him, one after another giant figure emerged from the large caves. How? It was Dracocrocs. Those groups still on top of the cliff could clearly see the Dracocrocs swarming out from the caves. The beasts immediately saw the descending group. Boom. One of the beasts leaped into the air, aiming its mouth at the wind-type ability user. Scram. The ability user explosively activated his ability and unleashed a series of cyclone blades. Though the fierce winds did slice open the Dracocroc skin, it failed to stop the beast's advance. The mouth of the Dracocroc was right in front of his eyes. There was distrust among the E-tier aptitude users as they were not initially from the same team. Hence, the two aptitude users used the opportunity to escape from the control of the ability user and fled. Though he was momentarily stunned, the ability user quickly came to and casted a powerful ability. Reversed Wind Force. The ability user flew up to the sky along with the strong wind and was able to dodge the attack from the Dracocroc. However, those two that had escaped did not have Lady Luck on their side. As Dracocrocs began to crowd the bottom of the cliff, the ancient warriors were restricted to running on the sea and were not able to fly into the skies. Tyrant had been able to do so because of his perfect exit timing, boosted by his powerful internal strength and fast speed. However, this ancient warrior had missed the perfect chance to escape. Dracocrocs began to swarm out from the cave. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Splash! Pow! The ocean was stirred up as the Dracocrocs dived into the waters at high speed. The ancient warriors were being hunted by an insane number of Dracocrocs and were instantly surrounded. Save me quick! The ancient warriors shouted in shock and anger, but the wind ability user had already flown far away, ignoring him. The other gunner who wore gliding wings at the back had already arrived back at the cliff. While he was still trying to calm himself down from the intense moment, he also felt fortunate that he was able to escape. Despite expending all of his energy, the ancient warrior was still unable to escape his fate from being massacred by the Dracocrocs. Indeed, there were too many Dracocrocs that had gathered in the sea. Although it was known that the vast area around the island was crowded with Dracocrocs, the number was still beyond estimation. There were tens of thousands of them. If it were to be compared with those that were seen from the beach, it was just the tip of the iceberg. As the Dracocrocs submerged under the sea, the yellow sun rose gradually from the horizon and blew away the cool breeze of the night. Gulp! Qilong tried very hard to swallow his saliva. It was a surprise for him to witness such a large pack of Dracocrocs leave the area, and there were even about dozens of beast generals. If such a massive army of ultra beasts were to attack the city, nobody could ever defend against it. However, it was fortunate that they only existed within the spatial rift and none of them had entered Earth. The realm was ruled by the ultra beasts. Soon, the wavy sea began to calm down. However, everyone was still fearful of going into the sea. Tyrant looked furious as he had lost 3 of his team members. Then, he joined forces with the very same ability user that approached him, and they formed into a team. Let's move. Qin Feng revealed himself from their hidden spot without much hesitation. There were tens of thousands of Dracocrocs hidden in the underground cave. However, it was their nature to leave the area during the day. As such, the area was still safe for the moment. Qilong, Han Jian, and Lin Wui followed Qin Feng instantly, and throughout the days of battle that they had already adapted to be responsive toward Qin Feng's orders. Qin Feng arrived at the edge of a cliff. He wrapped his arm around Bai Li's waist and took a leap forward, while his internal strength filled his entire body and formed into a bouncy, repulsive force. After a few leaps, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. Han Jian followed the same way behind Qin Feng. Whereas Qilong was equipped with gliding wings, an essential escape tool that most gunners would have. Lin Wui raised his hand and pointed toward the ground. A giant vine sprouted from the ground and wrapped itself around his body. Using the vine, he swung downward smoothly. It was a rather safe and steady method compared to the others. As soon as all 5 of them had gathered, they disappeared into the cave while the others quickly followed, casting out their abilities and leaping from the cliff to jump into the cave. It was as if they were afraid of being left behind. The cave was extremely massive in size. Despite spending 3 consecutive nights in it, Qin Feng had still yet to complete his exploration in the surroundings of the giant caves where the Dracocroc Beast King had stored its valuables. However, the outer part was already surprising enough for the others. Qin Feng took the paths that he had never discovered before. As such, it was full of valuable loot. As there were no battles that took place, the loots were divided equally, and Qin Feng did not care much about those either. Dark Glow Herb. We have found it. Although there are only 8 of them, it is still an easy 10 million reward. Han Jian let out a blissful smile. Qin Feng remained unbothered as he thought about the hundreds of Dark Glow herbs that were still in Bai Li's space. and he thought about replanting them in the underground garden once he got back. Dragon trail grass. This is it. Qilong carefully plucked down a bunch of dragon trail grass, as it was incredibly effective in enhancing physical speed. I would like all the dragon trail grass, and I will not take anything else that we might find later, deal? No problem. I don't need this. The others were agreeable to the deal, while Qin Feng had no comments as well. They were merely the half-grown plants from the Dracocrocs, and Qin Feng had more than 20 of them in his space. Furthermore, those that were from the cave of the Dracocroc Beast King would be more effective as they were larger in size. They had more discoveries and loot as they moved further in. Throughout the short period of the expedition, both Han Jin and Qilong had accumulated 20 million worth of wealth each, and the huge amount of money would definitely increase their capabilities tremendously. Furthermore, as they had trained within the island that was abundant in energy, they were also able to improve much faster compared to when they were in the outer world. The others might not be as lucky as them. Damn, stone flower. This must be a stone flower. It has been removed. Leaves from the water cave pine. Somebody must have been here. Who could be the lucky one to have found this rare water cave pine? Damn, leap fruit has been taken. Who could have taken the best wooden spirit herb away from me? Everyone clenched their teeth in anger as they were unable to stop other people from entering before them, and those people had looted everything. There was nothing that they could do to recover those items. They could only feel jealous about it. Some teams had even rushed directly toward the center of the island without paying much attention to the search along the way as they were aiming for the main gathering spot of the Dracocrocs. Surprisingly, they were able to identify the Dracocrocs' lair. At the moment, the lair was empty as the Beast King had gone out to hunt for food. The ground was scattered with all sorts of items that seemed to be worthless for Qin Feng. However, in the eyes of the others, they were all precious treasures. Quick, grab them. This is a rare one, the skin of the sea beast. Haha, with this and a little extra top-up, I will be able to afford an E-tier blue equipment. Most of the aptitude users were not the same as Qin Feng, as purple and silver rune equipment were rare items for them. Some of the E-tier aptitude users might have to save up for years in order to afford such equipment. Therefore, those resources were extremely valuable for them. However, they were not the only lucky ones, as there were also others that had noticed the same resourceful center spot and gathered around. Within the blink of an eye, the cave was already crowded with 3 teams that had more than 10 people in total. They were paying close attention to the others, and as they moved around with high speed, they were also preparing for any possible battle. At that moment, any wrong move would result in an intense battle. Visibility within the cave had been limited by the dark surroundings. Those who did not have dark glow could also channel their internal strength into their eyes to view in the dark. However, it would only work within the radius of not more than 30 meters. Gunners who had infrared scanning were checking on everything to ensure that nothing valuable would be missed. Oh my, silver pearl! The shout had alerted everyone in the surroundings. The silver pearl was about 30 centimeters in size, and it could possibly breed pearls that were the same in size as a grape. Each one could easily net 30 million. If they were still alive, how could it be possible for the E-tier aptitude users to resist the temptation to keep and grow them? Furthermore, there were at least a dozen of them. Most of them were goods that were brought back when the Dracocrocs came back from their hunts. The aptitude user immediately reached out toward the silver pearl with hands. Boom! A deafening gunshot was heard. Valuable goods would attract anybody. Wealth could be the cause of human death, and the same went to birds that died for their food. The moment of brutal massacre had begun. Do you want to die? You shall die today. Scram, bastard. The crowd had sunk into a chaotic battle. Loud noises echoed within the cave and were heard by many in the surroundings. Some identified the origin of the noise and tried to hide from any trouble that might come forward, while some headed toward the noise as they thought that there might be something valuable that had caused the battle. However, it was at that moment. Those who were involved in the battle did not notice the abrupt wave that was rising from the seas as they were in the midst of the chaotic gunshots. A gigantic creature leaped up from the other end of the cave and rushed toward those who were in battle. Once again, the crowd screamed in immense fear. Beast King. The Dracocroc King flung away a giant beast general shark that was being dragged in by it and rampaged forward with its massive body. Everyone in the surroundings was like small ants that would easily die from a single stomp from the Dracocroc King. Any normal Dracocroc would recognize human beings as their food source. As for the Beast King, it would not even pay heed to the existence of human beings. However, the Beast King had a great sense of control over its own territory, and it was a disrespectful provocation for the human beings to cause such chaos in the surroundings. The slaughter had begun. Without even any time to react, some of the aptitude users had already been flattened into minced meat. Run quickly. Take this. An ability user defended with one last attack before his demise. Earthfall. Boom. The ground immediately turned into spiraling whirls of sand that was pulling the body of the Dracocroc King down, trying to swallow it whole. However, with limited conscious energy from the ability user, the pit formed was a mere 50 meters in depth. The Dracocroc King began to struggle and tried to free itself from being swallowed. Boulder Dragon style. Before it could escape successfully, the ability user casted out another ability that formed into a gigantic dragon with Eastern features, and it was comparable with Qin Feng's Fire Dragon. The Boulder Dragon rushed toward the Dracocroc King with its massive body that was formed from solid boulders. The Dracocroc King was once again forced backward. However, this attack had ultimately enraged the Dracocroc King. The Beast King widened its jaw and crunched down on the approaching Boulder Dragon. Crush. The Boulder Dragon was instantly crushed into pebbles, and its body shattered all over the area. Poof! The ability and the conscious energy of the ability user were forcefully sucked out and devoured. His mental strength suffered a heavy blow as blood spurted out from his mouth. Master Feng, I'll get you out of here. A loud roar was heard as a chain of shackles was tossed out from the person's hand, pulling the ability user away. Then they flew up to the top of the cave from where they had entered. Everyone else was panicking and running to save themselves. The massive body size of the Dracocroc King had prohibited it from entering into the smaller caves. Hence, they were fortunate enough to escape from death. Master Feng's conscious energy had been severely damaged and was unable to remain conscious. However, right after being saved by the person, a dagger slashed across and cut through his throat. Haha, Master Feng. Every man for himself. The devil takes the hindmost. The person guffawed wildly. Master Feng was obviously an overlord in his territory to be able to possess the Boulder Dragon style, and he was definitely a rare and noble ability user with powerful capabilities. However, he did not expect to die in the hands of his own men. Lu Rue, you bastard. A loud roar echoed in the surroundings as an assault of bullets rained down on the person. Lu Rue had to dodge and take cover before he could take off the spatial ring Master Feng was equipped with. 5 people appeared from a corner. It was Qin Feng and the others. The noise from the battle had caught his attention, and he was one of those who had come to check out the situation. However, he was surprised by the scene of the aptitude users being massacred by the returning Beast King. There was even someone who was taking advantage of the chaotic scene. Lu Rue escaped. Qi Long did not go after him, and he immediately looked toward Master Feng. Master Feng, Qi Long shouted. Sadly, his throat had been slashed clean through and his bones were snapped in half. The deadly attack from Lu Rue was merciless and had killed Master Feng. As Qin Feng was standing beside him, he was able to feel the activation of his absorption ability and the abundant conscious energy that was merging into his body. He was certainly an extremely powerful ability user, and since Qin Feng had not heard of the name before his rebirth, this was probably the last place of his existence. It was a fate that was irreversible. Qi Long, this is not the place for you to mourn. Carry the dead body along. Let's go. Qin Feng spoke in a deep voice. Qi Long clenched his teeth and nodded. The dead body was kept into his spatial rune equipment. The spatial rune equipment of the deceased was unable to be placed into his own, hence he passed it over to Qin Feng. Master Feng is an elder in Fu City. Although I will bring the dead body back, being part of this team, I should not take all of the loot just because of my own personal emotions. Let's go now. Qin Feng nodded and remained silent. Reality was ruthless, even on a great and powerful person. That said, it was fortunate enough that he had died in one piece. As for the wealth that was accumulated throughout his entire lifetime, the descendants might not be able to keep them secure. It might even bring unnecessary problems. There were still aptitude users that were unable to escape from the cave. Some were even hoping that the others would not be able to make their way out and keep the Dracocroc King busy so that they could take the chance to save their own lives. At that moment, everyone had different opinions. This is a rare opportunity to take down the Beast King while it is stuck inside. The rewards will be extremely valuable. That's right, this is our time to take action. There were a few people who were dressed casually and had aptitude user badges on their chests. They looked totally different from the others. It had a blood-red bat shape on it. These were the people from the Dark Coalition, Bloodthirst Organization. It was a rather small-sized organization that only recruited strong and powerful members. There were 4 of them that had appeared. Yuan Han, a merciless E4, tier ancient warrior that would not hesitate to kill, and one of the butchers from the 3 cities that shared the same name as Shuwolf. Wu Zhe, a genius E3, tier gunner that specialized in manufacturing, modification, experiments, and had even replaced half of his body into machines that boosted himself with insane combat power. Guoxing, an E4, tier gunner who specialized in high-impact giant bombs, and was also highly skilled in explosives. Sheng Jinyu, an E5, tier metal ability user, the most powerful among all. Every smaller-sized colony was fearful of the presence of the 4 aptitude users. Come on, let's move now. Sheng Jinyu commanded. He was the leader of the team of 4, and also a metal ability user. About time. Wu Zhe seemed to be very excited as he instantly took out all sorts of machines and began to assemble them at high speed. It was as if his hands had faded into shadows. Guoxing also began to take out machines to assemble handheld grenades that were about the size of a fist, and they were specially assembled to a chain with a spearhead as its front. Then, it was placed onto a crossbow that had been set up by Guoxing. It was obvious that the handheld grenades would travel along with the release of the spearhead from the bow. Wu Zhe only used a short amount of time to complete his weaponry assembly. He casually pushed them forward to the entrance of the cave, where the Dracocroc Beast King was still raging on at some users that were still unable to escape. Hurry up, we do not want to miss this opportunity. Sheng Jinyu ordered. No problem. Wu Zhe sneered and replied. I am about to start now. Me first. Without any hesitation, Guoxing took aim at the Dracocroc King and pulled the trigger. At the same time, his conscious energy was also injected into the arrow. Swoosh! The arrow shot out from the bow, carrying with it a long chain of handheld grenades. It was as if a rope was traveling through the air. While under the control of conscious energy, the rope circled around the neck of the Dracocroc King and was tightly wrapped around it. Roar! The Dracocroc King did not know what it was, but it began to roar, and the instant reaction from it was to free itself from the rope that was entangled around it. Guoxing seemed to be filled with excitement in the distance. Explode. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed in the surroundings as countless purple light rays surrounded the skull of the Dracocroc King. Thunderstrike bomb. With such a powerful explosion from the bomb, even one of it would be sufficient to take down an E-tier Ultra Beast, and there were hundreds of them that had been specially prepared for the Dracocroc King. Oh whoa! The Dracocroc King let out a blood-curdling screech. Die! Wu Zhe initiated another attack. Another deafening explosion was heard. A pitch-black bomb was released from Wu Zhe's cannon tube while his conscious energy controlled the bomb, targeting the Dracocroc King. The Beast King was alerted by the incoming attack, and it was about to dodge from it. However, with the control of conscious energy, the effort of the Beast King was in vain. Boom. The Dracocroc King's neck took the hit. It was the same spot where Guoxing's attack had hit, and the bomb penetrated into the flesh of the Beast King. Annihilate. Wu Zhe commanded, and an instant black explosion was released. Unexpectedly, it was a dark energy cannon. The entire body of the Dracocroc King was immediately engulfed in dark energy, while its flesh began to deteriorate and decompose. It was as if it had instantly become an aged Beast King. The Dracocroc King let out another howl. It was heavily wounded by the double attack. However, the Bloodthirst organization had underestimated the Dracocroc King. It glared furiously at the cave where the attacks came from and began to rush toward it without any hesitation. Boom. A booming explosion was heard as the cave began to collapse, and the crumbling ruins were about to fall onto the attackers. Oh no! Everyone noticed that something bad was about to happen. Steel barrier. Sheng Jinyu blasted out metal abilities that formed into a small hut that covered all four of them. They remained unharmed by the collapse. Later, dark energy will begin to invade and deteriorate its body. Furthermore, the attack was on its neck, which is also closely located to its brain. It should not be a problem, Wu Zhe said. The others trusted Wu Zhe and waited for their next move. It was at that moment the Dracocroc king that was in the giant cave began to feel the severe deterioration that was taking place in its body, and it was furiously enraged by it. A woo! A long and painful screech was heard. The deafening sound lasted for about half a minute. Those who did not have strong conscious energy were severely affected by the sound, and they began to feel dizzy as their eardrums began to bleed. The thunderous voice had echoed and spread across the entire island, and every part of the sea area was able to hear the summons of the Dracocroc king. This is bad. Qin Feng's face darkened. Although Qin Feng and the others did not witness the attacks from the Bloodthirst organization, they assumed that the loud explosions were from the gunners that tried to stop the Dracocroc king. However, the situation seemed to be far more complicated than that. Leave now. Qin Feng led the others and rushed toward the opening of the cave. However, they were deep within the cave, and it would require at least half an hour to arrive outside. That amount of time would be sufficient for Dracocrocs from the entire island to gather around. The Dracocroc king was summoning the other Dracocrocs with its loud roar. The call from the Beast King was heard by Dracocrocs that were scattered all over the island, including those that were hunting in the waters. Every Dracocroc had heard the calling that was filled with anger and sorrow, and they began to rush back in a rampage. Dracocrocs began to crawl up the cave and block off the entrance. The aptitude users who were about to escape were all shut in. No, retreat, quick. No, save me. Screams were heard as everyone was forced to retreat, or else they would have to remain there forever. Qin Feng and the others were in the same situation. Fire Dragon. Qin Feng equipped his Scarlet Fire Claw and instantly summoned his Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon attacked and resisted the Dracocroc's advance. Die! One of the Dracocrocs was surrounded by flames and was instantly burned to death. However, the moment it died, it was immediately replaced by those from behind. Hellfire Carpet. Qin Feng activated his conscious energy and covered the entire cave with the Hellfire Carpet. The Dracocrocs began to take another route as they were surrounded by flames and were unable to break Qin Feng's resistance. As the Dracocrocs were born and bred here, they were naturally familiar with the interconnected routes within the cave. They were now right behind Qin Feng and the others. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qilong wildly fired his gun as he tried to stop the Ultra Beasts. Within the small and restricted area, they would not be able to survive if the Ultra Beasts were to rush toward them all at once. This won't do. There are too many of them. We can't breach through. Lin Wuyi's face turned pale when his conscious energy perceived the surroundings that were densely packed with Dracocrocs. The wilderness was always cruel and filled with unpredictable deaths. Qin Feng became worried. He knew that it would be an easy task for Bai Li to lead them outside. However, by doing so, her abilities would be exposed. Qin Feng would never want anyone else to witness Bai Li's ability. Retreat, back to the Beast King cave. Qin Feng shouted. The only way was to retreat and hope that the Dracocrocs would follow them in, and their density would then be reduced. Only then, they would be able to slaughter their way out. At that moment, retreating was the only way to move forward. I'll cover the front. Bai Li attack. Qin Feng said with a deep tone. Bai Li did not give it a second thought before she unleashed a powerful attack. With just a gentle wave of her hands, a claw mark appeared in midair, which instantly severed the Dracocroc's skull into pieces. Lin Wuyi and Han Jian stared in disbelief. They did not expect Bai Li to be this powerful. Although Qilong had seen how strong Bai Li was, he had just discovered that after Bai Li had reached E-tier, she was way fiercer even when faced with the same E-tier Ultra Beast, but it was in no way bating a jot of the elegance she had shown during the battle against the Golden Queen Ant at that time. When Bai Li made her move, the Dracocrocs behind her were exterminated in just the blink of an eye. Qin Feng and his team then quickly retreated. There were many people who made the same decision as Qin Feng and his team. After all, it was way out of their abilities to stop the Dracocrocs' rampage. To make matters worse, There were now only 60 aptitude users inside the cave. Qin Feng quickly retreated back into the giant cave. It was at this exact moment that the 4 members of the Bloodthirst organization thought that their chance was finally here. As they drew away their conscious energy, the steel barrier was disabled, and the 4 men began attacking the Dracocrocs once they had cleared out the cavern. Die! The 2 gunners recklessly shot out bullets at the Dracocroc King's humongous body as if it was a living target. The Dracocroc King seemed to understand that it was at a disadvantage if things were to keep going on the way it was going. As it let out an earth-shattering roar, its body quickly began to shrink. Shapeshift. This was an art mastered by any beast king. Otherwise, their huge bodies would drag them behind and drain huge amounts of energy. Of course, the king had never seen a human being, nor did it understand the characteristics of this race. Therefore, he had never thought of shape-shifting into a human. At this time, aptitude users had appeared in the other passage, and there were Dracocrocs chasing after them. As expected, it was only a matter of time until it would shape-shift. Sheng Jingyu said coldly. The Dracocroc King did not wish to be killed here either. It tried to flee away at lightning speed. The other side of the cave was linked to the sea. As long as it was able to get there, there was no way these humans would be able to chase it down. However, now that the Bloodthirst organization had given their everything, there was no way they would let it escape. Quick, chase after it, shouted Wu Zhe excitedly. It won't get away. Sheng Jinyu raised both hands. Metal cage. He unleashed his metal ability, and in the next moment, a huge metal railing quickly shot up in front of the Dracocroc King, blocking its escape. Boom. The railings were instantly knocked away by the Dracocroc King's humongous body. Although the Dracocroc King was weakened, it was still as powerful. It was clear that the previous attacks would not work now. Let's see how long you can last. Sheng Jinyu unleashed his second skill, and a row of sharp nails emerged from the ground, piercing the king's feet with every step it took. Roar! The Dracocroc King bellowed in pain. When the Dracocroc Ultra Beasts heard the Dracocroc King's roar, they quickened their pace and rushed over to Sheng Jinyu's side. It was then the other aptitude users were able to understand the situation right now. It's you guys? So, it's you people that provoked the king. Do you have any idea that we're all surrounded by herds of Dracocrocs now? Are you dumb? Don't get us into trouble if you wish to die. The king is wounded? Kill the king, and we will make a fortune. For a moment, there were anger, surprise, and a series of emotions that appeared. The sight made their hearts pound with excitement. Cut the crap and stop talking. Yuan Han sneered as his body began to exude a murderous aura. A Dracocroc dashed toward him. With a huge blade in Yuan Han's hand, he gave the beast a few mighty slashes, cutting it into several pieces. And at that moment, Tyrant finally spoke up. No matter what happens, kill the king first. After all, these Dracocrocs are following the king's orders. Once the king dies, the other Dracocrocs would scatter in fear. If we don't fight now, we'll die here today too, he said in a deep voice. And there was nothing wrong with what he had just said. When the steel-limbed broodmother queen died, many insectoids came just because they wanted to eat the queen's carcass so they could evolve. But the Dracocrocs could not devour its own kind to evolve. Once the king dies, the rest of the kind would fall apart, and it would make their escape easier. What was more, the king was wounded now. Everyone was thinking of ideas to gain an advantage in this situation. Kill. All of them unleashed their strongest attacks all at once. They all wanted to kill the king. Such an opportunity was quite rare. Usually, beast kings were so strong that when humans encounter them in the wild, they would be killed in an instant. But now, there was strength in numbers. With more than 60 E-tier aptitude users, if they coordinated their attacks well, killing the king would not be a problem at all. Seeing that it was surrounded, the Dracocroc King roared again. This time its body had grown to become extremely large. Boom. With a ferocious blow, the ancient warrior who rushed up to fight the Beast King was immediately knocked out of the way. Hold it back, quick. The men in the back yelled their battle cries. Humph. Tyrant went ahead and fought bravely at the front line. He was one of the strongest, and his rune equipment was among the best. As soon as the ancient warriors went up, they were all knocked out by the Dracocrocs. In the end, there were around 20 ancient warriors left, but only 3 of them were able to hold on to the attacks. These 3 people were Qin Feng, Tyrant, and Yuan Han. The others, stop the Dracocrocs. Seal the cave entrances, don't let them in. Look out, the Beast General. Their loud shouts shook the insides of the cave. Qin Feng and the others fought with incredible strength and resisted the king's attacks. On the other hand, the other ancient warriors could not intervene and all of them retreated. The only ones left were ability users and gunners. They began an all-out attack on the king. Burning sword glare. Qin Feng swung his blade and parried the Dracocroc king's attack, but it just was not enough. The clock was ticking. If they were not able to stop it, the place would be flooded by the army of Dracocrocs. Phew. Qin Feng took a deep breath, and the air around him became extremely murderous. The Dracocroc king stretched out its head just in time to repel Yuan Han's attacks, and Qin Feng seized this opportunity. He slashed with his sword again. Blazing sky. A blinding light emitted from the verdant emperor saber in Qin Feng's hand, and Qin Feng's entire body seemed to have blurred out. In the next second, the Dracocroc king's neck was pierced straight through by Qin Feng's blade. The humongous blade shot up almost 20 meters into the skies. The Dracocroc king's head instantly rolled off to the side. Poof! The king's flesh was blasted into mush and was tainted black after being polluted by the dark energy. The severed neck began spouting out fresh blood, covering every inch of Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng felt a burning sensation all over his skin. Dragon blood. Everyone then came to. The Dracocroc's blood contained a trace of dragon blood, and the dragon blood could be used to harden their flesh. The crowd instantly got excited. Yuan Han, who was knocked out into the air, was furious. Her glare was deadly and her face was twisted with anger. The butcheress was enraged. The dragon blood was supposed to be hers. Die! Yuan Han furiously attacked Qin Feng and tried to decapitate him. Get out of the way. Qin Feng let out a low, growling roar as his hands burst with strong energy. These people did not know each other. Although Qin Feng still had his scarlet fire claw on his left arm, everyone thought that Qin Feng had it on so he could pair the equipment with the fire elemental technique he had just used. They had no idea that Qin Feng was a true ability user. Not only that, his abilities were not in any way inferior to his ancient warrior powers. The fire blast sent Yuan Han flying backward. The alliance that was once established immediately fell apart. Everyone began to kill each other. That king material is mine. All of you die, you F-curs. Scram! Everyone roared. The scene made everyone go crazy. At that moment, Tyrant 2 rushed into the midst of the dragon blood shower, but this time, Qin Feng did not stop him. Tyrant let out a miserable scream as the dragon blood blistered his skin. The dragon blood was very potent and strong. It was not easy to withstand the pain. Flashing sword dance. Sheng Jinyu was obviously furious. He did not expect to have the kill taken away by someone else after inflicting heavy wounds on the Ultra Beast. It seemed that it had been a while since anyone had enraged him to such an extent. Qin Feng and Tyrant heard the clashing and twisting of metals. Then, hundreds of weapons appeared out of thin air and shot toward their direction. Seeing this, Tyrant did not have time to dodge the attack, and most importantly, it seemed that his body could no longer bear the intense burn from the dragon blood, and the pain was unbearable. Kid, if you manage to get me out alive, I'll owe you a favor. As soon as he finished his words, silvery light enveloped all around him. Spatial waymark. Tyrant's body instantly disappeared. He had left this foreign space. Only Qin Feng remained to face the incoming blade attack. In the eyes of others, Qin Feng's death was inevitable. Qin Feng scoffed. And in the next moment, flames soared all over his body. Fire dragon style. Roar. The dragon cry shook the air. The fire dragon soared high up into the sky. Its tremendous power made everyone tremble in fear. This dragon art was a technique that could only be learned by the top officials in the city. Or else, one could acquire this technique by exchanging it with their astounding wealth. No one would have thought that a young man like Qin Feng would actually possess a fire dragon technique. His previous blazing sky skill was already scary enough. Now, there was actually an even stronger one. Roar. Under the wrath of the fire dragon, every weapon that came close to it was melted in an instant. One could even feel the searing heat of the fire dragon's body from afar. Strike. Qin Feng pointed at Sheng Jinyu. Sheng Jinyu's face changed dramatically. Steel barrier. The humongous steel barrier re-emerged once again. It might be able to stop the mountains from shaking, but in no way could it stop Qin Feng's fire dragon. Sheng Jinyu was afraid that if he was locked up in the steel barrier together with the dragon, he would be roasted alive by Qin Feng, which was a similar fate to the scaled tiger beast general. As expected, he was not brainless after all. After summoning the steel barrier, he manipulated his conscious energy like crazy, and metal runes began to spread in the air around him, which grew larger and larger. Steel giant. He unleashed his ability, and a 10-meter-tall giant emerged from the ground, punching Qin Feng's fire dragon right on the face. The two ability users clashed, and their tremendous power force made others retreat as they were unable to intervene in the fight. They were also afraid to be caught up in the fight. Move faster, Sheng Jinyu shouted. Wu Zhe, Guoxing, and Yuan Han started to charge toward the Dracocroc king. For such a behemoth, even if they cut off a piece of its flesh, it would actually be worth a lot of money. However, the most valuable assets of the king were none other than the three main parts. They were the scales, skull, and energy core of the Dracocroc king. But the Dracocroc king's skull was a quarter of its entire body's length, which was almost as big as a small house. Even if they had a spatial runic equipment, the skull would still not be able to fit into it. The only other way was to disintegrate the skull into smaller pieces, but they did not have the ability to do so. However, the energy core was different. The Dracocroc king's energy core was only the size of a basketball, so it could be taken away easily. Bailey, Qin Feng shouted. Bailey began to move toward the king's carcass too. With just a lift of her hand, the Dracocroc king's head was loaded into her space. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched on. They did not know about Bailey's abilities, but they figured that Bailey must have an oversized spatial runic equipment. If it could fit the head of a Dracocroc king, it must be at least 500 square feet. The spatial runic equipment must be worth 1.5 billion yuan. Everyone was breathing heavily. They refused to believe it. Kill her. Wu Zhe was the first to go insane. For a gunner, no item would be as tempting as having a spacious spatial equipment. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets was shot at Bailey. How dare you underestimate others? A voice was heard out of nowhere, and in the next moment, a terrorizing greenish poisonous gas enveloped Wu Zhe and the others. Wu Zhe inhaled a mouthful of the poison gas. He felt dizzy and his vision was blurred. Die! Qi Long aimed his gun at Wu Zhe. A chaotic battle had begun. From where Qin Feng was currently standing, the Dracocroc king's blood had finally stopped spurting. Although Qin Feng still felt the blistering pain around his body, the pain was not as unbearable as the pain Tyrant had felt earlier. This was because Qin Feng's physical strength had exceeded that of an ordinary person by far too much. With such incredible strength, coupled with the death of the Dracocroc king and the activation of his absorption ability, Qin Feng's strength had finally advanced again on the 8th day of entering the island. E2 tier. At this time, Yuan Han ran up the back of the Dracocroc king as she targeted its spine. She wanted to cut through the Dracocroc king's outer scale with her machete so she could steal the energy core. Get out of the way, it's mine. Bailey also ran up and mercilessly knocked Yuan Han down. Yuan Han was about to go nuts. After years of rampaging through the three cities, she had never felt so defeated before. Whether it was Qin Feng's or Bailey's strength, they were so powerful that she stood no chance against them. Bailey swung and slashed with the ceramic saber in her hand at the Dracocroc king's spine. The white ceramic saber carried a faint spatial rune, enabling it to instantly slice through the Dracocroc king into two neat halves. As Bailey kicked away the other half of the king, she swung with her ceramic saber again. A clear crystal the size of a basketball appeared in her hand. The king's energy core. Bailey's satisfaction was evident, and she kept the energy core inside her space. Seeing this, the other aptitude users went even crazier. They gave up fending off the Dracocrocs and dashed toward Bailey. Now, Bailey was like a living treasure vault of tremendous value. If we kill her, we'll be able to skyrocket through the rankings. That's an E-tier beast king energy core. They had to work hard and save up for 4 to 5 years to even be able to afford one. Now that there was one in front of them, how could they not want to get their hands on it? If you don't wish to die, get out. Qin Feng growled out a warning. Don't be so arrogant. Who do you think you are? You don't think that I'm powerful enough? Fine, none of you will leave this place alive. Kill him. He bought off a lot of stuff from the Wanzong auction. He must have some good stuff with him now. Everyone let out their battle cries. They could feel their battle spirits growing inside. Get lost, beastards. Don't you all recognize him as the district governor of Fengli Colony? Han Jin roared. Their eyes flickered for a moment, but the weapons in their hands did not stop swinging. In such a hectic battle, it did not matter who you were, it was kill first, speak later policy. People of Fu City, listen to me just this once. If you do not wish to die, leave now, or else you'll suffer the consequences of your actions. Qilong shouted. Unfortunately, no one was bothered to pay attention. Qin Feng's deceiving calm composure masked his murderous intent. If that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. Hellfire Carpet. Qin Feng unleashed his ability, and he no longer cared about holding back for anyone. The Hellfire Carpet erupted and covered the entire cave in hellfire. Haha, this is awesome. There are toxic gases everywhere. Lin Wui, who was a genetically modified beast general, had also unleashed his powers. He filled the air with deadly green mist. However, these were all E-tier aptitude users. No matter how powerful Qin Feng's abilities were, they were fearless. They gave in their every bit of internal strength, conscious energy, and defensive runes as they dashed toward Qin Feng like a horde of madmen. 3 ancient warriors synchronized their attacks on Qin Feng. Mountain Split. Sword Kill. Heavy Blow. Their attacks came in one after the other. Don't bite more than you can chew. Qin Feng sneered at them. As he was controlling the fire dragon that was dueling with the steel giant with his consciousness, he could still swing his verdant Emperor Saber horizontally with his hand. Blooming Flame. The verdant Emperor Saber struck the 3 ancient warriors who were within the saber's range. Clink, clink, clink. Their weapons snapped with a crisp sound. Burning Sword Glare. The verdant Emperor Saber was swung violently as it made numerous kills. The crowd was easily exterminated and swept away. Bunch of useless coyotes. Qin Feng sneered. With just a wave of his verdant Emperor Saber, he had decapitated a man. Poof! Blood spurted out of the headless neck, and the person's head flew into midair. Qin Feng did not care which city the person was from, where they came from, or if he recognized the person. All he knew was that everyone who dared to challenge him were all his enemies. All those who wanted to harm Bailey had to die. After a while, Qin Feng had killed so many that his eyes were stained red with blood. In just a few moments, more than a dozen people had fallen to the ground, and their blood had soaked the ground red. Their bodies were quickly burned into a pile of ashes by the hellfire, including those living bodies that were nearby. On the ground, only a few rune equipment remained, some of which in particular were spatial rune equipment. Qin Feng used his conscious energy to bring all of the items into his arms. Your opponent is me. Sheng Jinyu roared. He was desperately forcing his consciousness to fight against Qin Feng's fire dragon. But Qin Feng even had the audacity and spare time to fight with the others, which was clear that he was underestimating Sheng Jinyu. It was true that Qin Feng did not take him seriously. Get lost. Qin Feng urged his fire dragon again, which was now strangling the steel giant. When both fire rune and metal rune collided, both were devolving, but fire triumphed metal. Even if Sheng Jinyu was an E5 tier ability user, which was 4 tiers higher than Qin Feng, it still would not change the fact that Qin Feng was stronger. This was because Qin Feng's conscious power was far too strong. Qin Feng was an SS tier gifted mortal. The metal runes were obliterated by the mass of flames. The searing heat had melted the steel giant into a pool of molten steel. Roar! The fire dragon roared as it rushed toward Sheng Jinyu. Metalize. Since there was no way he could evade the attack, Sheng Jinyu could only use his strongest defensive ability to turn his entire body into metal. The fire dragon spat and drowned him in fire. Arg! Sheng Jinyu was dead. Like the steel giant, his body also melted into molten steel, and the leader of the bloodthirst organization of the Dark Coalition that had once terrorized the 3 cities had died in an unknown spatial island. Qin Feng then rushed toward Sheng Jinyu. On the ground, there was only broken rune equipment left, but amongst the equipment there were 4 spatial rune equipment. One of them was a spatial waymark. Rise up! A booming voice erupted from a distance. The 4 spatial rune equipment was controlled as they moved toward the direction of the voice. It was Guixing. As a gunner, his ability to manipulate his conscious energy was strong. However, he had just snatched food out of the tiger's mouth. So you've chosen death. Qin Feng sneered as he instantly grabbed onto the 4 spatial rune equipment with his conscious energy and pulled them toward his direction. Qin Feng's conscious energy was far too powerful. These rune equipment were instantly in Qin Feng's grasp. Then, Qin Feng raised his left hand and pointed at Guoxing's direction. Poof! A red beam shot out from his hand. Fire beam. The fire beam was as thick as a wrist, which was literally an energy compression beam. The beam instantly penetrated through Guoxing's body. Guoxing stood still. His body was trembling, and when he looked down at his chest, he saw his rune equipment crumbling into pieces. There was a big, gaping hole in his chest, with light coming through the other end. With just one move, Guoxing was dead. The others were shocked by Qin Feng. Roar! While the aptitude users were battling, the Drakakroc army had finally stormed into the cave in large numbers. Even the number of Drakakroc beast generals had reached up to 10. Bailey did not idle around when Qin Feng was fighting. Bailey used her tiny, tender hands to rip off the Drakakroc king's skin from its carcass that was cut into halves and rolled up for the ease of storage. Now, only some flesh and bones of the Drakakroc king were left. Retreat. Let's go. We can't stay any longer. Run. People were retreating in the other direction. However, it was clear that the Drakakroc army would not let them get away that easily. They began to pursue them relentlessly. During the battle earlier, quite a number of aptitude users had died. Qin Feng alone had killed more than 10 of them. Now, there were only 20 or so aptitude users left. When faced with the big army of Drakakroc ultra beasts, they were not strong enough to resist the Drakakroc's sharp fangs. If we keep on running, we'll die for sure. Forget about it. I've already made about 100 million from this opportunity, and I guess now is the time to stop, or else I might lose my precious life. This was the thought of an aptitude user. He quickly infused his energy into a spatial rune equipment, and the spatial waymark was already inscribed. He disappeared from his original spot. Then, there were 7 or 8 people that had done the same thing and left the place. Now, there were only 10 people left. Yuan Han and Wu Zhe both looked at each other. Both of them were thinking of retreating. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill you. Yuan Han's glare was murderous. She had not earned the title as the butcheress for nothing. Even if she could not kill Qin Feng, she would still go to the so-called Fengli colony and kill everyone in it. Your name's Yuan Han? Don't even think about leaving. Qin Feng sneered and walked toward Yuan Han. Yuan Han was quite famous. Qin Feng had heard of her name before his rebirth, and it was impossible that he would let go of the butcheress. Otherwise, there would definitely be countless disasters in the future. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Yuan Han held a spatial waymark in her hand, and it was not an altered one, but one of the tickets obtained from the auction. Apparently, she had killed the person who had bought the ticket from the auction. It was just that, no matter how much energy Yuan Han infused into the ticket, it would not light up at all. What's going on? Yuan Han was enraged. You won't be able to leave unless I say so. Qin Feng sneered and raised his verdant emperor saber, ready to slash. Of course, it was not that Qin Feng would not let her leave, but Space Master Bai Li was still here, and Yuan Han could only dream about leaving. All right then, we'll fight. Yuan Han roared. Her internal strength had shot up into the skies, and her scimitar was dancing in her hand. In Qin Feng's opinion, these were nothing more than just a display. Impacting flame. The flames blasted Yuan Han away as she tried to resist the rune with her internal strength, but in the next moment, she felt a deadly atmosphere around her. A Drakakroc had its jaw wide open, ready to chomp down on her. It was too late for her to dodge from the ferocious munch. Rip! The Drakakroc bit off both of her legs. Arg! Yuan Han screeched in pain. In just the blink of an eye, her entire corpse had been eaten away by the beasts. On the other side, Lin Wui had also finished off Wu Zhe. Wu Zhe was now reduced to a puddle of corroded fluid, and all of his rune equipment was now in Lin Wui's hands. At this point, there were only a dozen aptitude users left to face the army of Drakakrocs. These people fought as they retreated. Eventually, they climbed up the other side of the huge cavern inside the cave. However, their position was at the direct opposite of where the exit was located, and it was even more impossible for them to escape successfully. More importantly, there was no point for them to stay here any longer. It was just that they were faced with a dilemma. They did not prepare any spatial rune equipment. It was not that they did not have any. All of the people present were E-tier aptitude users, and they all had spatial rune equipment of all sizes. And they used them to hold items, but if they were to use them, everything inside would also disappear, which was simply something they could not bear with. The reason they came here was to make money, look for greater opportunities, acquire better quality spirit herbs, and hunt for stronger ultra beasts. They could not accept having to end up losing all of it for nothing. Qin Feng, Mayor Qin, can you sell me one of your spatial rune equipment? They had no choice but to beg Qin Feng for help. Yes, Mayor Qin, can you sell me one too? The smaller the better. As the crowd was fleeing for their lives, they began to place their hopes on Qin Feng. The price for a rune equipment now is different from the price from before. Since this is considered a life-saving equipment, 100 million for each person. Do you want it or not? This was almost exactly the same price for the tickets. Everyone glared at Qin Feng furiously. However, when they saw that Qin Feng was caught up by a Dracocroc, yet was able to take it down with just a few moves, they dared not lash out at him. Folks, if you're not going to buy it, then stop following me. Leave before it's too late for you. I'm not that kind of man who would save you from a fire. So let's each go our own ways. Trying to take advantage of Qin Feng was simply just a dream. In the 10 years before his rebirth, Qin Feng did not lose the enthusiasm he had all along. At the same time, when he should be ruthless, he would never be merciful. One of the men clenched his jaw and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll pay. Transfer the money. That person added Qin Feng through his communicator and transferred 100 million into his account. When the others saw that, they no longer hesitated and transferred 100 million to Qin Feng too. Qin Feng now had too much spatial rune equipment anyway. He had at least more than 20 of those, and after he had hurriedly glanced through everything, he picked out 7 spatial rune equipment that were 5 or 6 meters in size and poured out all of its contents. Bai Li was by his side, and she picked them up, putting the items into another space. After doing so, he handed over the emptied spatial rune equipment to the few buyers. These people had paid 3 or 4 times the original price to get the spatial rune equipment. Seeing that Qin Feng was so calculative, they felt like puking blood on his face. Whereas the raging Dracocrocs around them had not broken through Qin Feng's defense line. Mayor Qin, I'll never forget our meeting until I die. I hope that in the future, Mayor Qin will soar to great heights, said one of the buyers sarcastically through gritted teeth. Although he was saying good things to him, he was actually trying to hide his anger after he was cheated off his money. Qin Feng pretended to have not heard anything. The edge of his lips curled into a smile. Likewise, have a safe journey back. Then the man felt his chest tighten even more and his body was trembling with anger. However, he decided to walk away at that instant. This time, there were only 5 people, including Qin Feng, left in the underground cave. You guys should go ahead. I'll divide the Beast King's loot after I tally them up, Qin Feng said. The army of ferocious Dracocrocs were basically punching bags for Qin Feng. Seeing that, Qi Long and Han Jian also knew what Qin Feng was planning to do. Lin Wui had no opinions and just nodded. He had just killed Wu Zhe and acquired his spatial waymark, so he gave the waymark a slight jolt and left the scene. Qin Feng handed 2 more equipment that were engraved with spatial runes to Qi Long and Han Jian. Both of them left as well. After they were both gone, Qin Feng spread out his conscious energy, and the range of his powerful SS-tier divine eye of consciousness covered almost the entire underground cave. After making sure that there was no one else, Qin Feng put away the scarlet fire claw that was on his left hand. He held the Verdant Emperor saber in his right hand and went on a massacre. Now it's my turn. Qin Feng's insane internal strength surged out of his body. During the previous battle, others found it to be dangerous and perilous, but they were nothing to Qin Feng. His internal strength had increased exponentially as he absorbed the strength of the dead ancient warriors. Not only that, his conscious energy was enhanced once again. E3 tier. Now that the Dracocrocs were all inside the cave, Qin Feng intended to make a deadly comeback. Better yet, he would be finishing off these Dracocrocs in a single breath. Killing 10,000 of the beasts would be enough for him to advance to the next tier again. It was very difficult to ascend after E tier, therefore only more fights could satisfy Qin Feng's needs. Soon, Qin Feng rushed back into the huge cave, and the Dracocrocs had not scattered yet. They were venting out their anger by tearing up those people's corpses, while some of the Beast Generals were rolling and drenching themselves in the Beast King's blood. They glared at each other, as if they were going to start a fight among the community. They were going to see which of them would be the next Beast King. Unfortunately, it was not going to happen. Take away the Dracocroc King's carcass, Qin Feng commanded. Bai Li instantly moved next to the Dracocroc King's carcass and lifted its arm. Then, the humongous body disappeared into a wisp. Roar! The Beast Generals were enraged once again. They ran over to Bai Li and tried to tear her apart. In just the blink of an eye, Bai Li disappeared again. Looking at the violent mob of Dracocrocs, Qin Feng began to rev up his conscious energy. Light of death. With a blink, darkness enveloped the entire cave. While in the darkness, there seemed to be a huge black spinning planet within the cave. It was like a black sun, emitting a deadly light which further infuriated the Dracocrocs, but their life force was slowly drained away bit by bit until all of them had died. The Dracocroc kind went extinct. A day later, Qin Feng was sitting cross-legged inside the huge cave. Phew! After taking a deep breath, Qin Feng opened his eyes. In his dantian, his internal force had reached the 33rd layer of sea clouds. After the chaotic battle, even if Qin Feng did not kill anyone, he would still be able to absorb the energy of the dead corpses. The absorption skill allowed him to absorb all of the internal strength of the dead corpses. As a result, when coupled with the internal strength from previous battles, Qin Feng's internal strength had once again advanced to the next tier. After absorbing the dark supernatural energy of the Dracocrocs, Qin Feng's physical body was strengthened, and he had reached E3 tier. With this short exploration, Qin Feng's harvest was bountiful. The most crucial thing was his gain in terms of resources. For the one whole day they stayed behind, Qin Feng did not do anything else other than assisting Bai Li in picking up the dropped items, and they had collected around 40 spatial runic equipment in that area. It was almost impossible to tally out the post-battle losses. After all, the items were scattered everywhere, and there were just too many. But there was no doubt that the entire island now had nothing valuable other than its ample spiritual aura. Bai Li, time for us to go back now, Qin Feng said. With Bai Li, the spatial master here, there was no need for Qin Feng to waste 2 spatial runic equipment to make spatial waymarks. Moreover, Qin Feng did not plan to return to where the other aptitude users were. He decided to return to Fengli Colony. Taking a leap through space, Qin Feng and Bai Li had arrived at the Mother Mountain Manor. Beep beep, beep beep. Qin Feng and Bai Li's communicators were vibrating like crazy. Once they had returned to Fengli Colony, their communicators could not only tell time and act as detection devices, it could also communicate with other people. With the crazy vibrations, it was obvious that someone had sent him urgent messages. When Qin Feng turned on his communicator, he saw that Qi Long, Han Jian, and Lin Wui had all sent messages. Even the top officials of Fengli Colony had inquired about his status. Mayor Qin, once you've returned, leave that place immediately. Sea City has changed, and now it is Lei Chun who's in power. Lei Chun was the one who sent out these spatial tickets, and now upon our return, he's forcing us to pay 200 million as a punishment. That son of a BTCH. Mayor Qin, have you returned? Mayor Qin, did something bad happen to you? Everyone else was asking about his whereabouts. Qin Feng began to reply to their messages. Qi Long, I've returned to Fengli Colony, and I'll send you a video of the loot I've collected. Do you want the goods, or do you prefer payment through cash? Lin Wui, return to Fengli Colony. As for the matter of compensation that Lei Tang organization and Lei Chun wanted as their punishment, Qin Feng let out a snort. It was none of his business. After all, Qin Feng had returned to Fengli Colony. No matter how much authority Lei Chun had, there was no way he would be able to touch him here. After that, Qin Feng informed Fengli Colony about his return, and if there was anything that needed to be done, they could come to the manor to find him. However, Qin Feng still had more important things to do now. Xiao Bai, come on, let's plant everything we've gathered. Yay! Previously, Bai Li wanted to build a garden, so Qin Feng had hired people to change the water fountain into a flowing stream. Now, Qin Feng threw some natural energy cores he had obtained in the wilderness into the stream and placed a few living silver pearl shells in it. He also planted some herbs that he had collected. Other herbs, such as dark glow that were found in the cave, were planted in the garden in Qin Feng's backyard. Although these herbs could not prove its usefulness in such a short period of time, they were worthwhile investments that would become money trees in the future. Moreover, these plants would make the mother mountains aura denser. In Fengli Colony, Xue Xingfu was the first person to step into the manor. Other people had no business with Qin Feng, but Xue Xingfu was the one that Qin Feng called to come over. The chubby Xue Xingfu walked through the corridor and saw that Qin Feng and Bai Li had their hands full of dirt, like they were planting flowers. A young man does not know how to grieve. Xue Xingfu shook his head as he said, "Mayor, you look so laid back." It was obvious that his words did not match his real feelings. There was a bright smile on his face, but it quickly turned into dismay. These spirit herbs. Qin Feng did not bother to bat an eye at Xue Xingfu. You think I'm laid back? Remember to find me a wood ability user to take care of this place for me. Don't let my plants die when I go out to train for half a month. Bai Li was still planting with excitement as Qin Feng ushered Xue Xingfu to the main hall. How are the preparations for the underground black market that I've assigned for you to establish? Qin Feng asked. It's already set up in a hidden place, but Xue Xingfu wanted to stop talking, but he continued on. Will this work? Even if you want to make a name for yourself, you still require the goods. The underground black market established by Qin Feng could be found in many places in the outside world, but in the 3 cities, no such place existed. It was a place to redistribute stolen goods without the fear of being found, and there was an advantage in terms of pricing where one would be able to snag items at a cheaper price. As for where the items came from, no one would ask about it. That was why it was called a black market. That was because most of these items were probably obtained through killing people. In fact, this was common in the colonies built by dark organizations. But how much integrity did the members of these dark organizations have in them? After purchasing an item from them, they might kill you in just the blink of an eye. Then, they would resell the item again and your life savings would be spent in vain. Hence, such underground black markets required a transparent identity to instill trust in their customers. Qin Feng did not lack the identity, and trust was something that one had to amass. But as for the goods, take a look at these. These items are not for the colony. They have been acquired through private transactions, and the black market can get some commissions through these. As Qin Feng was speaking, he threw his combat backpack on the table. Xue Xingfu was puzzled. What good stuff do we have here? How many good items can you actually stuff in a combat backpack? When Xue Xingfu opened the backpack, his jaw dropped on the floor. This was a backpack full of spatial runic equipment. Mayor, boss, whatever. I'll call you big brother. Where did you get these? Xue Xingfu was getting all excited. Such a big batch of rune equipment was equivalent to earning easy money. We're not just going to sell rune equipment. There is still other good stuff inside. Seeing how excited Xue Xingfu had gotten, Qin Feng kindly reminded him. Xue Xingfu was still in shock. As he checked every rune equipment, he found out that there really were a lot of items inside the backpack. Okay, I'll tally them up right away. Xue Xingfu was simply fired up. After all, there were just too many items inside, and most of them were in bits and pieces. Go on then. Qin Feng waved his hand and had the stoked Xue Xingfu take his leave. Remember, once the items are sold out, use all of the collected funds to acquire every single E-tier Beast King crystal you can find. Understood, boss. Xue Xingfu replied excitedly. After that, Qi Long returned with the news, planning to directly claim the money. On the other hand, Han Jian was still waiting for Qin Feng in Sea City and had no idea that Qin Feng had already gone back. He still suggested that swapping it for cash was a proper idea. After getting duped by Lei Chun, neither of them had expendable cash left. After all, if they were to ask for a return in the form of goods, Lei Chun would have undercut them and given only 200 million worth of items. Qin Feng was the one with money. Even with Lei Chun cheating everyone, Qin Feng had managed to cheat 7 people in one go. These 7 people were the ones who had lost their life savings. Taking into account the Drakakroc King, combined with the other spoils, there's approximately 3 billion worth. We can split that up into 300 million each. It was a pleasure working with you. The feeling is mutual. Qin Feng, You're really impressive. Han Jin replied. Qin Feng, I hope we'll work together again in the future. Qi Long was also happy. After all, it was quite fruitful this time. All right, Qin Feng replied to the two before paying Lin Wui 300 million, and with that, everything else was divided between those who were involved. After a day of adding things up, Xue Xingfu got a large number of people, including the senior management, to handle the auditing. After the amount had been calculated, even Qin Feng was surprised. 34 billion. That's right. This is the number. Xue Xingfu had not slept well last night, as he kept on staring at the number. When he was in Qingbei Colony, he was involved in many types of business transactions, but those were only around tens of millions. Even then, that was too much money for him to take out, and he ended up having to settle using mortgages. Xue Xingfu's heart trembled as he stared at the total amount. Following Qin Feng was the way to go. Qin Feng returned to his senses and realized that this was actually considered a normal figure. He had taken more than 40 pieces of spatial runic equipment. Not only that, some of the aptitude users were carrying rune equipment that was worth quite a lot, not forgetting those integrated spatial buttons. In fact, the spirit herbs that Qin Feng collected from the aptitude users had not even been accounted for yet, nor the boxes of power credits. In these few boxes, the number of power credits was somewhat scattered. Although some were missing, Qin Feng estimated that there were probably 1 million power credits in there. No, it was 10 billion. From what they went through this time around, Qin Feng probably made a full profit of 50 billion yuan. This wealth was incredible. This should be enough for the crystal cores that will turn Xiao Bai into a D-tier beast emperor. Although he had a lot of money, raising a girlfriend with unlimited potential was extremely expensive. Boss, everything should be ready now. We're only lacking one tiny crucial item. Now, all we need is an eye-catching advertisement, and then the underground black market can be set up. Xue Xingfu said excitedly. Advertising? When Qin Feng heard the word, his expression darkened as he thought about the time Xue Xingfu used him to advertise Fengli Colony. But now, Qin Feng had a good idea for an eye-catching advertisement. When I was on that foreign island, I killed quite a number of those Dark Coalition people, including She-Wolf, people from the Bloodthirst organization, and etc. I've kept these people's heads, and I was planning to go to a bounty hunter to collect the money. You can get some photos of them from the past, and announce that I've killed these people. Now that we can sell the things we got from them, there'll definitely be people who will come. Fact of the matter was, Qin Feng did not only kill those from the Dark Coalition, he also took down someone from Qingyang City. Combat in the wilderness had always been executed under a state of bloodlust. Nobody would hold it against Qin Feng. Condemning him was useless as in the end, actions speak the loudest. On that day, Qin Feng drove to the bounty hunter base in Qingbei Colony. Being one of the richest organizations on the planet, the front door of the bounty hunter hall was extravagantly large, which indicated how lucrative this part-time job was. However, many people did not dare choose this job. Killing was easy, but being killed was even easier. As he stepped out of the car, everyone that saw him took in a deep breath. E-tier, he's Qin Feng. Wait, no, Mayor Qin. He looks even younger than in the ad. Is this what a genius looks like? He looks about 17. They whispered among themselves, looking on with admiration as he stepped into the bounty hunter hall. Everyone was wondering the same thing. What was he doing in the bounty hunter hall? At this time, Zhang Haoyang, who greeted Qin Feng, was also curious. Mayor Qin, what brings you here today? Reaped any large gains lately? He asked while pouring water for him in a respectful manner. Qin Feng was no longer the boy he knew a few months ago. An E-tier ability user, ancient warrior, and a gunner as well. The district chief of Fengli Colony. The fuse that blew up the Xian family. Some even said that Qin Feng could be the next person to reach D-tier. The news kept coming, and sometimes Zhang Haoyang wondered, was Qin Feng actually human? Yeah, I've come to collect the bounty rewards. Here, identify these. As Qin Feng took out the heads one by one, Zhang Haoyang's facial expression was that of utter shock. She-Wolf, this is Yuan Han. Guoxing. One by one, they were called by their names. Qin Feng did not recognize some of them, but they must have been powerful people within the Dark Coalition. After all, they had all reached D-tier, which meant that they would have been pretty infamous. In addition to the Bloodthirst organization's She-Wolf, Qin Feng took out 5 more, 3 of whom were wanted. As a result, 8.7 billion worth of bounty fell into Qin Feng's lap. This really was very profitable. Mayor Qin, what have you been doing? Qin Feng merely smiled. Not much. There was an auction held by the Wanzhong organization. These people went there, and I went to take their heads. Zhang Haoyang was speechless. Every year during the auction held by the Wanzhong organization, these Dark Coalition members would go there to cull the sheep, and they became infamous through that. Who would have thought that one day they would unexpectedly become the sheep? Please wait for a moment, sir. I have to verify this, and I will handle this for you immediately. It was not too long of a wait. After only an hour, the bounty hunter's internal operations confirmed the news. After all, there were other people who came back from the foreign island, and they knew who killed these people. Soon, Zhang Haoyang processed the matter, and the bounty hunter network immediately transferred the bounty to Qin Feng's account. Not only that, an announcement rang out in the bounty hunter base. Congratulations on becoming an E-tier bounty hunter. Thanks to your outstanding contribution, you have restored order to the aftermath of chaos. Golden Hunter special privileges have been granted. Next time you hunt down criminals, you will receive a 10% from the subsequent funds as a reward. I hope you will continue to work hard. With this good news, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and bid Zhang Haoyang goodbye. On the same day, the news of She-Wolf and the other people's bounty being collected was immediately spread throughout the 3 cities. After all, it was a bounty worth billions. Moreover, more shocking news surfaced. One by one, the bounties of the E-tier aptitude users on the bounty hunter network were removed. The revoked bounties were all wanted criminals in the 3 cities. All of them were E-tiers. Combine that with She-Wolf, there were a total of 8. Some of the high-level officials were shaken by the news. With the return of the E-tier aptitude users to C-City, the shocking news continued to spread. In the face of these huge losses, the people in the 3 cities were frustrated, especially those in the colonies. Infighting within a colony was commonplace, but the E-tier aptitude users represented the power of a colony. If even one were lost, it was actually a matter that would break the equilibrium. This situation was a complete loss for them. And now, someone had collected the heads of those from the Dark Coalition, and everyone was able to perceive that this person was the true winner of this foreign battlefield. Within a short amount of time, Qin Feng was pushed into the center of all the hoo-ha. He could not hide this matter from anyone. Those who had returned knew that it was Qin Feng who killed those Dark Coalition members, and he even killed people who were from other organizations. The 7 E-tier aptitude users that Qin Feng duped had also suggested that he be marked as a wanted criminal, so he would not have the freedom to move around the cities as he pleased. Who would have expected that Qin Feng would have handed over the heads and become a gold medal bounty hunter, making him even more famous? It was also at this time that Xue Xingfu published the advertisement that attracted an overwhelming amount of attention. In the video, the arrogant visages of these wanted criminals were displayed, which instantly drew in people's attention. These were the evidence of their crimes. She-Wolf was shown brutally strangling a pregnant woman, and in the next moment, pulling a knife from seemingly out of nowhere and slashing her head off. High-level criminal, She-Wolf, slain. In the next clip was Sheng Jinyu. As a metal ability user, he once jumped in front of a public transport to intercept it before crushing the entire thing into a cube like it was a tin can. Blood seeped from the crumpled heap of metal. In the next moment, a burst of flame came from around the corner and enveloped him. High-level criminal, Metal Menace, slain. Clip after clip, the screen flashed with the announcement that all 8 people were dead. The last image that appeared was a picture of Fengli Colony, a shopping complex, and some black silhouettes being guided by an attendant or waiter. The loot belongs to the winner. Fengli Colony's underground market awaits your custom. The prices are 1% lower than normal market prices. Want to trade or receive loot anonymously? Not a problem. The safest passage. The most confidential measures. The fairest prices. Trustworthy, safe, reliable. For the lower tier aptitude users, they would not quite be able to grasp the meaning of this, but the E-tier aptitude users were shaken to the core. Qin Feng killed these people, and he intended to just pawn off their stuff to anonymous people? Not only that, Qin Feng had in fact killed more than just these people. There was bound to be good loot in his hands. If the E-tier aptitude users wanted to kill an E-tier ultra beast, they might have to team up for it. This also led to the fact that among the 3 cities, E-tier rune equipment was quite rare. Some people were very envious of what they had. She-Wolf has a pair of Beast General winged boots. I've always wanted Yuan Han's twin blades. They are Beast General Tier 2. I need to change to a larger spatial runic equipment. I didn't dare sell the things I got from an aptitude user I killed. Maybe now I can give it a try? Ideas popped in one after another within this group of people's heads. However, not everyone was satisfied with Qin Feng's attitude. Among them included the newer members of the Leitang organization. Lei Chun was a D-tier aptitude user. He was a busy man and hardly ever handled the little things, but that did not stop him from trying to deal with Qin Feng. This Qin Feng came out through my waymark from the island and didn't even give me any money. He has no regard for me at all. In that case, we'll have to teach him a lesson. Lei Chun barked out an order. Find Dark Coalition members that have little connection with us. I'll provide the weapons and show him a thing or two about respect. Yes, Mayor. That's right. This time, I've seized Sea City. It should be fine for a while. I'm going out on a mission and I'll be back in 3 months' time. By the time I get back, I don't want to see this Qin Feng person again. No problem, Mayor. He's only taking advantage of the chaos. Now that he's letting his guard down and getting too overconfident, he doesn't know that even the tallest trees will get damaged by the gales. Nonconformity begets punishment. This kind of person would only last a few days. Good, I'll leave this to you. Lei Chun waved his hand to dismiss his underlings, no longer bothered about Qin Feng. He was just like Qingyang cities by Tianyang. Both of them did not care who the mayor of Fengli Colony was. The difference between E-tier and D-tier was worlds apart. It had been a few days since the ad was broadcasted, yet no one came to buy anything. This made Shuexingfu anxious. He was a shrewd businessman and knew that this venture was extremely profitable. Many people would have been tempted. He did not care about the people from other cities, but Qingyang City was nearby, and the advertisement was aired there first. There must be some people who would be interested. Qin Feng suppressed the urge to sigh at the sight of Shuexingfu. Though Shuexingfu was the #1 profiteer in the world before his rebirth, he was too young right now. However, Qin Feng believed that with his support, Shuexingfu would excel faster than before. Relax, they're just waiting for someone to be the first person to do the honors. Qin Feng said, should we get someone to act as a trustee? Someone like General Han. Shuexingfu asked. Qin Feng smiled. Those people already know that General Han came back with me and whatever business we had together was already done. Don't worry about it. Because of that, they wouldn't hold their breath any longer. Punctuating his sentence was a loud alarm that rang throughout the entire colony. In the sky above Zimu Mountains, the spatial stabilization device flashed bright red and blared out a warning. Powerful E-tier missile detected flying toward Fengli Colony. Point of impact, City Gate. Please turn on the protective energy shield. Estimated time of arrival in T-1 minute and 30 seconds. Beginning countdown. Beep beep beep. Hostile attack. Please hide in your basements. The entire Fengli Colony was thrown into chaos. Many civilians did not expect this to happen. Ever since they had come here, there had not been even an ultra beast attack, but now there was a man-made disaster. On the outskirts of the colony, 3 figures stood on elevated ground. This stuff ain't bad. Too bad it's used on Fengli Colony. Feels like it's a waste of 100 million yuan. One of them said, looking to be about in his 30s, with a bit of disappointment in his voice. The thought of entering the colony and getting some powerful loot filled his eyes with greed. Whatever. We didn't make it ourselves. It's already been launched. Now we just need to be careful. We're all Dark Coalition people, heads of the mercenary regiment. The guys that lick blood from the blade's edge. You're afraid of this? Don't let other people's deeds extinguish your prestige. Besides, Qin Feng just got lucky. Killing Yuan Han and the rest? Huh. I don't believe it. The 3 watched Fengli Colony from a distance, and they could just about imagine the mushroom cloud that it would become after the explosion. These 3 were all from different organizations. None of them were as notorious as She-Wolf, but they were just about as dangerous as those from the Bloodthirst organization. They all had their code names. The gunner One Eye, who obviously had one eye, but possessed powerful consciousness that made him an excellent gunner. The one that warned them all to be careful was known as Shademaster, a dark ability user as well as a Beastmaster. He tended to be the last thing his victims saw. The one that seemed to be the most easily agitated was known as Savage King, an E-tier parallel training ancient warrior. His body was like titanium alloy, and his strength was immense. This time they joined forces under the flag of peace that was naturally forged by Lei Chun, even providing them with the incentives to do so. A firearm that was a Beast King tier purple rune equipment. This incentive was strong enough to kill an E-tier aptitude user outright. The sight alone was enough to make people's knees weak. Now that these three had joined forces, they did not believe that Qin Feng would be able to take them on. Within the base, Qin Feng focused internal force over his eyes and saw the missile in the air. Meanwhile, the workers in the space stabilizing device were still anxiously waiting for the order to raise the energy shield. Qin Feng did not have time to think as he let out an audible sneer. "Xiao Bai, give me that big one." This one. Bai Li pulled out a gun tower, the exact same one that belonged to Wu Zhe. Bai Li's space was not as small as Wu Zhe's, so the gun tower was already assembled the moment it was brought out. Qin Feng quickly added in an artillery shell before aiming it at the missile. "Fire!" Qin Feng barked, pressing the button. Pew! The artillery shell with long fins at the rear flew straight up into the air. This artillery shell shrieked loudly as it zipped through the air, causing the civilians that had been running away to take note of the white line that was streaking over Zimu Mountains. They all knew what it meant. When the colony was under attack, they had the means to defend themselves. They just did not know who would win in the end. In less than half a minute, the two artillery shells had already collided with one another. Boom. This missile came from 500 meters away from Fengli Colony, and the huge explosion could be heard by everyone within the colony. There was ringing in their ears, but they did not feel any tremors. Needless to say, the missile was intercepted in midair. In the distance, the once proud One-Eye's face fell into a gloomy expression when he witnessed this. Since it was so far away, he did not use his machine to track it. Neither did he feel anything blocking him. A consciousness shield? Does the Fengli colony have an E-tier aptitude user? One-Eye mumbled. Impossible. I heard that Fengli colony only has 3 E-tier aptitude users. One of them is still on the road and has not yet returned, and another is a seemingly fragile little girl. But that one isn't a gunner. Shademaster said. Is it still gonna work? If not, why don't I just rush in and kill everything in sight? What a waste of ammo. Savage King said disdainfully while glancing to the side. One-Eye glared at Savage King after loading in another missile. Well, I don't believe it yet. They then heard the shriek of a large artillery shell which they had not noticed before. Undoubtedly, consciousness shielding had muffled the sound, and it was only when it was within 100 meters of their range that they could hear it coming. Get out of here. One-Eye's daylights got spooked right out of him. He no longer cared about the two and began to run away the moment he turned his back on them. Savage King and Shademaster soon followed his example. Boom. The shell that crashed onto the small hill that they were on immediately leveled it. After the second shell was fired, the people within the colony felt a slight tremor coming from the distance, and they suddenly knew what had just happened. There was someone of a higher level counterattacking the invaders. Realizing this, they were all brimming with excitement. The one who fired from the direction of Zima Mountains. Was that the mayor? Did the mayor hit them? What happened there? Is this the power of gunners? That's so cool. I want to be a gunner too when I grow up. The residents of the colony were all paying close attention to this battle. Xue Xingfu stood in the building, watching a continuous stream of news. In the next moment, he received a direct message. Quick, send the image to all advertising screens and the colony's internal communication network. Live broadcast. Nobody objected. They had great trust in Qin Feng. Soon, the picture was aired on all the screens on the buildings of Fengli Colony, or the public screen of a car, or everybody's communicators. While it was not recorded by drones, they could vaguely see the image of the traces of destruction left on the hillside. When the dust settled, they saw a tank-like gun tower that had been destroyed. A cheer erupted from the people, and some felt proud of their colony. Then, the screen shifted as a running figure appeared on it. Their speed was so fast that it was incredible, turning into a blur as they ran. By the time a drone was properly deployed, the figure had already disappeared. Fortunately, there was a high-power monitoring system on the space-stabilizing device. It detected 3 people on that destroyed hillside with another figure rapidly approaching. Everyone could recognize the figure. It was Qin Feng's silhouette. You 3 came here uninvited and launched such an attack? I don't like meeting ceremonies like this. Qin Feng was dressed in combat gear, but because of the changes made by the magical tesseract, it did not give off any glow. From the looks alone, it looked just like a regular old combat gear. The three seemed more confident against someone who was not wearing rune equipment. One Eye's face contorted with sinister intent, for something so rare and precious to have been destroyed by Qin Feng naturally made him angry. "You're Qin Feng, boy? You don't look so tough, and I thought you were supposed to have some kind of remarkable power." One Eye had a pair of guns in his hands that appeared to be decomposition blasters. "You're dead." Without giving an explanation, One Eye launched his attack. Bzzzt. Two rays of light flew out at lightning speed, forming into a triangle that covered the area that Qin Feng was standing on. If he had been careless, he would have been disintegrated and killed right there and then. Phantom motion steps. Qin Feng quickly leapt out of the way. The other two looked at each other, and they then joined in. They did not behave like gentlemen. A one-on-one was not their go-to anyway. The most important thing was to take down Qin Feng, and the best way to do so was to go at him together. Bone claw. Two skeletal claws burst out from the ground under Qin Feng, grabbing at him by the waist like a bear trap. Crack. Qin Feng's movements were quick. How could he let just a pair of bone claws stop him? He broke free after smashing the bones into little pieces. Die. Savage King barreled toward him, a bright glow coming from a silver glove on his fist. Boom. Another punch came in. Who's the one that needs to die? Qin Feng did not dodge this one, instead parrying it with a punch of his own. Even when his fist was not wrapped in anything, it still exerted a powerful force. Bang! The two fists collided, letting out a huge booming sound. The two of them backed off at the same time, but Savage King seemed to have been sent flying backward. Bzzzt. One Eye's decomposition blaster beams once again wrapped around Qin Feng. The three's cooperation was not perfect, but they came in one after the other, not giving time for him to even catch his breath. The people in the colony that were watching the fight on video broke out into a cold sweat for Qin Feng's sake. On the hillside, Qin Feng's internal force was churning, his feet moving like the wind. Phantom motion steps. He hopped back 3 meters in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the decomposition beams. Verdant Emperor Saber. With a wave of his hand, he pulled his weapon out of his spatial rune equipment with a flourish. Burning sword glare. Flames erupted from the blade and immediately rushed toward One Eye. The rune equipment boots One Eye had on flickered continuously and pushed him high into the sky, allowing him to avoid Qin Feng's attack. Summoning ability, Fiendish Image. Shademaster raised his hand and urged forth his consciousness. The dark runes gathering were familiar to Qin Feng. In the next moment, a huge shadow appeared behind Qin Feng. The shadow instantly twisted around Qin Feng and wrapped itself around him. Shademaster's face spread into a sinister smile. "Gotcha, haha." One Eye also let out a laugh. Although this was his first time working with Shademaster, this kind of cooperation was naturally more beneficial. The Shademaster was indeed a good partner. One Eye raised his decomposition blasters again and fired at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was originally wrapped up by this shadow, allowing him to measure its strength and quickly figure out a way to break down the rune structure of this ability rune. It was indeed a very powerful ability. Unfortunately, the one it encountered was Qin Feng. Dark Shadow. Qin Feng's body seemed to have melded into the shadows of the Fiendish Image. While hidden in the dark, Qin Feng moved through the shadows and fell upon Shademaster in the blink of an eye. "Look out!" Savage King rushed in from behind, seeing that Qin Feng was almost about to cut down Shademaster with his saber, and went for the rescue. He did not do it out of sentimentality. No, it was because Shademaster was a powerful ally, and it would be difficult to hunt down Qin Feng without his help. Qin Feng saw Savage King approaching, but he did not slow down his actions in the slightest. "Then, you can both die together." Blooming flames. A gout of flames swept out in a line. Stubborn stone. Savage King's body exploded with internal strength, the exposed skin briefly turning gray like that of a stone's. Boom. There came the sound of impact, and Savage King was knocked to the side again. It looked like it was not enough to defend against Qin Feng's attack, as he ended up receiving a large gash over his arm as blood spattered onto the ground. Qin Feng's Verdant Emperor Saber was unimpeded, and he swung it again. This time his target was Shademaster. Thanks to Savage King's distraction that saved him, he managed to avoid the first attack. Now that he knew that Qin Feng's speed was unbeatable, his consciousness surged forth again. Awaken! With a boom, a huge coffin erupted from the ground between Qin Feng and Shademaster. This coffin was at least 2 meters tall and was made out of metal, which allowed it to deflect Qin Feng's blow. Ping! The coffin lid suddenly fell toward Qin Feng, forcing him to quickly back off. Within the coffin, there was a ferocious-looking humanoid ultra-beast. This was Shademaster's tamed beast. Not only that, this was his trump card. He had not expected to have to pull out the best tool from his box this early in the battle. An extremely powerful ancient ghoul. It was at least an E-tier beast general. This time, Qin Feng went from being 1 against 3 to being 1 against 4. Within the colony, countless people were watching this unfold on their screens and wished that they could help. After all, these people were surrounding and attacking Qin Feng, and that made them feel extremely frustrated. They were not just worried about Qin Feng, they were also worried about themselves. What if he lost? What would happen to them? By now, they no longer wanted to run away. Some people were frozen in place, staring closely at the big screen and anticipating the results of this battle. Shademaster, the ancient ghoul, One Eye and Savage King formed a square around Qin Feng, all staring intently at him. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Mayor Qin. You've even forced me to pull out my ace in the hole. I'll have you know, whoever it sees will be ripped apart by its teeth. Shademaster said coldly. Qin Feng's eyes swept across all of them, and he stowed away the verdant Emperor saber. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm afraid it'll have to go hungry then, he said. Savage King's arm had already stopped bleeding with the use of his internal force. He stared at Qin Feng disdainfully as he watched him put his saber away. Are you planning on surrendering? Or are you planning to escape since you are putting your weapons away? Don't tell me you are going to start begging for mercy. One Eye's good eye locked onto Qin Feng. As long as he could find an opening, he would not hesitate to raise his weapons to kill the guy. Qin Feng let out a frosty laugh. I don't need a weapon to deal with you. He glanced at the text he received on his communicator. It was from Xue Xingfu. Boss, go at it with a bit more flair. Everyone in the colony is watching you. Well, that was unexpected. He was right though. Right now, Fengli Colony was under attack by the Dark Coalition, and this probably would not be the last time. If the colony were attacked often, it would bring turmoil and drive people away out of fear for their lives. Especially rich businessmen. For them, a safe colony was a particular necessity. After all, what was the point of having money if you did not have the chance to spend it? This time, Qin Feng did not only have to beat his opponents, he had to beat them down in a flashy manner. What was more flashy than abilities? With this in mind, Qin Feng's consciousness surged, and his scarlet fire claw was already floating in his hand. Not good. Shademaster's mouth widened into that of an O shape, directing his ancient ghoul to charge at Qin Feng. Kill. Savage King noticed Qin Feng's movements and moved in quickly without hesitating. The abilities of ability users were strange and powerful. They had heard that Qin Feng was an ability user, but the boy came at them with ancient martial arts, which gave them the impression that his abilities were probably weak. But this was not what they had imagined. Fire Dragon. Qin Feng suddenly manifested his own flame runes, and for a moment, flames rocketed into the air. A monstrously huge dragon spawned out of the roaring flames, circling around Qin Feng as its large body forcibly made the ancient ghoul and Savage King back off. You. Qin Feng pointed at One Eye. No. You. Consciousness arrow. The other party blasted his consciousness at Qin Feng in a quick and sudden movement. Gunners were always confident when it came to their conscious energy, even in the face of ability users. One Eye used this move against him and was expecting that the induced vertigo would be able to cancel Qin Feng's Fire Dragon style. It was a shame that his move did not seem to work at all. The roaring Fire Dragon rushed right toward him. Even with defense from his rune equipment, One Eye still let out a panicked yell as the huge dragon bit down on his neck. The flame morphed into a rope-like shape before violently dragging One Eye toward Qin Feng. Die! Qin Feng struck with a blow that connected to where One Eye's heart was. Boom! The defensive rune equipment he had on flickered in a wild frenzy as it tried to defend its wearer, but Qin Feng's punch was the equivalent of a direct hit from a Beast King, and this time he did not hold back. Crack! He could hear the sound of One Eye's broken bones, and in the next moment, One Eye was sent flying. The The fire dragon returned to its original form and released One Eye's body before turning to rush towards Shademaster. The ancient ghoul also rushed over to protect its master. Savage King rushed at Qin Feng again to clash in a close-quarter combat. The two met each other with punches and kicks, every blow producing a thumping sound. This was different from his first blow. Last time, he was holding back, but now he no longer had the desire to. A quick decision makes for a quick battle. Asteroid assimilation. Qin Feng's internal force erupted outward, wrapping around Savage King. One should know that at this point Qin Feng's asteroid assimilation had reached a whole nother level thanks to him cultivating his internal power, making the move even more powerful. A fog cover began to form around them, and Savage King felt like he was stuck in the mud. Qin Feng reached out and his hand slipped. He ended up grabbing Savage King by the arm. Crack! Savage King's arm was broken. Ah! Savage King let out a cry. His internal force violently broke out as he fought back, using his own martial arts. His dazzling movements were hard to follow with the human eye. The wild style of this E-tier ancient warrior was just frightening. However, ordinary people would not have known that under the effects of Qin Feng's asteroid assimilation, Savage King's fighting ability had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, it would have been much stronger than it was now. Savage King was no more than a clown hopping around in Qin Feng's hands. Crack! Qin Feng broke Savage King's other arm. His strongest blows came from his fists, but now both his arms were broken. Even for Savage King, who was an extremely cruel person, he felt fear encroaching his heart, and all he wanted to do was run away to save himself. Savage King took a step back before frantically retreating. Qin Feng sneered, and asteroid assimilation surged forth again. A frenzied absorption spread forward, and Qin Feng's speed drastically increased before he struck Savage King in the back. He hit very close to the center of Savage King's dantian. The asteroid assimilation ability madly consumed the other's internal force. The sea of clouds of internal power gushed out like water from a dam, quickly running dry in an instant. Without internal force, Savage King could no longer defend himself. Crack! Savage King's head was suddenly spun at an incredible angle of 180 degrees. Qin Feng let go of the man's head, and like a tower made out of iron, the burly body toppled over with a loud thud. Now, the situation had been entirely flipped over, and Qin Feng had just taken down two people. The fire dragon was still raging wildly, and even the powerful ancient ghoul was afraid of the flames. It was gradually getting slower in speed due to a lot of its parts being burnt. The thing was well on its way of becoming a charred ghoul. Shademaster was also feeling fearful now. Dark Shadow. He unleashed his ability, using the cover of darkness to block out people's sight and turn tail to run. Then, in the dark, a dim glow struck his body. He lowered his head and saw his body rapidly aging. There were liver spots appearing on his hands. He was turning from a healthy youth to a drooping old man. In the blink of an eye, his skin had dried out like a prune as all the moisture was drawn from it. "Oh right, your brain still has its uses," Qin Feng said, raising his hand to move the dark runes away from the other's body. Shademaster's current appearance was haggard, like he had not slept for many days. He did not have time to rejoice being set free because Qin Feng pulled out his saber and brought it down like a guillotine. The dark runes soon dissipated, and everyone regained visuals of the area. All they saw were three heads that were flung up into the sky and an ancient ghoul collapsing into a pile of ashes. Qin Feng stood on the hillside, his figure looking very imposing as he raised his hand to recall the fire dragon back to him. Such a sight was shocking for everyone. He then turned on his communicator and directly messaged Xue Xingfu. "Turn off the feed. People don't need to watch me collect loot. It's not appropriate." Xue Xingfu understood this and naturally ended the video feed. The people in Fengli Colony did not understand this because of the initial shock, but the moment the feed disappeared they realized that the battle was over. This was a battle between advanced aptitude users? None of it seemed human. How terrifying. For a time, the battle became the only topic that the residents would talk about. At this time, Qin Feng was collecting the spoils of war left by the three. Their heads were removed, their spatial rune equipment taken away, and their rune equipment searched and valued. They are all quite rich. One piece of E-tier silver light rune equipment could only be made using Beast King tier materials with a large amount of production cost. One piece was worth hundreds of millions, and if it were good, it would be worth at least 1 billion. All of the three had that kind of rune equipment. No wonder Qin Feng would call them rich. After all, he did not know that this was sponsored by Lei Chun. He was also surprised when he found Shademaster's spatial storage that contained a piece of rolled-up parchment that looked like a cheat sheet. It was directed for the usage of dark runes, including the bone claws that he faced earlier along with the secret method of controlling ancient ghouls. This dark ability is stronger than I expected. Maybe I can use this one day to have an easier time dealing with beast hordes. He decided to keep the sheet for himself and put the rest up for auction in his underground black market. Once everything was packed up, he turned on his communicator and contacted Zhang Haoyang. I collected the heads of 3 criminals here, but Fengli Colony currently needs someone to defend it. So, if it's not too much trouble, would you please come over to verify them? Zhang Haoyang was stunned when he heard the news, but then he quickly agreed. Sure thing, I'll head over immediately. While he was doing that, Xue Xingfu had already put out a new round of advertising. This time, the content of the ad showcased Qin Feng's battle against the 3 men that threatened Fengli Colony. They were Qin Feng's latest trophies. Alright, this feels like we're showing off a bit too much. This might scare people off. Maybe a more subtle approach. Xue Xingfu put on a cunning smile, and then put out another round of advertising. As long as you don't act up, Fengli gives you the safest guarantee. Of course, in this world, there would always be some unruly people. The heads of the 3 were displayed in the most public and direct manner. All the E-tier aptitude users of the 3 cities fell silent. There were some people that had also wanted to head over just to cause some trouble. Now they dared not to. Half a day later, during midnight, Fengli's underground black market ushered in its first customer. This person was actually donning a dark robe, just like how Xue Xingfu had previously advertised. This person was actually from the Dark Coalition and had already met Qin Feng before. He was one of those that had escaped the foreign island first. Most people called him Jackal as a reference to his cunning nature. He belonged to the Dark Coalition based in the 3 cities. The money on his head was even greater than She-Wolf's, a whopping amount of 2 billion. He was famous for his double-cross act. Working as a loner in Sea City, he would rarely hunt mutated beasts and preferred human targets more. Qin Feng knew Jackal was the one that killed Liu Ba from Dongling. He did not come alone. His followers were holding at least another 5 spatial runic equipment. I am here to sell. Also, what's the price of the silver light rune equipment from Savage King that you guys killed today? Xue Xingfu was there to greet their first customer personally. The silver light rune equipment was obtained in perfect shape. Since we have promised a 10% discount on all items, the item is currently priced at 1.2 billion. It was indeed cheaper than in other places. Such an item usually costs around 1.4 billion in the market. Jackal nodded and handed over his spatial runic equipment. He also passed on several items that were probably valuable but had no use of. It was hard to identify their origin, and it would not be easy to find a suitor. Quote these. Xue Xingfu scanned the items and estimated the price. Mister, these are probably worth around 780 million. However, we will be charging a small fee for absorbing the equipment and spatial runic equipment from our customers. I hope you can accept our final offer, which is 700 million. Jackal frowned in anger. What? He took on a tough stance and exuded an explosive aura. The aura of an E-tier ancient warrior was suffocating. Obviously, Jackal was unsatisfied with the price. The chubby face of Xue Xingfu twitched slightly, but he stood by his point. Like it or not, that's how we do things here. You are at no risk here as we guarantee your payment. Jackal was about to threaten the manager again, only to realize he had been locked on by another conscious energy. It was a horrifying feeling. The conscious energy seemed to have taken control over Jackal's body in an instant. He could feel the pressure mounting between his brows as if his head would explode if he dare say another word. Jackal was stupefied. Qin Feng. Must be him. Jackal gulped and then gave in reluctantly. 700 million it is. He regretted coming here. Fearing that Qin Feng might assault him any time, he wished to acquire the silver light rune equipment and leave as quickly as possible. Xue Xingfu wasted no time and asked for the rune equipment to be delivered to the counter while he retrieved Jackal's merchandise there and accepted another 500 million from him. Jackal had almost emptied all his savings for this equipment. As compared to the money, this equipment was far more vital to an aptitude user. It could be a lifesaver in a desperate situation. All this while, Qin Feng's consciousness never left Jackal. The latter was too afraid to do or say anything inappropriate. Mister, we have prepared a secret passageway in here that could lead you directly out of town. If you have parked your hovercar inside the colony, we can have someone deliver it to you on the outside as well. This way, you will be able to leave Fengli without being seen. Do you need such a service? Shui Xingfu asked. It was torture staying here for even another minute. Jackal nodded without hesitation and passed his car key to Shui Xingfu hastily. Soon, Jackal boarded the metro. But even when he was inside the train, Qin Feng's consciousness still haunted him until he left Fengli for good. Phew! Jackal broke out in a cold sweat. This Qin Feng is scarier than ever. He has become even stronger than he was before. Or perhaps, he had been concealing his true powers when he was on the island. No matter what, Jackal was glad that he did not act out of impulse. Otherwise, he might not have been able to leave Fengli alive. Other customers arrived continuously after Jackal. They entered the market during the night and were all wearing black robes. He designed it on the spur of the moment. Shui Xingfu did not expect the customers to have accepted it as the default attire visiting their market. Nevertheless, he could still tell the identity of most customers thanks to their glaring sigils. Yet, he mentioned nothing and tended to them earnestly. Their business grew steadily with its opening. They took in unwanted items and resold them, while goods that were difficult to handle were secretly channeled to Wanzhong organization. The black market profited 10% through such trades, which was a huge gain considering the massive cash flow. As this business was operating closely with Wanzhong, the organization had dispatched its manager at Chengbei, Sun Yu, to reside at Fengli Colony. The business got on track without much hassle. No one would risk stirring up trouble at Fengli with Qin Feng watching over the entire operation. The temporary person in charge of Sea City was perhaps the only one having an open grudge against Qin Feng now. He did not abide by Lei Chen's order and would surely be condemned once Lei Chen returned. He would surely teach Qin Feng a lesson. At the moment, Qin Feng was at the manor on top of the Mother Mountain. Opposite him in the gym room sat Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao had only awakened for half a year. His development was by no means slow. This is going to hurt a lot. I will knock you out if you can't stand the pain. However, it would be far less effective this way. Stop babbling and begin already. I will live, Zhou Hao replied. Qin Feng nodded and took out a test tube. Inside was the fresh blood of the Dracocroc king. The blood would only be useful if it were collected fresh. Extracting it from the dead body would not have any strengthening effects. This was the reason Qin Feng did not instantly switch onto other targets then. He stayed close to the slain beast to collect its blood. Even so, he had only managed to gather 3 tubes. After returning from the expedition, he did not immediately pass the blood to Zhou Hao, but first had him feast on the Dracocroc's meat for a few days. Today was the first time Zhou Hao would use the blood for training. A drop of the Dracocroc king's dragon blood landed on the back of Zhou Hao's bare skin and fused instantaneously. Zhou Hao groaned but withstood it. Seeing that he could stand the pain, Qin Feng continued dripping the blood. Eventually, Zhou Hao could not help and began to reel uncontrollably. His eye went bloodshot, and he did not seem to be able to grind through it any further. Hold it in, Qin Feng commanded strictly. I'm fine. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and sat up straight again. He did not absorb as much blood as Tyrant had. The amount given to him was tailored according to his power. Zhou Hao endured the pain in the end and crossed his legs to begin meditation. Qin Feng grinned and nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Zhou Hao had stabilized himself. He walked out of the gym and headed to the living hall. There, he met Lin Wui, who had just returned from Sea City. Qin Feng passed him 1 tube of the Dracocroc king's blood as well. Boss, this would not be necessary. You have already granted me my share of reward. The 300 million was his dividend. But since he had decided to work under Qin Feng, he would not mind even if Qin Feng were to not give him anything. Take this as my appreciation for your hard work. You can even think of this as an advance payment for your service. You will be in charge of the black market security from today onwards. Qin Feng spoke at ease. Fengli Colony is still facing a lot of uncertain danger at the moment. I will have Bai Li stay behind to look after the colony. Please work with her and keep the colony safe while I am away. Lin Wui looked at Qin Feng puzzlingly. You are leaving Fengli? Where are you going this time? I have a few locations in my mind. These are intel provided by Yang Sanhu. Due to the complexity of the matter, Qin Feng did not explain in detail and claimed that it was from Yang Sanhu. Of course, he could still make a detour to the place Yang Sanhu had actually mentioned on his way back. All right, please be careful out there. Fengli needs you. Fengli Colony was established by Qin Feng single-handedly. He was the sole reason Fengli could develop steadily without being disturbed by other power factions. In other words, this colony would topple instantly if anything were to happen to Qin Feng. Such was the norm in this lawless post-apocalyptic world. Don't worry. No one would be able to touch Fengli when Bai Li is around, Qin Feng said. Bai Li was busy tidying up the flower garden outside the manor. After Qin Feng had constructed a black garden, Bai Li wished to build one for herself as well. The plants would freshen the air around the manor and make the whole place more comfortable to live in. Xiao Bai, I'm leaving. Qin Feng waved goodbye to her. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes and grumbled. How could you not feel guilty when you are going to ditch me here and have fun by yourself? From Bai Li's viewpoint, all of Qin Feng's battles and adventures were nothing more than a game. After all, inside her inherited memories, that was how her ancestor had come through and survived the void. Her kind was born strong. Once given enough energy, they would grow and evolve rapidly. As such, hunting and battling were nothing more than their leisurely activity. Fengli is our home. Someone wicked is threatening to destroy Fengli, so you have to take good care of it. Qin Feng tapped Bai Li's nose and persuaded her like she was a child. After half a year, Bai Li's intelligence had expanded quickly. She understood much more now, and would not simply throw a tantrum like she did the first time Qin Feng left her. All right, I understand. You should get going soon. Bai Li urged Qin Feng. Wouldn't you be heavy-hearted seeing me leave? Qin Feng teased Bai Li. Kiss me before I go. Bai Li raised her beautiful eyes to look at him. Then, she tipped her toes to close in and kissed Qin Feng's lips. She even bit his lips lightly. The intimacy sent down a jolt of electricity through the both of them. Qin Feng could not help but hold her tightly in his arms. He kissed back passionately. After some time, Bai Li pushed Qin Feng away. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. All right, you should leave now. Bai Li brought out the small hover car Qin Feng had just bought and ran away like a startled rabbit. Xiao Bai has grown up. It seems that the television has taught her a thing or two about romance. Qin Feng stepped into the car joyfully. He promptly started its engine and rammed the hover car into the wilderness. He was headed to the west side of Qingyang City, a total opposite direction to Fu and Sea City. This place was beyond the jurisdiction of the three cities. The enemy this time was something he had unintentionally learned about through the battle net in his previous life. Though it was way back in his past life, Qin Feng clearly remembered that the incident was reported in the first month, which was January. Qin Feng did not plan to intervene at first since the auction in Sea City and the opening of the rift were more of a priority to him. But the event in Sea City had been brought forward by half a month as a butterfly effect resulted from Qin Feng's actions. That was why Qin Feng was able to make this trip in time. I have a vague memory of this. If not because of Tan Yu, I might not even remember it. Even if I miss it, I can still go to the place Yang Sanhu told me about. This tragedy that happened in his past life was related to the organization called Zhongqing. The place Qin Feng was headed for was known as Pinyin Colony. The population size there was about 20,000, but the actual human flow was much higher than that figure. The reason being that one of the Zhongqing logistic branches was based there. So Pinyin basically functioned as a transportation hub between different cities. One day, a small rift opened up within the colony even though the spatial stabilizer was still running. A scary creature emerged from it and entered the colony unnoticed. It was called the Wraith Devil, an E3 tier monster equivalent to a beast king. The Wraith Devil came from a highly intelligent species. It did not have a physical figure, and the only way to counter this monster was through light and fire ability, or by using powerful conscious energy to destroy it. Unfortunately, though Pinyin Colony was a busy transport hub, most of its users were only F tiers. F tiers like Tan Yu were considered top combatants there. There was no way such a defense force could fend off the overwhelming imposter. Qin Feng would not have come if his consciousness had not reached E3 tier. Beep beep. An F3 tier beast general has appeared 1,000 meters ahead. Please be careful. A warning sounded from the hovercar stereo. Qin Feng raised his head, and saw that a python was blocking the entire road. Beside the beast was a flipped-over SUV. The people behind it were trying desperately to hold off the beast. Qin Feng had a quick glance and immediately grasped that the one in front was only an F3 tier aptitude user. Others were hiding behind the turnover truck and were firing continuously at the python. All the bullets were reflected as soon as they hit the beast's body. The gap in power was too much. The giant python soon wrapped itself around the aptitude user, strangling him. Brother Qian, Xiao Yu, Xiao Rin, run. Brother Qian. There were 3 people behind the truck. 2 of them were young girls who were G3 tiers, 18 years of age, while another was a G8 tier teenage boy. Though he was also an ancient warrior, he was rooted on the spot and was too frightened to launch an attack. Qin Feng did not slow down and rolled down the car window when he passed by them. A sparkling handgun was seen extended out from the window. It was a decomposition blaster. Blitz! A colorful laser from the gun hit the bull's eye and instantly disintegrated the python's head. Crystal fragments fell off from its neck, marking the death of the F3 tier beast general. Creatures like this were a piece of cake to Qin Feng now. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.